Good morning, and since we're at 9 o'clock, I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, Tuesday, August 10th, 2021. And with that, our invocation this morning is from Pastor Craig Klatt of the Camino Adventist Church. So Pastor Klatt, I don't know what I'm calling a doctor, but everybody's a doctor today, I guess. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Not quite. No.
But please, invocation.
No, thank you for being here. It's nice to connect again. It seems like it's been forever. I've been privileged to be a part of this, not this same body, but for over 15 years now. And it's been an interesting journey together with our county process here. It's nice to see Sue up here and from a distance. Anyway, a thought for today is, we're living in challenging times and it can be confusing, but there's one thing that's certain. It's peach season.
All right.
That's great.
So I fully intend to hurt myself with peaches, and I invite each of you to do so in your own time and way and enjoy this wonderful bounty that's also a part of our Apple Hill area. So Lord, today, as we convene this meeting once again, we do so with gratitude in our hearts for the gift of leadership and governance that you provided us with. You provided us also, Lord, with your Spirit, who is always here to guide and lead and give us insights that go beyond our own. And we thank you for that and pray that as this meeting unfolds today, that there may be good things that continue to happen for the blessing of our county and this wonderful place we've been given to live in. And we thank you for all this in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Craig.
Amen.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand and join me. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. Very good. So with that, we'll move to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. So let's start with District 5. Sue.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'd like to pull item 9, please.
Okay. District 4.
No changes.
District 3.
No changes.
District 2.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 5 for discussion. I'd like to pull item 5 for discussion and clarification.
All right. And I have nothing I would like to pull as District 1 Supervisor. So with that, we will open it up for public comments on the consent calendar. So Kim, would you please give us our announcement for that?
Now taking public comment on adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Is there any public comment from the boardroom? And there appears to be no public comment from. Oh,
Please come forward to the podium and speak.
Is it on the consent calendar?
Is this consent calendar item? Okay, only consent item at this consent calendar. And as we've announced before, if you do have an item you want to talk to consent, please identify what number it is for us, so we recognize and can align with that particular topic. So I guess we're seeing none in the boardroom.
and there's no public comment on Zoom.
All right, then it comes back to the board.
Adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull item 5 and pull item 9 for discussion.
Move.
Second,
Okay, and we'll have to have a roll call vote. So Kim, would you please call the roll?
Of course, Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, and since we have a 9 a.m. time allocation with a lot of public participation, I'm going to recommend that we move to that as opposed to taking consent items, and we'll defer the consent items until a later time, either this morning or this afternoon. Is everybody agreeable to
Sounds
that?
good.
Sounds good.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. And with that, Kim, would you read item 22, please? And I will open a public hearing ahead of time, so please read it.
Item 22 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, forwarding the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny Heritage at Carson Creek project. The project is located at APNs 117-680-003, 117-680-004, 117-680-007, 117-680-008, 117-680-016, 117-570-013, 117-570-017, and 117-570-018, consisting of 1.32.1 acres in El Dorado Hills.
It's easy for you to say. Wow, it's a mouthful. Okay, who is going to do the lead off by staff? I'm not sure how the progression goes here this morning, so. Who wants to start?
Go ahead, Rob.
I was just going to say, this is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. Mel Pavlinas is going to go ahead and take the lead on presenting for staff. And I believe the applicants have a presentation as well. And
Yep.
we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get going. My name is Mel Pavlinas. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sounds good.
It's up now. Yep, we can hear you and the screen's up. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item before your board. This is the Heritage at Carson Creek project submitted by Lennar Homes of California. Just a quick housekeeping list here before your board, myself, Gina Hamilton, who is the planner for the project, Rob Peters, our deputy director, and Tiffany Schmidt, our director, are also on the line. And County Council Representative Bree Council is also on the line to provide responses and to your questions that you may have later on. And as Rob mentioned, we have the applicant's presentation as well loaded up in the event that it's their turn to present their item. This slide over here basically just discusses the purpose of this meeting. This is for the board to consider the project as recommended by the Plan Commission, as well as other information regarding the EAR that was prepared for the project, as well as other actions that the board may take as part of your consideration of the project. This item was considered by the Plan Commission back on June 10th. It was recommended for denial by the Commission for your board to consider. And listed here are the reasons, in this slide are the reasons why the Commission felt the denial is warranted of the project. In particular, incompatible zoning uses, concerns about housing type proposed by the project, concerns about a connection to the road, of a road connection to Sacramento County, and some design level issues regarding driveway lengths. Actions for your board to consider today are the following. First, letter A, as recommended by the Plan Commission, to deny the project. There are alternative actions that could be taken by the board, including approving the project as proposed, to continue the item to a date certain for additional information as warranted by your board, or continue the item off calendar for further discussion and consideration in the future. Diving into the project itself, the requested entitlements consist of the following: an amendment to the Carson Creek Specific Plan, or CCSP, approval of a tentative subdivision map known as the Heritage of Carson Creek, and approval of a development agreement submitted by the applicant. Diving further into the project, here is an aerial photo of the project. The properties involved are outlined in blue. It's not shown here, but this is the south area, south of 50. Along Latrobe Road is along on the east side over here. You can't really see it. The business park is a portion of it. Of the business park is right there on the east side. Existing unit 2 that Lennar is currently developing are these lots right here, and the lines in blue are the proposed properties proposed for this project. It is within the Carson Creek Special Plan. It's on the south side of the plan area. It is identified as industrial and R&D, or research and development uses, that's remained vacant for the past at least 20, 30 years since adoption of the plan. It is bordered by development, as I mentioned, on the northwest and the northeast side of the property. Diving into the CCSP amendment consists of the following items, and there's a list here that's identified, but most notably, the request would be to amend the land use categories of the properties from industrials and R&D to residential, commercial, and open space. Adding Village 11 as a new village to be developed residentially, and increasing the amount of the unit within the plan area from 1,700 to 1,925. And there's a list of other standards for requests here shown on the list here, but they're all documented as part of the project that was considered by the Plan Commission and recommended to your board. Couple exhibits, side-by-side comparison of the land use map. To the left is the way it exists right now. Most notably, the orange and the pink are the industrial and R&D zone properties, and the blue ones is basically it's a tributary to Carson Creek, so that's open space as it exists. And on the south side in green is a park, and that park isn't being developed. It's part of the property ownership submitted with its application, but it's not being divided or anything. It will still remain as park as shown on the right side of the pane here. What's changing there's a commercial property on the north side. The yellowish area are the new residential Village 11. The blue remains blue, which is the tributary corridor for the Carson Creek, and then the park remains park as shown on the bottom over here. The tentative map itself consists of the following requests. It would divide the 132-acre property into 410 residential lots, 1.7-acre property commercially zoned, 13.5 acres of open space. The park, which is the one that I showed you earlier, the previous slide, will remain as such, but it's not being divided or created. It's just part of the project APNs. And then also a small piece of a property on the west side of Investment Boulevard. The proposed project is anticipated to occur in 3 phases. This is the map as proposed by the applicant. You could tell the lotting patterns of the proposed map. There are 410 total lots. Along with the lots, of course, you have the circulation pattern. In particular, the business park is on the east side over here. Investment Boulevard, which connects to Latrobe Road on the east side, not shown on the map, it connects down, heading west into the subdivision itself. Unit 2, as I mentioned earlier, is on this side. Sac County is on this side. And as you go from Investment Boulevard, connecting into the subdivision, it provides a circulation within the subdivision. Some noted items, lots on this side, on this map. There's a clubhouse proposed right over here. And as course, we know the park is on the south side as well. And then the commercial site is on the north side. Blowing this one up into the next slide is this. So a bit of an overview of the overall plan as a complement to the whole area. Business park again is on the east side. Unit 2 is on the northwest side, and in particular, as you can tell, the blue area is the proposed development. This is in particular an important slide because this shows the entire loop connection. As you go into the subdivision, it connects down to the south part of the development. There's a connection proposed. One permanent connection would be this access road to Latrobe Road. However, in the initial phase of the development, there will be a temporary road that will be used, that will be constructed over here, connecting to, I believe, to West Olivet Road, which also connects to Latrobe Road. So, but eventually, at full build out, this permanent road will be built as part of the development. The third entitlement requested for the application is the development agreement. There's a lot of words here, basically stating what the function and the purpose is of a DA. The next slide actually provides more of it's a contract between the county and the applicant. There's some negotiated terms that's been identified and for your consideration. And I believe it's an attachment, I believe K of your Legistar documentation. In particular, there's some of the highlights of the DA includes a 20-year term, ensuring that the county's impacts of county services is fiscally neutral. There's a community benefit fee that's been assessed, that would be assessed. There's also a pedestrian overcrossing and multimodal fee that would be applied. And there's also an affordable housing fee applied as part of the DA negotiation. So there is a draft DA as part of your consideration for this project. As part of staff's review, we conducted a thorough analysis of the project for consistency with the general plan, with the zoning, in this case, the Carson Creek specific plan, and the subdivision ordinance. And those are all detailed in the staff report that was considered by the Plan Commission and your board today. Along with the analysis for consistency, staff also conducted an addendum to the EAR for the Carson Creek specific plan. Many studies were considered, reviewed, submitted for this project, and they were all thoroughly reviewed and made part of the addendum for the EAR. Mitigation monitoring reporting program, which includes a handful of mitigation measures, have been included as part of the project. Conditions of approval have also been added as part of your project, and these conditions are comments from affected agencies, the fire department, DOT, EID, CSD, and it also includes mitigation measures from the EAR. So that's also included as part of your documentation today. In response to in the first or second slide of this my presentation, we identified the reasons for the Plan Commission's denial, and in response to those reasons that the Commission landed, was we provided a staff's observations in response to those reasons that the Commission denied the project, and those are also detailed in a memo provided to you, and in particular with regards to land use compatibility. Staff believes that that's been adequately addressed in the EAR and has been found to be less than significant as far as impacts. And also given the fact that there's been at least 20 years of history of development in Carson Creek, being next to the business park. So with regards to being incompatible uses between residential and non-residential uses, it's already existing and it's been operating as such. And the mere fact that Lennar is coming in to develop their remaining properties with this project is going to maintain the same compatibility, you could say. So that's one comment that staff had on that one reason for denial by the Plan Commission.
No.
With regards to housing, staff believes that the counties there is a ongoing need for these types of homes, and that this proposed project is a continuation of that existing development that Lennar is there for in Carson Creek. As far as the roadway to the west, at this point, DOT has not identified any future plans as far as or any need or any warrants for that connection to the west that would connect to Empire Ranch. But there is an item, I believe, that's discussed in the DA, and we can talk about that further later on. But at the moment, DOT's position is that there is no need at the moment for that connection to occur.
True, but we're doing it anyway.
And then the last item was regarding the sidewalk or the driveway lengths. Essentially, these are the designs that, as a home builder, Lennar has chosen to, being in that industry, knows what's there in terms of what to accommodate in terms of amenities for each home, and the designs are in accordance with California vehicle codes. There is a homeowners association that ensures conformance to parking on site within the gated subdivision. So as such, in terms of driveway lengths, which are pretty standard as far as 18-foot length, they are pretty standard length. But that's something that in the memo that we provided, staff believes that this issue is really a non-issue in our opinion. This is more of a similar slide or summary of what was discussed earlier. The board today has the following actions to consider: deny the project as recommended by the Plan Commission, approve the project, which would include adoption of the EAR, approving the amendment to the specific plan, approving the tentative map as presented and conditioned, and adopting the ordinance approving the DA for the project. Or other consideration would be to continue the item to a date certain, or continue the item off calendar, which would require a new public notice for a future item and action on this item. That's all that I have for today. I do want to acknowledge again, we have staff, DOT staff, planning staff, and county council on the line today to be able to answer your questions. We did receive a bunch of comments that from the public that's been forwarded to your board the past several weeks and the past 24 hours. And some of those comments involves the parks, park lights, and of course, traffic and other topics that have been discussed. But I'll be more than happy to answer those questions along with my colleagues on the call. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mel. So questions or comments from board members?
Yeah, I got a question. Looking over this thing on this particular development that's going to go in, I've looked at a lot of the different things, and it's not following the 2004 general plan on some of the issues, especially with these paper roads. The road that was just put in just recently that we just got. So it says here in some of the things here on policy TCXA2, the county shall not add any additional segments of US Highway 50 or any other roads and highways and roads to the county's list of roads from the original table TC2 of the 2004 general plan that are not allowed to operate at a level of service F without first getting the voters' approval. Now, my concerns is it's going to be very, very highly congested in that particular area, especially with as many units as going to be built there. So I have a lot of concerns. So, and there's been, ongoing things and stuff that I'm trying to clarify. And this particular project, I would like to put it off calendar so I can get more information stuff before I can make any kind of decision what goes on.
Okay. Any other board comments or questions?
Yeah, I had a question.
District 5, you didn't have your button pushed though, Sue.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm hitting it. I'm
I
hitting it
can't
right
see your
now.
button sequence, but anyway.
Sorry.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mel, for the presentation, and for Rob. Thank you. So yeah, I had a question. Well, kind of, I'll back up on what George just said. Is has there been a traffic study? Isn't that a part of the EIR? And has this project been approved as such?
This is Rob.
Go ahead, Rob.
This is Rob Peters, Deputy Director. So I believe that we should defer to the traffic consultants that are on the applicant's team and DOT to respond to those questions. There was an addendum to the existing Carson Creek EIR, which is what's being proposed today. And I think they can answer a lot of those concerns, maybe either pending their presentation or in advance of.
Okay, yeah, no, that's good. And so I had another question, and that would be on slide 14, the part about the affordable housing. It says there's a $500 per unit fee for affordable housing, and I had a question on that. Is that in our general plan? How did that develop into a development agreement?
So this
Yeah,
is,
go ahead, Rob.
I was gonna say, this is Rob Peters again. So I was not necessarily part of the development agreement negotiations. So I would look for someone that was in those discussions to maybe give the how it became to be in that discussion. But it is not a policy. It is a negotiation.
I can expand on that a little bit. Tiffany Schmid, Director of Planning and Building. So recognizing that this project, and as many of our large subdivisions in El Dorado Hills are not necessarily helping us move forward on that affordable housing component, staff have requested and included a contribution to an affordable housing fund as part of our recent development agreement negotiations. There's another development agreement for a pending project that we are discussing that also includes this term, with the thought that the county could establish a fund that we would collect these funds, that's a per unit fee, that we could move toward implementing some of our policies to deliver on affordable housing.
And I think that's very commendable. I'm happy to see this, but at $200,000 per project, we are not going to be building many affordable housing units. That doesn't pay for one, really. So my concern is, do we have a plan, an idea of, and can we get a presentation on the affordable? I know we've talked about it a lot, but I would like to see something about increasing these fees on development agreements to where it becomes doable for us. And then if we have a fund of money, a pocket of money here, who does the project, or do we require, which I know a lot of areas do require, the developers to take that money rather than put it into a fund, is to go ahead and build. They require them to build those affordable houses as a part of the project. And we've been talking about missing middle and how you can incorporate, some of those types of projects in there. So just curious on where we're going with this.
Yeah, I mean, fully acknowledge that $200,000 isn't going to help the county necessarily deliver, but it's a step in the right direction. And there's always kind of a push and pull in the negotiations for development agreements, and you'll see that there's other contributions to other funds. The board has discretion to change any of those terms. But staff's thought is that if we can start building a fund with these developments, that at least it's a step in the right direction, and that we could also perhaps leverage those funds with other grant funds that are allocated from the state so that we can move towards the delivery of that. This is not in, the board has recently talked about inclusionary housing ordinances and things of that nature. Some of that language has been brought forward into the housing element, but as it currently stands, the county does not have an inclusionary housing ordinance, and therefore we're not requiring the delivery of these types of housing for these types of developments.
Yeah, and I thank you and I appreciate that. I think we do need to have that discussion and move that forward, but appreciate and understand that that's not really the discussion today, but thank you.
District 4.
Yeah, and I'll start right there and build off of what Supervisor Novosel said is while it's not a policy yet, we could ask for inclusionary housing in a project if we wanted to because of the need. So I agree that the 500 a unit is not enough to really do anything at this point with the housing. The last time we built an affordable housing project, I believe I remember the units, each unit was $350,000 just for a unit in a project. So I don't think that this is enough towards affordable housing in this project. I have a list, so be ready.
Okay.
It's a laundry list. So on attachment O, I think it is. Let me see if I got the right one up. there's a lot of attachments. No, that's S, that's O, here it is. So in attachment O, this was a huge concern in my mind is this is a memo that addresses the waiver of claims, and the developer has the standard waiver of claims in here, except, and the exception is the part that I'm concerned about. The parties agree that this section does not include a waiver of any claims developers may have related to any claim for reimbursement for construction of Carson Crossing Drive. So, and then this memo goes on to talk about at this time, here's the last paragraph. Lennar continues to assert a right to reimbursement of approximately $6.7 million from the county. So it sounds like, and in order to preserve its ability to initiate litigation against the county concerning that claim, would not agree to the proposed development agreement in section 2.7. So by leaving that exception in here, we're leaving ourselves open to a potential lawsuit for $6.7 million. And my understanding is that our staff feels very confident that the claim is not substantiated, but it doesn't matter. We could still be drug into some really lengthy and costly litigation just to prove that, we don't owe them this money. So I'm very concerned about leaving that on the table. I think that this should be figured out before we agree to approving a project. Because again, even if we are in the long run determined that we don't have to reimburse them the $6.7 million, it could be a lot of time and energy and resources. And even if we get reimbursed for those costs, it's still time, energy, and resources on a litigation case. So I'm hesitant to move forward with that not being resolved first. And that's an attachment O of all these attachments. And then I'm going to move over to, this is attachment G. So on attachment G, what is that one called? I don't know, I'm on page 6 of 30. There's reference to a settlement agreement, and the settlement agreement was from, I believe, 1999, where my understanding, and this is my understanding, just so you know, I'm summarizing my understanding of all of this, is that there was a community group that sued the county on the Carson Creek specific plan, so not a project, but the plan itself. And as a settlement agreement for the plan, there was a cap put on the number of dwelling units in the whole plan, and the cap was 1,700 dwelling units. And then there's some set asides of parks and properties and acreage and all that. But my concern is that, and it's acknowledged in this it's staff report. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't remember the name of this document. There's many staff reports attached, but if we approve this project as it's proposed right now, we will be going over the cap that was determined and that was set. It's a settlement agreement that the county agreed to, and we go over the cap by 226 dwelling units, which is more than half of this proposed project. So I'm just concerned that it appears, and maybe county council can explain a little bit, why are we just kind of ignoring a settlement agreement with a community group? And I get it that it was in 1999, but why are we suddenly just ignoring that? I have concerns about that. And then let's see, then we're going to go off to, attachment S. So that one, if I go to page 4, I think it is. What's this? This is, I guess this is a memo. Go to page 4 of attachment S. I'm really concerned about this item right in the middle. Mitigation measure 4.18-1, water consumption. All right, and water is on everybody's brains right now. So when you look at this paragraph, there's a whole sentence. The first sentence was struck out, And I would really like to understand why. And I'm going to read the part that was struck out because it's very concerning. It says project impacts cannot be reduced to a less than significant level. So that refers to an EIR, I guess, less than significant level, until EID procures new water supplies that are sufficient to meet water needs of the proposed specific plan at build out in conjunction with existing plan growth or an alternative public water source is secured. And I get it. Attachment K includes a letter from EID saying that they have enough EDUs, equivalent dwelling units, on paper. But we're all watching right now with our water systems drying up. And this mitigation measure initially talked about the need for more water resources, but yet that is now struck out. And I would like to understand why, because most of us are seeing that we do need new water resources. The government, both state and federal, have allocated money to build new water resources that hasn't been done yet, but the need is obviously there. So I would really like to understand why this was struck out is no longer a concern. An EID letter about EDUs is great, but honestly, it's just a piece of paper. I like to see water in a tap, and we're all being asked to conserve already. So huge concern. And let's see what else. Got quite a list. Sorry, guys. Oh, and then we received an updated development agreement memo. I don't even have an attachment letter for it because it came in an email, I think, late. So, but it talks about adding, my recollection is 1.75 acres of land to accommodate the connector road to Empire Ranch Interchange, I believe. That's not built yet. And there's no map for where that proposed connector is. And I would like to see a map of approximately where that might go, because I don't know if we should be agreeing to a potential road if we don't know where it is and how it's going to impact the community, and not just the community, the new community that's potentially being built, but the existing community. They may have concerns about it, and maybe they already know about it and I just don't, but I'd like to see a map of that. And that's it for now. So I tried to give you guys documents and page numbers and sections that I really have very specific questions about. If you could help me with all of that.
Back to staff.
Mobius, Deputy County Counsel. Maybe I'll start because I think I can start with your last question. And I can also address the settlement agreement question, and then staff could address the other questions. As to, and just the revised development agreement is attachment V, or in its letter 22 on Legistar. So that's the attachment. The only change, as you noted, is to section 3.9. So it's adding a new section. That section is not agreeing to a road or providing for a road. What it provides is that if the county adds a regional connector to the CIP, then the developer will grant an irrevocable offer of dedication for up to 1.75 acres. So the county is not planning for that road right now, or doesn't have a map. Raphael can talk more about the general alignment he's thinking of, but the reason why there's not a map there is because it's something that the county really needs to analyze and study, like you noted, and determine where the road would go. The development agreement does provide that where it would cross that 30-acre park parcel, it would need to do so at the southern portion of the park parcel. And if it doesn't cross there, if it crosses, say, the northern portion or through the middle of the park parcel, then the developer would be relieved of the obligation to dedicate right-of-way, and the county would have to obtain the right-of-way as it normally would for a road if it's not being given to you by the developer. So that's why there's not a map there, but Raphael could talk more about the general alignment he's thinking of, but it's something that the county would have to study, and the county would have to adopt it into its capital improvement program before there would be any obligations triggered on the developer's side. Do you want me to move on to the settlement agreement, or did you have any other questions on that piece of it?
Well, it just seems odd though, to be approving a chunk of land, but not know where it's going to go. And I get it that it's a separate road, but it's totally going to go through this, or could go through this project. So it just seems odd, but carry on.
And it was a timing issue. I think it was discussed a lot at the planning commission that there was concern that if the county is ever to build that road, that this was the opportunity to start to reserve right of way. So the section 3.9, and it's fairly lengthy, is trying to anticipate all of those considerations, that it's not a road that we currently have in the capital improvement program. And it is a road we would need to analyze before we would go forward, but it's trying to preserve our ability to obtain that right of way from this developer if we are to go there. But it is the timing. I understand where you're coming from there. And so the term did try to address kind of the timing issue of it. And Raphael might want to jump in on.
Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation. As Bree Mobius had mentioned, this project is not needing this road. This is for the potential for any need and or capacity enhancement that the area, the region might need for any future projects, and to alleviate any potential level of service and or BMT issues that might arise in the 30-year and 40-year horizon. And so this project in itself does not have any level of service issues and stands alone without that reservation. Both the EIR, the applicant's traffic engineer, my staff, as well as an independent engineering consultant, verified all the level of services, all the traffic analysis, and confirmed that it meets the Measure E, as well as our general plans level of service calculations, and that at some point infrastructure will be built in order to accommodate any impacts that this project might bring in the future. But this additional 1.7 acres is the reservation and or preserving the potential that we don't see in currently that could come in a 30-year or 40-year horizon. And so it is an additional on top of any conditions that DOT had originally imposed on the applicant.
Okay, well, Raphael, would it make sense? Maybe, you know, we were given a lot of stuff for this project that I think maybe could have been fleshed out better at the Planning Commission, quite honestly. But would it have been a good idea perhaps to come up with a conceptual location for a connector if, you know, the connector is going to happen? Wouldn't it give residents in the county peace of mind, kind of having a conceptual idea of where that may or may not go? And is that something that we could maybe hash out today or send back to the Planning Commission to say, if we're going to do this connector, this is where we would want it, so that people actually know what we're analyzing? It seems very vague to me. And to put in a road later after the project's put in, just seems very backwards. That's just how I see it. Is that something we could try to hash out conceptually today, where it would go? Or send it back to Planning Commission?
It is. I don't like to make engineering decisions in a meeting. I'd like to
that's what I'm saying. It should have been worked out before it got here. That's actually my point, but go ahead.
No, and I completely understand that. And just so you know, and I'm going to share my screen here for all of you to see. We do have a conceptual alignment of what that might look like. And so, as you can see, it would be connecting to Latrobe, going westerly direction, crossing the applicant's property line, and then going north to connect to Empire Ranch Road. But this is all very conceptual. This isn't anything that is set in stone. It is something that we will be discussing further once if the project is accepted as to where it could potentially its final alignment and or location be. That's why it's up to 1.7 acres, because it gives us the flexibility of being able to manipulate what the location is going to be on their parcel. Obviously, it's going to take more analysis to see where it's going to work with other developments within the county as well as with Sacramento County, but it reserves us. It gives us the capacity or the opportunity to preserve right of way so that we can have something in the future now as opposed to having nothing.
Okay, well, I appreciate the conceptual map actually helped quite a bit if we, because that doesn't cut through. If I didn't have the two maps together to compare them, but you know, I'm thinking that actually went down below the development, that the map that you showed conceptually went down, that road went down below the units, correct? Is that your recollection too?
Goes across the bottom part of the south part of the park. But Raphael, would you put the conceptual map up again? I think it's important that people understand where the property that the El Dorado Union High School District owns south of the business park that is planned ultimately for a future high school, because that's part of this planning as well. There is no circulation element to accommodate a high school down there, and this would help provide that circulation element. Thinking ahead, because school districts don't do a good job of that, right? They don't think infrastructure, they think curriculum. So this is all part of it, because I think it's immediately to the south of where this alignment is, isn't it? Isn't that true, Raphael?
That is, yes.
Immediately south, okay. So you, Supervisor Heidel, you are part of the connector, JP or whatever, and
Yes.
you feel that this conceptually, and that's my point, is that conceptual map was not included in our documents for us to see, quite honestly.
Well,
So I appreciate seeing it on the screen. So you feel that conceptually that alignment would work well with this project and the area?
there's other conceptual alignments. I think Raphael put together 4 different alternatives. So there's nothing that's gelled. This is the latest thought.
Right.
But there's also a conceptual alignment that comes off of Pay and Road. So I think in part, it has to be determined by what Sacramento County would like to see on their side of the boundaries in terms of a road that accesses the needs of Sacramento County and then loops into El Dorado County and goes over and connects to Latrobe Road. So there's a lot of unknowns at this point. We have started discussions with Sacramento County Supervisor Sue Frost. There has been discussions with the city of Folsom in terms of what their thoughts are, but nothing is gelled yet. So, but there was a long range plan many years ago to put a connector down in here, and then it disappeared off our CIP for reasons unbeknownst to some of us, but it disappeared. So we're really trying to look at, isn't that important to have at this point in time, recognizing there is going to be growth down there.
Which kind of goes to my point of if we could kind of conceptually say we like this alignment so that when Sac County gets their funding and stuff, they're not telling us what we're going to do in our county and where they want the road. I would like us to drive it with what works for our county. So I'm just trying to figure out if we could somehow say, you know, get this into conceptually what we would like. That works
Raphael,
best for us.
the Pay and Road alternative, I don't know if you have that map, but it would basically connect to the same location on the El Dorado County side, right? The only difference is where it comes across Sacramento County. Is it further to the west off of Pay and Road, or is it off the alignment where the new Empire Ranch Boulevard will connect with White Rock Road?
Okay.
Either, I think, is acceptable from the standpoint of the circulation element we're trying to get to. And in fact, the one coming off of Empire Ranch Boulevard, we've actually showed a connection with going across Carson Crossing as an alternative, and that might be the loop that we need to have initially with the Sacramento County one coming later. But the more circulation elements, the more alternatives people have to move through that area, to evacuate during fires, whatever it is, I think the better off the whole situation becomes. So that's what we're looking at.
Right. Okay.
Can I jump in real quick?
You are correct, Supervisor. I do have 4 alternatives. That was just one of them, illustrating what the alignment could potentially look like. Either one we would have to analyze all 4 just to make sure it would work with us, with our neighboring agencies, and with future developments.
So I just wanted to offer, I think that what Supervisor Parlin is suggesting about the county taking on more of a leadership role in establishing that to help drive it, I think that seems like a wonderful idea. However, I might suggest that this particular hearing really isn't the opportunity to do that, as really what's intended by that provision in the development agreement is to simply reserve right-of-way, accommodating a whole variety of circumstances that may end up taking place. But recognizing the opportunity we have, given that we have a developer coming to us seeking a development agreement, to a certain extent, this is in furtherance of, I think, the board's intent that it had stated a number of weeks back about trying to be a little bit more proactive in its transportation planning. And so looking for an opportunity that we have now to at least reserve the right of way, recognizing that the particular alignment is not at all set. So I think that's all that's really attempting to be done today. However, I think Supervisor Parlin's suggestion seems like a very good one and might warrant further discussions to make sure that we do have more of a voice in that, as opposed to just being a passenger in that
Well,
discussion.
I guess part of my concern too is, like, let's say that we got this in our development agreement for this flexibility of this acreage, but then the ultimate alignment doesn't even go down there or anything. Then it's almost like we negotiated a moot point. Not that I'm saying that's going to happen, but if we conceptually don't even know what we were talking about. And like I said, I hadn't seen that conceptual map until just now, and it would have been nice if that had been put into the documentation. And I think a lot of this should have been fleshed out better at the Planning Commission. I really do. So anyhow, thank you for that clarification. That's one item.
Settlement, you want to cover that, Bree? I think that was the other one you're going to take on.
Yeah, so the settlement agreement, our office has reviewed the settlement agreement, and what I would like to offer the board is that the settlement agreement, it is our opinion, does not preclude the county from processing and taking action on the application today. It also does not, we do not believe that approving the item today or taking action on the item today would expose the county to liability based on the settlement agreement. If the county was named in a lawsuit, the developer has agreed to indemnify the county in any such lawsuit based on the settlement agreement. And to the greater question, I think it would be inappropriate for our office to provide a legal opinion as to the enforceability of the settlement agreement between two private parties. So we are not providing an opinion as to whether the settlement agreement would be enforceable by the private parties to the settlement agreement. It was primarily a settlement agreement between the developer and private parties. And the county's obligations in the agreement were very limited to considering and taking action on a package of actions that were part of the settlement agreement. I would note that the applicant has spent a significant amount of time analyzing what they consider whether there are legal risks to the developer from bringing this project forward to you, and they have concluded that those risks are minimal. And I know the applicant still hasn't had the opportunity to do their presentation today, but I believe that they will address some of that in their presentation as well.
Okay, then I'd like to ask further questions maybe after the applicant's presentation about that settlement agreement, because I'm very concerned about it. So thank you for that. What was another one I had?
The other question staff can answer.
Oh, water.
There we go.
Water's huge.
Yeah.
Gina, go ahead.
Hi, Gina Hamilton, Senior Planner. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I can address that. So Supervisor Parlin, that I think your comment is about presented about the item on page 2 of the staff memo dated July 27th, where I've just modified the title basically of that condition of approval. To be honest with you, it was a typo on my part. The actual water consumption condition of approval is COA 37, which is right below it, which is actually language relevant to EID. So the change that I'm proposing really just brings the title of that condition into alignment with the body of it, which is a discussion of parkland.
Hey, Gina, you're in a different document than I am, which I was in document S, whatever that.
S is in Sam, correct?
Yeah, what document were you in? You said there was a, you were in a different one.
So, sure, let's make sure that I'm in. So I have attachment S is in Sam's staff memo 07-27. And then I also have the staff report open, and I can share that if that's appropriate.
I think that's E, right? Is it attachment E?
Is that easier for everyone? Maybe that way we'll all be looking at the same
That sounds
thing.
good.
That would be good.
Yes, please, Gina.
You
For
got
clarity,
that's
please
okay.
begin.
I was
I will
looking
go ahead and do
at
that
S.
if I can figure out how to do it. Okay. Sorry, I have a lot of documents open.
Yeah.
Sharing the right one. There we go. Right. Do you see the Word document?
Yes.
Great, great. So this is from the staff report. This is the unmodified version, right? Here's condition of approval 36, where completely honestly, I made the typo. This title refers to EID. The discussion has to do with parks. Right below it, item 37, that's where that language should be, and it is. regarding EID and water capacity and the discussion of water consumption. So the change proposed in that staff memo is just to correct the title of the condition.
Oh,
this is-
gotcha. Yeah, that is not what I'm referring to.
So this
At
is
all.
Rob Peters,
Yeah.
Deputy Director of Planning. So I think looking at measure at the same one, so this is the condition of approval number 37, which reflects the mitigation measures as modified in the memo. I believe Supervisor Parlin's talking about the page 4 of letter S attachment, which removes the sentence, project impacts cannot be reduced to less than significant until EID procures new water supplies, that sentence. And I believe that's related to the fact that the original conditions of approval or mitigation measures for the EIR were done in the late 1990s. And so as the, as we look at this revised specific plan and addendum, the circumstances related to the EID have changed. And as far as their documentation provided to staff, and I know that you questioned that documentation, but that change in that mitigation measure is related to that. I hope that helps answer the question.
That makes so much sense. So you're saying that this original mitigation measure for water consumption was from 1999.
Correct, or 98 maybe.
Yeah, and that you're saying that we struck it out because suddenly we have more water since 1999. That is really questionable in my mind. That does not make any sense. I'm just saying, and we have more people here.
I'm saying that the
reservoirs haven't been built in
sources.
the county, so I'm just kind of concerned too. So.
Right. Okay. And I get it. I think that my recollection, this is just me off the top of my head, because I didn't know what this was referring to. Yes, we probably have secured more water rights, but that does not mean that we've built any reservoirs to actually store those water rights. So I'm very skeptical of this strikeout of the water consumption concern, especially given our conditions right now. So that's highly questionable. And I think that was the last one I have for now, right?
I think there was maybe one more that you had. So
It has to do with the reimbursement
you-
agreement.
I think you did ask a question about the waiver language
waiver.
contained in the development
Oh,
agreement.
right.
I also have a question on
That's a
that.
good one.
And I don't know what more I can offer beyond what the memo provides, but to summarize that, yes, Lennar has, we have been exchanging correspondence with Lennar for some time now, wherein they are requesting reimbursement for the cost of construction of Carson Crossing Drive. I think the memo indicated that the amount they're seeking is roughly $6.7 million. We dispute their entitlement to that amount for a variety of reasons, including their failure to comply with the county's requirements for seeking reimbursement, including disagreement as to their legal right to that amount. My office has been working with DOT in order to prepare an item to bring to your board to have that discussion at some point in the future. We've been, it actually was, I think, tabled a bit as this project was moving forward. So it was a separate issue, but kind of got interwoven with this project as a result of the language in the development agreement. The language that you see there has been requested by Lennar in order to preserve their claim. It's really up to you what you'd like to do with it. If Lennar was willing to forego the claim, then I think that waiver language could be redrafted on the spot to ensure that claim is waived and allow it to move forward today. If they are not willing and then want to pursue it, that's something for you to consider as part of your deliberations today.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you for reminding me what I forgot. I go, what was the list? So, okay, I'm good for the moment.
Okay, Supervisor Thomas.
I have a follow-up on that, if I might. So the memo notes that staff will be asking the board direction regarding Lennar's demand for reimbursement. So if this board does not agree with Lennar's assertion to reserve the right to reimbursement, what would happen to the development agreement and or the approval of this project? So help me understand how they're related to our course of action before us today.
So I think that if the board wanted to address the matter and have ask Lennar to waive that claim, they could certainly do so today. But a development agreement, again, it's a negotiation. So I don't believe the board could impose that without Lennar's consent. If they were to agree with that, again, I think their language could be revised, and then we'd be able to move forward with the action today. If they disagree, they want to preserve it. Again, I think it's just, I guess, a factor that you'd have to consider as far as whether the remaining items in the development agreement still warrant moving forward at that point.
So could we move forward with part of the development agreement? And
No,
No,
I
yeah.
think with respect to this, it's an either or scenario.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that, again, if this might be a discussion that you have when Lennar has their opportunity to make their presentation and field any questions from the board to see what how they feel about it. Again, it was an issue that was generally separated from this, but unfortunately got intertwined with it as a result of the language in the DA.
thanks for
Could I-
helping
could I
clarify
ask
that.
for a little bit more clarification? Could that be something that if we chose to ask to continue this item to further negotiations outside of the meeting, so we're not doing everything on the fly, is that a reason? Or could that be a reason to continue to have those talks and bring it back again? Is that, you know what I mean? If we can't resolve it here on the dais.
I don't really have a strong opinion on whether it would be a sufficient basis for you to continue it.
Okay.
It's been presented to you. You can certainly approve it as presented today. And then we will deal separately with their request for reimbursement. That is a perfectly viable course of action.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else, Wendy?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I got some questions later. Not yet.
Yeah, well, I have a lot of questions
Yeah,
now
you
for
do.
staff and then some other questions. So
Okay.
I would like to go back and kind of quickly go through the 4 reasons why the Planning Commission basically recommended disapproval or denial. First one is incompatible zoning uses, residential lots to industrial lots. So my understanding from staff's report is that the EIR assumed a 30-foot landscape area between residential uses and the business part. That combined with the setbacks of the building provisions, in the view of the EIR and the view of staff, that gives you adequate buffer to mitigate the sound and any other effects. In addition to that, there's a requirement, as I understand it, that the contractor has to put up at least a 6-foot high fence, wood or other solid fencing, be constructed by the developer for all residential lots on the boundaries. My question is, I don't think 6 foot's enough.
No.
I would think it should be 8 foot minimum. So I'm not sure where the 6 foot came from, but I would like to see that 8 foot because I think that does give you more sound buffering and separation.
That's what I was going to
6
talk about.
foot is really marginal, but if that minimum were 8 foot, then I think we've got something we could say that's their sound barrier plus the buffering. But that's the way staff evidently addressed that concern, the first concern that the Planning Commission had. So I'll leave it at that. The second one was concerns about types of housing. We should be promoting workforce housing. I absolutely agree. We should be promoting workforce housing, but not in an age-restricted community. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me when you're 55 and over, we're going to have workforce housing in that particular type of unit. So if we are still encouraging age-restricted housing, this is not the project to try to impose any kind of workforce housing. I like the affordable housing fee. I don't know where the number came from. It doesn't seem to really address the issue. But the other thing I think we need to recognize with age-restricted housing is the amount of traffic on the roadways is significantly diminished, as demonstrated by any number of studies, as opposed to an average workforce or normal residential community. Because people who are seniors typically don't drive their kids to school or don't drive their kids to various sports programs or anything else. So that traffic demand is much lower. And in fact, as I read the EIR, it's actually lower than what the R&D and industrial uses of the project were forecast to be. So from a net perspective, this would seem to minimize the traffic impacts as opposed to what's already approved. Just an observation. The third comment was concerns about connection roads to Sacramento County, Empire Ranch. I believe the IOD in our development agreement sets that aside. Irrefutable offer of dedication. There is no requirement today for that road to be connected, but it sets aside a provision on the south side of that part to put that connection in without the county having to come in and maybe through eminent domain or whatever may be required at that point, try to acquire that property. To me, this is just good forward planning, long-range planning, get it in place. If it's never utilized, at least it was reserved at this point in time. The last thing that was the subdivision driveway lengths of only 18 feet. I don't know how to address that one other than I would think that potential buyers who have large pickup trucks or whatever would not be inclined to buy a piece of property like that if they can't park in that driveway.
My truck wouldn't fit, trust me.
Well, and I understand that, but 20 feet would certainly be better,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure that the majority of people that would purchase those homes would have vehicles that are that large. Again, we're talking about an age-restricted population, and I don't know of a whole lot of seniors. There are some
Well, there's
that
a
are
lot
driving
of,
huge
well,
trucks.
there is a lot of them because a lot of them have RVs and they
An
travel
RV is a
lot.
totally different.
Well, I'm talking about
commodity
trucks
than a
that
pickup
tow
truck, right?
RVs is what I'm talking
Okay,
about.
all right. So anyway, that one to me is, yeah, it would be better if it was more, but again, I think it's a buyer's choice. If you don't like the lot because it's not going to be compatible with your vehicle, don't buy there. That seems pretty straightforward to me with anybody who thinks through what the needs of their housing are for parking, et cetera, et cetera. So those are the four elements, but I did want to also cover some other things. The second item is the El Dorado Hills Community Services District has submitted several letters and requests with comments after the Planning Commission heard this item on June 10th. And I have not been able to find where anywhere in our planning, we specifically address those CSD items. So maybe somebody in staff can help me understand that, but I think a number of their requests are valid, but it doesn't seem to be incorporated into this overall project plan. So that's another thing that we'll let staff try to address, because I do think that the CSD, there's multiple letters.
Yeah, I
actually.
know. I just know if you got that or not.
3 of them. Yeah, I got that one.
All right.
So I'd like to talk about the CSD's request. I know at one point in time, they wanted to be part of the development agreement. That isn't appropriate in my opinion, but I think we do need to seriously review and honor their requests. The other item, and this is the last one I had, was relative to the community benefit that's defined at $3,000 per dwelling unit. I think that's a substantial amount of money. We're talking over $1 million, but I would like to see that community benefit be spent on where the impacts are. So I would propose at some point in time when we get through this to look at having those amounts of money contributed to the El Dorado Hills TIF so that we can do the necessary road improvements when we need it to make that circulation down there better. Because I think that's the primary issue that I have with Latrobe Road is the shoulders aren't wide enough, the roadway isn't big enough in a number of areas. But if that community benefit, at least a portion of it, a major portion of it, were to somehow be dedicated to the El Dorado Hills TIF for future road improvements, whether it's signalization improvements, whatever it is, to me, that's putting the benefit back to where the impact is. And I like to connect those as opposed to just going into the county general fund and not knowing where it ended up. You can't trace the money once it gets in there. So those would be my thoughts and requests at this point in time. And I'll let staff respond to the CSD one in particular. Can somebody help me with that?
So this is Rob Peters. I'll jump in here. I believe after working with or understanding the CSD's comments at the Planning Commission, that staff, Gina Hamilton, did work with the CSD to revise conditions of approval that were included in the staff memo. I believe it's E on your Legistar. I believe subsequent to that, there was an additional comment related to, I think, a condition of approval that speaks to a LLAD and does not include a CFD. And so I think, I believe that we attempted to resolve the issues as we understood them to the CSD, but we did get that initial comment. And so I think that is the one, at least, and anyone is willing to jump in and correct me if I'm misunderstanding it, but that is the one condition that is still sort of being contended by the CSD.
Okay, and thanks for helping me connect the dots, because it's hard for me to trace where their requests are and where it ends up in the documentation, right? I couldn't find one for one transfer of that information, and I do want to make sure that their voice and requests are heard. And we know the existing facility the CSD has and some of the complaints and complications with that, but that's totally separate from this particular project and the 30-acre park that's talked about here. But we do need to make sure that there's an appropriate funding mechanism put in place for the development of that park, despite who develops it and whatever that eventuality is. So if staff feels that we have properly accommodated the CSD's requests and listened to them and responded to them, then I'm more satisfied with that response than not being able to transfer their information into where I can see it in the document. Maybe that's just my shortcoming. Well, obviously the CSD will have a chance to comment as well, but.
Yeah, this is Rob Peters again, and I hope that the applicant can also jump in and provide some context. But like I said, I believe it's down to the one condition in the most recent letter.
All right, very good. So I'm satisfied with that for now. Any go backs for staff at this phase before we have the proponents make their
I have
presentation?
A question for you, Supervisor Heidel. I was looking at the slides again. So slide 13, I think that you're looking at. The pedestrian overcrossing and multimodal fee per dwelling unit. That's for that proposed overcrossing over the freeway. Is that correct? Is that what?
I wasn't
that
part of the
kinda
development
says?
agreement, so I can't specifically answer that. Somebody who was part of that discussion would have to answer it.
Okay. Well, I'm
Bree, can
just
you answer
curious,
that
is like-
or?
Yeah, is that what that one is, Bree?
Bree Mobius, Deputy County Council, yes, that was the general intent, but you'll note that it was written broadly so that if the pedestrian overcrossing doesn't come to fruition, or if there's a higher priority for connectivity with trails, that DOT could reprioritize that money. So there is some flexibility, but that was the intent of where that fee started from.
Okay, got it. I was just want to make sure it was super flexible because that overcrossing's kind of a pie in the sky thing, and we just don't know where it's going to go. And then, yeah, the community benefit one time, right? And you said it'll be about $1 million. Is that?
Well,
where-
400 units would be 1.2
Yeah,
million. So yeah,
okay.
I mean, in rough numbers, it's a little over $1 million.
Okay, so and there will be some arm wrestling over where that goes, basically.
Well, we haven't tried to define those things in the past, but I do think we have to look at what are the impacts associated with these developments and how does the net community that has those impacts benefit from our development agreement? Because I think it's important, some percentage of it, maybe not 100%, but I think that's a discussion the board needs to have.
I
Because
do
we're going
too.
to see many of these come along, I think, in other development agreements, and we might as well, address it early. And I don't know if our CAO has any thoughts or comments on that, but.
Sure. Don Ashton, your CAO, when we talked about this through the negotiations, and you keep hearing staff say the DA is a negotiation. I want the board to remember that. We can't impose these things. So these dollar amounts come from extensive back and forth discussions, and it's what staff feels comfortable with and what the applicant will agree to. On the community benefit fee, I've told the board this many times in the 10 years your CAO. In my role, I like the flexibility of the new board to decide where their money goes when the money is available. We don't know when this money is going to be available.
Right.
It could be many years down the road. One thing that I would ask you to note in all of these one-time fees or charges that we're asking the applicant to pay, there's an inflationary factor built in. So it will be in current dollars whenever those dollars do come in. But as your CAO, I like the flexibility for the whole county. As the area where the impact is happening, I completely understand why the people down there should benefit because they're the ones impacted. That's a policy decision you guys need to figure out.
Yeah. Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. So, all right, I think we're ready for the proponents' presentation. If they're prepared, I'm not sure who may be giving that this morning, so. Do we have someone representing Lennar who's going to present? Yeah, okay, there's Chad, so go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Heidel, members of the board. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, you're fine.
Great. Chad Roberts at Hefner Law on behalf of the applicant. I will run through my presentation to start, and I have certainly been taking notes, and we'll circle back to those to respond to some of the questions that have been raised. I'm joined this morning by my clients, AKT and Lennar Homes of California. Angelo Sakopoulos and Ryan Claycomb are here with AKT. Larry Gualco and Sean McDiarmid are here with Lennar. as are other members of the applicant team, including Tom Keir Transportation Planning and Management, Chris Austin with DPFG, Catherine Waugh with Dudek, Vanessa Humphrey with REY Engineers, and Kristen Shields with Helix. Everyone is available today as necessary. Before I get into my presentation, I do want to take just a moment. Thank staff for their presentation. Thank staff and County Counsel's office generally for all their work in getting this project before you this morning. Tiffany, Bree, Gina, Mel, Rob, Natalie. I'm sure I'm inadvertently missing a few names, and I apologize for that. But it does take a lot of effort, and I want to acknowledge that. We've certainly appreciated the opportunity to work with the county team on what we think is a really great project, and we look forward to discussing a little bit more here this morning. Okay, actually, you can go back to that title slide. I do want to just note to start, the name of this project is Heritage Carson Creek Village 11. And despite the similarities in name, this project is unrelated to the Carson Creek Village Specific Plan project that I know went before the board for J6 review in February. This project is also not related to the Creekside Village Specific Plan project to the east. Both of those projects are located within the existing El Dorado Hills Business Park, and this project certainly is not. Next slide, please. Project is actually located within the Carson Creek Specific Plan area. As you can see here, generally southwest of Blackstone, and the El Dorado Hills Business Park, just south of Lennar's existing age-restricted Heritage at El Dorado Hills community. Village 11 is a separate project and will have separate amenities from Heritage, but Village 11 will very much be an extension of what Lennar is doing there. The project has been very well received to date, and Lennar's present thinking is that it'll carry a couple of the same product lines through to Village 11. Next slide, please. A little bit of background. This project went to the board for J6 review in November of 2019. The board unanimously found that conceptual review to be consistent with General Plan Policy J6. Since that time, we've been working with the county on a tentative map for 409 age-restricted units and a 3.1 acre private clubhouse. Also a specific plan amendment to amend the specific plan land use categories and increase the specific plan unit cap from 1,700 to 1,925 age-restricted units. And I will certainly circle back to the settlement agreement as it relates to that number at the end of my presentation. And also a community benefit and development agreement. Next slide, please. This is a depiction of the existing land use categories versus the proposed land use categories. I know Mel already covered this, but I'll hit this quickly. The project does not require a general plan amendment or a rezone, as the zoning is provided by the specific plan. The specific plan actually refers to land use categories, not zones. The current land use categories are R&D and industrial. And with this application, we're proposing to change those land use categories to residential village 11, community center for purposes of that 3.1 acre private clubhouse site. And as you'll see in the northernmost portion of the proposed map, a small local commercial piece just north of Investment Boulevard. You might notice here, there's also a slight increase in the open space acreage versus the existing specific plan. And finally, I do want to note at the southernmost portion of these maps, you'll see the 30 acre regional park site that's identified in the specific plan. Just to clarify, that parcel already exists. This project wouldn't alter that parcel or its proposed use in any way. So while it's shown here for context, all we're doing is retaining it exactly as it exists today. Next slide, please. Here's what the community center land use category would accommodate. These pictures are from the clubhouse that Lennar built in Heritage called the Retreat. These amenities are certainly the focal point of that community. For this project, we anticipate a very similar clubhouse to what you see here. As I mentioned before, 3.1 acre parcel. Clubhouse is anticipated to be roughly 5,000 square feet. And include the amenities listed here, pool, spa, barbecue, fire pits, fitness equipment, gathering rooms and spaces. If you've been to the retreat before, you understand why this concept is so popular. It really gives residents a sense of resort living. And what's unique about the clubhouse is that it really becomes the hub for social gatherings within the community and provides a place for residents to gather and create the sense of community that we see spring up so quickly in these age-restricted projects. Next slide, please. Fire safety plan was prepared for the project and approved by the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. Includes mitigation measures to minimize wildfire risks to people both within or near the project. Requires that defensible space around the future homes and open space be maintained in perpetuity. And it's required to be updated in coordination with the fire department no less often than every 5 years. Next slide, please. And following up on the fire safety plan, the project, of course, also provides 2 points of access. Mel hit this earlier, but just to reiterate, primary access will be via Investment Boulevard on the north. There will ultimately be a permanent southern access connection that ties into the Latrobe Road and Royal Oaks Drive intersection. The project will be required to create this or an alternative EVA connection. An alternative connection for purpose of the EVA by the 30th building permit. And that permanent connection will be required prior to the 333rd building permit. The other alternate EVA option would be connecting to Wetzel Oviatt Road west of Latrobe. But we've coordinated closely with El Dorado Hills Fire Department. They're a great partner to work with. They are comfortable with the proposed access from a fire and life safety perspective. And the triggers I mentioned, the 30th building permit and the 333rd building permit, those are to ensure the project is consistent with their standards. Next slide, please. Project received a facility improvement letter from EID confirming that adequate water supply is available to serve the project. That letter indicates EID is roughly 20,000 EDUs of capacity, and this project would only require 456. Gina, we appreciate your clarification in response to Supervisor Parlin's comments. And Supervisor Parlin, I do want to note that this project actually has reduced water demand in comparison to the existing land use categories. So we actually think that's a significant benefit of this project. Next slide, please. Speaking of project benefits, we think there are significant benefits to the county and its residents from what we're proposing, and we've summarized them here. I will move on and address each of these points, though, in further slides. Next slide, please. Okay, first off, the project will contribute to addressing the growing need to house aging baby boomers. Lennar is seeing robust demand for this type of amenitized, age-restricted community, and doesn't see that changing anytime soon. Something unique about these projects is that a lot of the buyers have significant disposable income. They may be downsizing from a home they've owned for years and built significant equity in. And when they move in, they tend to have an amplifying economic impact on the surrounding area. We hear a lot of anecdotal reports from town center businesses, from local car dealerships, saying, hey, these new residents are really great for business. They're coming in and spending their money here. And obviously that's a positive thing for those businesses and for the county as well. A few other quick points on this slide. The project is very well situated for this type of community, given the relatively flat topography, particularly when compared with the rest of the county. And that is a really important component of these age-restricted projects. It's also located adjacent to existing age-restricted communities, which we view as very positive and compatible. And finally, the site is within a small school district that can be impacted significantly by a non-age restricted project. And since age restricted projects pay commercial rates for school fees, the project will actually generate significant funds for the district without any impacts whatsoever. Next slide, please. Fiscal benefits. So this project would create $240 million in assessed value. And from a general fund standpoint, in comparison to the existing land use categories, this project is actually a big improvement. I know this might seem counterintuitive when you're moving away from R&D and industrial, but those uses involve large service populations, and the fiscal benefits just don't outweigh the demands the uses create. As you can see here, the current land use categories would result in almost $700,000 annual deficit to the county's general fund. And that impact would be reduced significantly by the project and actually eliminated by virtue of the supplemental tax that's included in the Community Benefit and Development Agreement. That supplemental tax will make the project revenue neutral and ensure that there's no general fund deficit created by the project. The project also goes above and beyond that by paying more than $2 million in voluntary community benefit fees to the county, which I'll address in more detail here in a bit. an ongoing supplemental ambulance services tax, and a no-cost IOD to the county for a future regional connector. And I'll hit that again at the end of my presentation, follow up to a couple of questions raised. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide depicts another major benefit of the project compared to the existing land use categories. The project will produce only 10% of the average daily trips and 6% of the PM peak hour trips. My next two slides will depict those numbers graphically, so I'll come back to it in a moment. Otherwise, this project will generate approximately 3.3 million in TIF fees, and very significantly from our perspective, will not trigger planned CIP improvements under existing or near-term conditions. As a result, the project will have a net positive impact on the TIF fee program. And finally, I just note that the vast majority of project trips are counter commute. The residents here aren't commuting to work during rush hour. They have the flexibility to be more strategic about when they do and don't get in their car. And for obvious reasons, that's a big benefit to this area and the county generally. Next slide, please. This is the average daily trips comparison. These numbers are derived from the county's travel demand model land use assumptions. And as you can see, it's a huge difference versus the approved land use categories. Next slide, please. Same goes for this slide, and it's actually an even bigger reduction than the first slide in terms of percentage. PM peak hour trips are the most important measure for a lot of folks. This is the one that really impacts level of service. And the number you see here is why the project doesn't trigger any planned CIP improvements under existing or near-term conditions. Also, this isn't referenced on the slide, but I do again want to flag that under the Community Benefit and Development Agreement, Lennar is agreeing to provide the necessary IOD up to a certain threshold for a future regional connector. Should the county include one in its CIP during the term of the Community Benefit and Development Agreement. And I think that might be significant given potential other developments in this area. And again, that IOD would be made at no cost to the county. Next slide, please. Here you can see the existing trail systems within Carson Creek's units 1, 2, and 3 to the north. These trails are definitely a significant amenity to the existing residents and a feature Lennar receives a lot of positive feedback on. This project would expand and tie in to the existing trail system. Also, something exciting about this extension that I know your board has talked about previously is that it gets to the location of the regional park site that's identified in the specific plan. And as you know, there's a railroad corridor and multi-use trail along the western boundary of that parcel. So with this extension, there will be an opportunity for the county to tie into that multi-use trail in the future, should it so desire. Next slide, please. Okay, that's it. I do, I'm going to get into questions in a minute, but I also do want to acknowledge briefly that you may hear from a group of Heritage residents during public comment who want the sports court lighting to be removed at the Heritage Public Park that's currently under construction. I want to reiterate that we hear you. We support removal of the sports court lighting. However, this is a public park. Removing the lighting requires authorization and approval by the CSD, even though Lennar still owns the park site. It's being constructed pursuant to an agreement with the CSD that requires construction in accordance with approved plans. This is the turnkey park construction model that's very common. So this issue just isn't as simple as Lennar removing the lights. Frankly, we wish it was. After meeting with representatives for the residents and exchanging numerous emails and letters with them, Lennar has sent 2 recent letters to the CSD urging the CSD board to authorize and approve removal of the lighting. Lennar has also gone further. We have informed the CSD that if they do that, Lennar will pay the costs of removal and direct its contractor to perform that work. That is our desired outcome, and we certainly hope to be successful in our efforts. The CSD has a public meeting on Thursday evening. We've communicated with the representatives of the residents and informed them we will be participating during public comment to reiterate Lennar's request and willingness to pay for removing the lighting. And we understand the concerned residents will participate as well. And we think an open public forum is the appropriate place to have that conversation. And I would just reiterate again, that issue is a priority for Lennar and will remain a priority for Lennar. And we will continue our dialogue with the residents and with the CSD. if I may, in response to a few questions, and I think these are generally in order of received, but no promises. Supervisor Turnbull raised Measure E, and we certainly agree with Raphael that this project is consistent with Measure E in the general plan. Based on the traffic study conducted for the project, several improvements to offsite intersections are necessary to ensure that the project is consistent with county policies and standards relating to traffic congestion and intersection LOS. Those improvements have been made conditions of approval for the project. And I'll walk you through those quickly. Before the first building permit, we'll have to restripe lanes and adjust the traffic signal at El Dorado Hills Boulevard and Saratoga Way. We'll have to adjust the traffic signal at Latrobe Road and Gold Foothill Parkway. And we'll also have to add a receiving lane to westbound Golden Foothill Parkway for northbound left turn lanes. And as I mentioned earlier, in the context of project access, that permanent southern access will be connected to the Latrobe Road and Royal Oaks Drive intersection and signalize that intersection. And obviously the project is also conditioned to pay TIF fees at the time of building permits. On the issue of Carson Crossing Drive, we of course acknowledge the memo you received from County Council. We don't necessarily agree with its conclusions, but we certainly agree with Dave that this discussion is unrelated to this project. It's unrelated to this application. We understand and appreciate staff will be bringing this issue to the board for further consideration in the future. We think that's appropriate, and we look forward to continuing that dialogue in a productive manner with the county. Settlement agreement, I'm just going to hit these all one by one. Supervisor Parlin, we again certainly agree with Bree that the settlement agreement doesn't preclude the county from processing and taking action on the application. It doesn't expose the county to liability. We certainly defer to your counsel on that, but we do agree. And of course, I do want to note, we've agreed to indemnify the county, even if the county is named in any challenge based on the settlement agreement. With respect to the actual substantive issue, that 1999 settlement agreement memorialized the party's intent that certain amendments to the specific plan would be considered by the Board of Supervisors and approved as a one-time specific plan amendment. One of the items required that the specific plan be amended to lower the cap on dwelling units within the specific plan area to 1,700 units, primarily due to concerns about traffic. There's absolutely no provision in the settlement agreement that attempts to bar future applications to amend the specific plan as community circumstances change. So it simply isn't an impediment to this project, and I'd be happy to discuss this in further detail as necessary. But I do think just generally, I would note that this project is actually in furtherance of that settlement agreement, and that it was driven primarily by concerns over traffic. And as I described previously, this project would dramatically reduce traffic as compared to the existing land use categories. And I was actually not going to get too much into the settlement agreement, but I do want to just flag a couple other things. The government code, specifically government code section 65453A, provides that a specific plan may be amended as often as deemed necessary, except as otherwise provided under the development agreement statutory scheme. And the need to preserve such discretion is also reflected in the DA scheme, and which requires such agreements to include term limitations. And so we really do agree with County Council's conclusions on this point and feel strongly about the issue. I'm happy to answer further questions, Supervisor Parlin, if you have any. On the affordable housing fee, Supervisor Novoso, we appreciate those comments. We certainly hear your concern, recognize the problem. And while the affordable housing fee is only $500 per unit, I would flag again the $3,000 community benefit fee that's been raised this morning. Obviously, that money can be used for any purpose the county chooses. If the county wants to use those funds for affordable housing or for the TIF program, as Supervisor Heidel suggested, that's your board's discretion. So Lennar would support whatever is ultimately decided. And I would say about that multimodal fee, and certainly I do not intend to step on any of the prior negotiations, but insofar as the board would prefer that to be a unrestricted community benefit fee and added to that amount, I don't think that you would, that would be a problem on our end. And I think that we would actually support it. And I would note anecdotally that the aggregate number, Supervisor Novosel, if you just took that $500 from the affordable housing fee and the additional 3,000 community benefit fee, and not even talking about the multimodal fee, that aggregate number is actually pretty close to affordable housing in lieu fees in other jurisdictions. Some are higher for sure, but it's not that far off based on a 2,000 square foot house or the type of house that would be constructed within Village 11. Running down my list, regional connector, certainly appreciate Dave, Bree, and Raphael's comments on this subject. This was a county ask. It was raised as a concern at the Planning Commission. This was most certainly intended as a concession by the developers to the county. We're happy to provide it. We understand why the county wants the flexibility it does. There has been no planning effort to date. We look forward to following that process if and when the county chooses to move forward on it. And all we are trying to do by virtue of the language in the development agreement is provide the county some flexibility to obtain an IOD at the southernmost portion of this area at no cost to the county. Supervisor Heidel, you brought up the sound wall, and I'm not exactly sure where the 6 feet was, and I apologize if that's an error in the documents. I'm actually looking at something right now from our engineer, and that wall is actually 10 to 15 foot high.
Okay.
10 foot at its lowest. So
much better. Thank you.
So we don't anticipate, we don't have any objection at all to what you're saying. We actually think it's even better than the 8 feet. Finally, on the CSD, Supervisor Heidel, you certainly, you were correct. We did get several letters from the CSD. I think we accepted all their requested revisions with respect to certain conditions that came at the Planning Commission hearing. We did get this recent letter, and it is concerning financing mechanism for park maintenance. It's actually condition 11, and that condition is actually straight from the CSD. As I understand that most recent letter, they're actually requesting certain revisions to that condition, and I actually think they are revising their own revisions. At some point in the process, the CSD specifically requested removal of the reference to the LLAD. From Lennar's standpoint, we're comfortable with this condition as drafted. We think it provides the CSD ample flexibility. I think the bottom line here is we expect and know this project is going to pay its fair share for park maintenance. We have absolutely no objection to that. Insofar as the CSD wants to use more than one mechanism or add a reference to another mechanism here, we're generally ambivalent about that, provided the future residents are not paying more than their fair share. I don't think that's what anyone is trying to do. I apologize for how long I've been talking here. I did want to respond to the questions that were raised to the best of my ability. I will wrap up now. I sincerely appreciate having the opportunity to deliver my presentation to you and answer some questions. If you have further questions, I'm happy to answer them. If I can't answer them, the appropriate member of the applicant team can step in. And before I conclude, I do want to note, I'd appreciate an opportunity to respond to public comments if anything comes up that might warrant a response.
Yes.
Otherwise, I sincerely thank you for your time and consideration, and we respectfully request you adopt the staff recommendations.
Thank you, Chad. Board comments or questions of the proponent at this point?
I'll wait till after public comment.
That's what I was going to do.
Okay. Sue, did you have anything? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So I think we're ready for public comment then. So Kim, if you would please define the parameters for public comment. We do limit it to 3 minutes, please, to try to make sure everybody gets a chance to voice their opinion. And we would ask that if You get into repetitive things that you consider the fact that we've heard it once or twice. We don't need to have the same thing repeated multiple times. So we'd appreciate that consideration. And with that, Kim, if you go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come forward, Steve.
If you'll give me just a moment, I have some documents to pass out to you.
And please identify yourself voluntarily.
My name is Steve Ferry. I'm from El Dorado Hills. I've lived in El Dorado Hills for roughly 22 years. Okay, start the clock.
Go ahead.
First of all, I represent myself. We have a gentleman back here by the name of Bob Williams, who represents the heritage people here. But I'm just here because I had some issues that I wanted to deal with that I thought you folks needed to know. This morning, I brought to you a package to describe the process that the county went through to allow 50-foot lights at the Heritage Park, a neighborhood park surrounded by homes designed specifically for senior citizens. I'll go through the documents you have in front of you. This is very important to you. The first one is a picture of the 50-foot lights. The second document is a picture of some 25-foot lights. I believe they're 25 feet, and they're at the retreat across the street about 80 yards from the other lights. The third document you see is the Carson Creek specific plan. And if you turn to the second page of it, you will see highlighted in yellow the maximum height for a building in the Carson Creek specific plan, and that is 30 feet. Turn the page again, you'll see the 2013 housing element, and that maximum height on one family residential is 40 feet. I received an email. I did some emails back and forth with Mel Pavolinas and to get the information I needed to be able to make a presentation today. The first one just says, I stopped and spoke with you last Monday regarding the above and its height maximum. You indicated that you had some other documents for me and I hadn't gotten them yet. I sent him another one. It was very clear in the old housing element, that's the next document, and the new housing element that 40 feet applies to all structures as there are no other noted standards for other items such as lights or flagpoles. And the next document, which you read sideways, if you will, is a note from Mr. Pavolinas. And he says, I apologize for the delay, but go down to the fourth line. Maximum height limitation on the Carson Creek specific plan for the attachment of 30 feet is for residential structures and not the light poles. Fair enough. Turn the page again. Your previous email states our zoning ordinance does not have a specific height limitation on the park light poles. I think the enclosed associated structures PDF will challenge that statement. Turn the page, and this is the one that I would suggest clearly that this document be included in the housing element that you're presently discussing and have had discussions with over the last couple of weeks. It says at the top, allowed uses and associated structures. Somewhere you got to find that they don't ever just mention flagpoles and light poles. They just mention associated structures. And if you look, I've marked it. Thank you. I'm almost done. So R1, 40 feet. It also says you can get a variance. So the next page is how do you get a variance? Again, you have to go sideways. And it says on item D, granted by the review authority only where all of the following circumstances are found to apply. If you read those circumstances, you realize they didn't happen here. Then the last document says, hi, Steve. This is another email I got from Mr. Pavolinas, and I couldn't copy the date and time, but I just got it yesterday or day before. I wanted to follow up on this email string. I'm not going to read this whole thing. Go down to the bottom part of it, highlighted yellow. Regarding your inquiry on the 50-foot tall lights, I am not aware of any document that allows for this height for lights. This is a violation of your general plan. The only people who can violate your general plan are you by 3 votes. You can change it.
Public comment at 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Please wrap it up, Steve.
I will. In any case, I am asking you, and the last thing is to make a motion to move to delay this meeting until the lights have been removed from Heritage Park, as they are in violation of your general plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the extra time.
Anyone else in the boardroom who would like to speak at this point, please come forward. Voluntarily identify yourself.
And Chair, real quick, if you wouldn't mind reminding the public that I am Zooming, so if they have handouts and if they can get them in advance to our clerk of the board, that would be most appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Jonathan Gainsborough. I've listened for a good hour and a half to the presentation. I would just like to make a couple comments. Jesus Christ said I was hungry and you didn't give me to eat. He said I was thirsty and you didn't give me anything to drink. He said I was not just a stranger, but the better translation there is I was homeless. And you provided no shelter. The point in time count of 2019, although
So Jonathan, we do have an item at 11
Okay,
o'clock.
I'm speaking about that.
Seem to be more appropriate for your comments.
I'm speaking not just for the 612 homeless in the point in time count, but I just want to point out a couple things. I want to state that while it was stated this morning that the affordable housing fee was higher in other districts, in other counties, but the affordable housing fee in El Dorado County is a pittance. $500 is a pittance compared to what it should be, because we have 600 people out in the cold during inclement weather. 1/4, actually 1/3 of them are homeless, unsheltered women and children. 113 transitional age youth and children under 18 totally unsheltered. 600 to 800 children that the county education.
So again, Jonathan, I would
Okay, so
encourage
my
you to
point.
comment at 11 o'clock. That's
Right,
where
my
that
point,
item
right, I
will come
will
up.
save it for that one more point. The value to the county was enumerated at $240 million. Divide that by the 400 housing units, you come up with roughly $600,000. Whether that's the sale price or not, you're adding $600,000 per unit to the county with a mere pittance of $500 affordable housing fee. That needs to be raised and changed. It needs to be raised and changed now. And we need people from El Dorado Hills to stand up for the poor, the voiceless that have no shelter during the inclement, ungodly, and subhuman temperatures of El Dorado County. God bless you all.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think we're ready to go to Zoom participants.
We still got people.
Please come forward to the podium. And voluntarily identify yourself for us.
My name is Bonnie Bergner. I'm a resident of Heritage El Dorado Hills. When you were talking earlier about some of the things listed in the proposed building project, one of the things that stood out to me was that you mentioned that the HOA that will be established at the new community will represent the people. But it actually does not represent the people until approximately 3/4 of that property is built. Until that time, there are at least two Lennar people on that board, which I think influences that board greatly. So I don't think that's a correct statement about the HOA representing the people. The other thing that stood out to me was the proposed connector from Highway 50. And the map that you requested, Lori, it does look like that proposed connector is going to go through the wetlands. So I wonder how that's going to be resolved. And part of our concern, of course, is the wetlands. So that stuck out to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. Good morning.
My name is Michelle Maury and I live in Heritage, Phase 2. I'm a retired fire captain from San Jose Fire Department. And a lot of my issues are safety, especially with that park. The park that's built as a sports park right in front, maybe 20 yards in front of our main gate. And there's also dividers in the middle, which is emergency response personnel would be an issue for me. I don't know when the fire department approved these plans, but I'm sure it was before that park was developed, or we didn't even know there was going to be a park there. Many of us were not even told at the time that we purchased a home there. So the park for me in a retired community senior development, not only on Phase 1, but Phase 2 on the other side of Carson Crossing, excuse me, and Four Seasons, it's within a mile of any single family residence homes. We have our facilities, we have our indoor pools, our outdoor tennis courts, our bocce ball courts. We pay association fees for those on both sides. We don't need that park there. We don't know who that park is for. With bathrooms that's going to be there opened, or who's going to open them, close them, a gate pulling into the parking spaces. We walk out of that gate, I've seen numerous close calls. There was a vehicle accident the other day. I've seen people walking with their dogs right in front of that entryway. Maybe it should have been on Carson Crossing instead of on Palmdale, 20 feet away from our main entrance. Lennar is going to be building those homes for another, I don't know, year or two in our area. Those gates are open 6 in the morning till 6 at night. So who from that park, wherever they might come from, have access to our area. So the safety is a real big concern. The wrong location for the park. Of course, the lights, the playground area. This is located behind one street, maybe 10, 15 feet, the big playgrounds and the bocce ball courts from residents that live there. Well, model homes and people that will be living there. So that would be another concern. There's a lot of concerns. I was interested in knowing about the park that the Lennar representative mentioned that they were not going to build on. I wasn't sure about that one. Why wouldn't they have put a sports park there instead of a retirement senior community that has no desire to use that park? Unless it's Blackstone or way on the other side of Carson Crossing where there are individual homes. So that's my main concerns. I have many more, but that's all I'll share right now. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name is Sue Williams, and I'm not really good at this, but I'm going to go for it. The thing I want to emphasize is the human factor. I live in Heritage, and this is my forever home. Lennar has not did a lot of things that they were supposed to. They haven't done the mitigation of the sound problems. They haven't built everything that they said that they're going to. Until they fix everything that they're supposed to, and the things in the park, which they should have known better, they should not be given the right to go ahead and plan and start building until they've shown good faith that they can service seniors. And also the street that you guys are, the road from the freeway. I've worked in public service for 36 years. And I know if you don't have a plan and you don't have dedicated funds, it's not going to happen 3 years down the line because you don't know what the economy is going to be. So I think they definitely should be put off until all the plans and everything is fixed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
My name is Bob Williams. I'm speaking both as an individual heritage resident, but also the representative of the Carson, or the concerned residents of El Dorado Hills Heritage Village. Big title to define a nonprofit corporation that we formed involving over 400 of us to deal with the environmental issues, both human and wetland issues that have not really been addressed by staff with regard to this. You may ask yourselves, why in the world is this issue of the park resurfacing, being the Heritage Village Park? Because that park has been omitted from staff. It's not mentioned anywhere in the documentation. And a point of fact, when I addressed that issue specifically, staff wrote me back, or actually wrote to you, saying that was a different project, has no relevance. That park is within 5 feet of the Carson Preserve, wetland preserve. We know that that preserve, by virtue of over 200 pages of documentation that staff gave you and buried in that documentation of issues, environmental issues relating to endangered species. We've been able to photographically identify them in existence. But what do we have right now? We have a park with acres of impervious surfaces. We have drainage of a path that's going to go directly into the wetlands and do measurable damage. Steve has already correctly mentioned the lighting issue. That lighting issue obviously will have dramatic impacts on the environmental areas, noise, and the like. These are all environmental issues relating to critters. Now, environmental issues relating to humans is, to my mind, even bigger, because we as seniors, as Sue just mentioned, these are our forever homes. As Michelle mentioned, safety and traffic are issues. The county has not identified and performed a traffic study relating to that park. They have not conducted an environmental impact study on that park. But right now we see the staff stating, well, it's not really relevant. But that's okay. We buried it in a 228 megabyte file. So you can take it out and find it, but it's there. I do want to mention one thing though, and to Lenore's credit, we are working together on the light front. That's a very good movement. I want to call out Supervisor Turnbull, sorry, in terms of organizing a meeting between our delegation and Lenore. That has resulted in some positive movement, but it's not good enough right now. Lenore does have the ability to withhold the keys to that park. Lenore does have the ability to remove those lights. Lenore does have the ability to make sure that the environmental issues in terms of the wetlands are cured. I believe they're wanting to work with us finally in this regard, but that has not been concluded. We would hope that you would very seriously look at continuing this matter for a week or 2 or 3, so we can come back to you and say, yes, indeed, we have made progress. And that also includes progress from CSD that up to this point has really ignored the community inputs. One moment, they have a board resolution saying no lights. The following week, I believe it was, you guys approved the purchase of those lights. Disclosure is everything. Honesty is everything. We also find that CSD has been charging us assessments for over 2 years for a park that they do not control.
Bob, you've gone
I'm
way
sorry?
over your time, so please
I'm
wrap it
sorry.
up.
I'm sorry. I will. I want to thank you. I want to leave with you. Poor Kim. A portion that represents only a half of the letters we sent out regarding the environmental and safety issues pertaining to the park. We sent this to the board of directors and chairman of Lennar. We are starting to get some feedback that's positive, but it's not there yet. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bob.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Leanne Fawcett, and I am a resident of the Heritage Development. Just one thing. I think I could speak for everyone here from Heritage. We want a park. And when we were moved in, we were told we would have a neighborhood park. What we have now and what is happening is a competitive tennis park with bocce ball and pickleball. And it's being referred to now in many instances as a competitive sports park. In the middle, I love sports. I played tennis. I love it all, but not where it's located right now. It's not fair. Buried somewhere in our paperwork were a couple of sentences that said there will be a park. It could create some safety issues. It could create some vagrancy issues, etc. But nothing to what we have there. And I would just ask you to take a look and to make the right decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leanne. Not seeing anyone else in the boardroom coming forward at this point. So Kim, would you open it up for our Zoom callers?
And now taking public comment for those participating through Zoom. Please hit *9 to indicate if you have a desire to comment. And now taking public comment from call-in user 1. Please unmute yourself.
User 1, you're still muted. Can you unmute?
I'm going to move on to the next.
So let's go on
Now
to the
taking
next.
public comment from Kyle.
Kyle, you're muted as well. Can you unmute, please?
Hi, my name is Jan McKenzie. It's not Kyle. I was having problems with my computer. I am an original member of El Dorado County Taxpayers for Quality Growth. And I just wanted to call in and reiterate our consensus is the same now as it was in November of 2019. We're asking that you agree with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and deny this project. It basically violates the settlement agreement that we entered into with the developer and the county. Bill Bennett, who is our current president, was unavailable. We just heard about this hearing late Sunday night, and we're unable to contact Bill, but we didn't do some consensus, and we are on the same page that we were in November 2019. My concern is that the county did sign and is a party to this agreement. And so it would be interesting and a question, what would the judge that currently ruled on this, if he's even around, have to say about the county's participation in disagreeing with the agreement? Or what would the court say? Those are basically my questions, my comments and my concerns, and also to let you know that we weren't really adequately notified on this as far as I can tell from conversations that I had. So thank you. And again, we're interested in finding out how the county would be indemnified when they actually signed on to this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing portion of the meeting, and we are going to bring it back for any comments from staff first of all, and then we'll let the proponents respond. So does staff have any comments at this point relative to any of the public statements that were made? All right, seeing none, to the proponents, Chad or whoever's going to represent your group, do you wish to make any comments based upon what the public statements were?
Thank you very much, Supervisor Heidel, for that opportunity. I don't have any additional comments based on the public comments that were raised. Obviously had an opportunity to address certain of those items before the public comment period. Obviously, I am available if the board has any additional questions as well.
Thank you. So back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Turnbull.
I've got one of the things that my discretion is from 1,700 units to 1925, increase it 225 units. I say, you know, I feel it should be back to 1,700 because the reason why it'll give it adequate buffer zones and it allow for, you know, additional setbacks. One of the other issues is the buffer zones, and I'm glad that they clarified it with the 10 and 15-foot walls that they need, because especially with the impact on these roads. But also, I was talking also about these paper roads. I would like to see a map where that road's going to be proposed, especially if you're considering, like Bob was talking about, the wetland. That's very concerned to me, especially when it comes to environmental issues. So there's a lot of different things here. I also requested to staff, I wanted to see the permits on those lighting issues in the park down there, and I still haven't got any response. I think it's been about a week now and still haven't got any response. So I don't know if Rob, I know you were, Tiffany just put you on this email that Todd just sent you, and we still haven't had a request on any of the permits that I've been asking for. So can anybody respond to that?
So this is Rob Peters, Deputy Director. Give me just a minute to look into that. I believe I saw a response related to that, but let me check in and I can refer to that.
All right. But anyway, that's some of the concerns that I have, especially with this and the big lighting issue. And we are moving forward. I thought that was pretty good that we had that meeting with Bob and their group and Lennar. Also had a town hall meeting. Joe was part of that too. So it went very, very well and stuff, and the concerns that they had. So I would like to see this thing being continued, my personal opinion, continued off calendar, so I can do a little bit more research and maybe we can work a little bit more things out with the residents there and Lennar. That's my personal opinion. So.
Okay, other board comments or questions at this point?
Yeah. The Carson Creek specific plan was intended to be age restricted. And I'm just curious if we're going to be potentially changing the plan, which we are by going above the cap. Does this project help with our RENA numbers at all? Are age restricted units at market value helping us with our RENA numbers at all? Can anybody tell me that? Because
Tiffany Schmidt, Director of Planning and Building. So RENA doesn't have a specific category for age restricted. However, most of these homes would fall into the above moderate category, and therefore they do help us achieve the above moderate category of our RENA numbers.
Do we have a need in that area? Is that our biggest need?
Well, we typically exceed that particular segment of our allocation. But I would say, yes, I mean, there's a need in all categories because we need to achieve the allocations in each category. It's just that historically we have exceeded the above moderate allocation and underperformed, of course, in the below moderate and moderate housing.
Okay, and I'm just like conceptually, there's no reason that we couldn't advocate for work toward affordable, moderate, within an age restricted. I mean, that's a need also, correct? There's no reason that we couldn't, instead of the $500 fee, could we actually work towards getting some units built and have those be deed restricted to be moderate, to help us with RENA numbers is where I'm headed. It'd be nice to actually build a few units that would help us with our numbers. The fee is great, but we really need to build units. So I was just wondering if we're going to be changing the specific plan anyway, if we could go for some units that would help us. Is that something that, I'm not saying that we'll get it done with this project, but it's something we could try to get done, right, with projects, to request that?
So I mean, certainly the project before you does not include any type of affordable housing or deed restricted housing. It's an affordable market rate. I'm sorry, it's a market rate project for senior housing. That what you're proposing here would be a change in the proposal to what the developer has brought forth. I think is what the board is grappling with is that we have historically underperformed with our affordable housing, right, and our market rate housing. And so really, I think we need to look at that from a broader policy level and start implementing those changes so that as projects come forward, we can at the beginning, at the front end of the projects, have those discussions. The developer could certainly respond to the board's inquiry here, but again, this is a age-restricted market rate project that's being brought forward to the board at this time.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that. I think that the inclusionary housing policy is something that the board's been wanting to tackle for several years. It's a timing issue. We haven't gotten in front of it. So I get that. It would have been cool to have a percentage or something in there. That would have been neat. I'm kind of leaning towards a continuance also until we get some of these little issues worked out with the community and stuff. And then the big one for me, honestly, is that $6.7 million argument out there is very concerning. And I think that's another reason maybe to have a continuance to work on that negotiation. I think there's a lot here to work on still. That's just how I'm feeling about it so far. And I just want to say really quick, is it Chad that's representing? Chad, I just want to say I really appreciate your demeanor. I just do. We've had a lot of representatives on that have not always been so calm and approachable. And I just really want to say I appreciate you a lot and your demeanor. Thank you for that.
Other board comments?
Sure. If I may, Supervisor Heidel.
Go ahead. Sorry, Bree.
Bree Mobius, Deputy County Counsel. Just based on the conversations, I do want the board to keep in mind that the comments that you have heard from the public about the park is not the 30-acre park that is a part of the project before you. It is the same developer, but it is not part of the specific plan amendment or the property in the specific plan amendment that is before you today. So I would caution you in any action you take to try to link in what is a different project and a different development than the project that's before you today. The developer has told you that they have are going to raise it with the CSD. It's really an issue between the CSD and the developer is agreeing to pay for the removal of the lights, but it is not part of the project before you. And I know the term park is being thrown around loosely, but it is not the same park. So the 30-acre park, part of the specific plan, is different and distinct from the heritage park that's being referred to by the community members today.
But Bree, that doesn't preclude us, does it, from, I mean, I think we all get it that it's separate, but it is in the area and there are concerns by the residents. We're not precluded from continuing this until some things are worked out, are we? Is there, I get what you're saying, that it's a separate development project, but it's in the area and it does affect the residents. And, you know, when you live in an area, you are impacted by what's going on next door kind of thing. And until all those nuts and bolts of what's existing are being worked on, we could continue it until those things are worked out, couldn't we?
You do have a great amount of discretion when it is a legislative act that's before you today. So your discretion is high, but that doesn't mean there's not limits to it. And what your discretion is really tied to your ability to condition a project, right? And we go back to, it has to have a nexus and roughly proportional. And when we start reaching out beyond the project that's in front of you, that connection to the project that's in front of you, that nexus and that proportionality does become more tenuous when we're just looking at other projects and trying to resolve other concerns. The vehicle by which, that's why you see in the development agreement, for example, the irrevocable offer of dedication for the regional connectors in the development agreement. You don't see it in the conditions of approval because there's not a connection of that regional connection to the project that's before you. So I would caution you when we're really looking outside of the project that's before you, outside of our ability to condition. A condition, for example, to remove the park lights or to change the park in a different project, I don't think would be defensible on this project.
Right. And I wasn't suggesting a condition. I was suggesting just continuing it until some stuff's worked out. That, to me, that's different. So, well, I'll see what everybody else is thinking. There's a lot going on here.
Supervisor Thomas.
Yes. Pardon me? Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Rob. Sorry, I didn't see it. We can't hear you, Rob. I think you're muted. There you go.
Thank you, Rob Peters, Deputy Director. So I did want to respond to a couple of things real quick. The Planning and Building Department Ombudsman did provide permit information to Mr. Turnbou's office on Wednesday, August the 4th. There are 8 permits that have been issued, commercial site, electric, restroom facility, and the rest are accessory structures generally related to shade structures. And so that's kind of a quick overview of the permits that have been authorized. I also wanted to speak quickly to the height of the lighting for the performance courts or sports and performance facilities. It is when a design standard or is absent from a document like the specific plan, it generally refers back to the county's zoning ordinance to handle those topics. And under the outdoor lighting standards approved 12/15/2015 by the board, along with the targeted general plan and zoning ordinance updates, outdoor sports and performance facilities are addressed in section 3.5.c. And they speak to basically that the nature, well, it says they have unique lighting needs and the illumination varies depending on the nature of the events and whatnot. But it speaks in section 1A to the performance area shall not be subject to pole heights or lumens per acre limitations. And so the intent of this section is to address the fact that sporting events and lighting associated with those types of parks, don't generally meet the standards zoning ordinance design standards. And so they've specifically called that out, the county has specifically called that out in our outdoor lighting standards. And so without standards in the specific plan, generally those documents would refer back to the county standards. And so I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I think we're Supervisor Thomas.
Thank you very much. First of all, I appreciate the discussion today. However, when a project comes to us at this stage, I am very uncomfortable as a board redesigning a developer's plan. I think that's really dangerous waters here. That's not our jurisdiction. I completely agree with my colleagues' comments of our need for affordable housing, and as I like to call it, attainable housing in our county, but that is not this project. We don't have the discretion to at this point to choose what kind of project we want. That doesn't mean we can't work on other implementations to ensure that type of housing is fostered in our county. So I appreciate the contribution to the affordable housing goals of El Dorado County. I also don't believe that one developer should bear the brunt of it. I do like the idea of changing the multimodal fee because there are to an unrestricted community benefit, which we can then pick and choose perhaps what priority is more important, because that, like you said, the pedestrian overcrossing is maybe pie in the sky. And rather than tying it to that, adding it to the unrestricted community benefit, I do like that. I think my main point today, actually my question, I do have a question probably for County Council. Do we need to continue this item in order to reach an agreement on the developer's agreement regarding the reimbursement? The section 2.7, the challenges to section 2.7. Because if we were to approve the development agreement as stands, that reserves their right to seek reimbursement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I suppose the question could be posed and give the applicant the opportunity to caucus with their team as the board continues to have discussion. I heard from them that they obviously prefer the language that's in there now,
Sure.
though, to be fair, I don't know if the question was directly posed to them as to their willingness to revise that to expressly waive that claim.
Okay, because I am, looking at, I'm favoring staff's recommendation today to approve the project per staff's recommendation, but I would not be willing to approve the development agreement without reconciling section 2.7. So just want to throw that out there. So,
One of the comments I want to make to Rob, I understand you did send us to deal with the permits, but we were asking for further information. Basically, Katie Ryder said she was waiting on planning to get back to her on yesterday, and that was yesterday, 8/9. So I appreciate the deal, but we wanted further information, background information on that, on those particular permits.
Sue, would you like to weigh in at this point before we give the proponents an opportunity to respond again? You're muted, Sue, please.
Sorry about that. Yeah, yes. I tend to agree with Supervisor Thomas. I don't want to be changing agreements in mid-course here. And I absolutely agree. We do need to have a discussion with staff, and that's another time and another meeting is to talk about the cost of affordable housing and how we create it in this county. It's incredibly important, but it is not a conversation to be having at this point in time. I believe that is something where we need to get together and I like the idea. I really like the applicant's idea. He's right. Take some of that money that we are using for our general fund and specifically outline it to go into affordable housing and possibly require that as a part of projects, is that they build X amount of units that are deed restricted as Supervisor Parlin said. I think it's a great idea, but I just don't think that's today's discussion. So, I'm in agreement. I think all four of the concerns that I saw with the Planning Commission's concerns, I feel they've been adequately addressed here today. So I'm very comfortable moving on. I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. I likewise agree with Supervisor Thomas's suggestions. I think the pedestrian overcrossing multimodal fee, if we roll that into the community benefit, I think that gives us more flexibility and opportunity to properly spend that for needs, because the overcrossing and the multimodal are kind of less definitive items as to what we could possibly apply those funds for. So I would be in support of that. But the section 2.7 discussion, I think, is really the crux of where we are right now, and that's kind of going to weigh heavily on how I ultimately weigh in on this one. But I would like to, at this point, open it back up to Chad Roberts to comment on section 2.7 specifically to address Supervisor Thomas's comments.
Thank you, Chair Hydal. Appreciate that. And quickly, I do appreciate Bree's comments on the regional connector and Heritage Park lighting issues, they are unrelated to this project. We've addressed them only out of respect, we think, to concerns raised by the Heritage residents and the board. It's obviously our preference not to conflate the issues. Admittedly, I may have done that by virtue of my addressing them this morning. So I apologize for that if I did, but they really have nothing to do with this project. And the reason I'm starting my response with that is because the same is really true for Carson Crossing Drive. I didn't come prepared to negotiate on that item this morning. And admittedly, I've not been the one involved in those conversations. Here's what I'll say. Both Lennar and AKT have a very long, and I'd argue very good relationship with El Dorado County based on the quality work both have done in the county. We continue to value that relationship. And we think it is most appropriate to continue the Carson Crossing Drive conversation outside of the context of Village 11. As Dave noted, it truly is unrelated. I'd say this issue was not raised by either party during the DA negotiations. This was not a big conversation, and I admittedly, taking don't want to put words in the county's mouth, but I think it came up by accident. And the county was what I think, obviously, I stand to be corrected by county council, but looking to add what it generally viewed as boilerplate language regarding mutual waiver and release that has not been in any prior county DAs to my knowledge. And that language might not have even affected the Carson Crossing Drive issue. But I think both parties acknowledged it might. And I think out of mutual respect and to avoid creating ambiguity in this agreement, that's why you see the language you do in the DA. I really think that the language came out of good faith negotiations by both parties. And again, that language that was added is new. That is not standard county DA language to my knowledge. So even with this carve out, I don't think that the county is in a different position than it has been on any prior DAs. I think our bottom line is that, and I obviously would have to confer with my team, but we don't think this issue ought to get in the way of a project that provides so many benefits to the county that we've discussed this morning. We will, of course, continue working with the county on this issue. We're not stepping away from those conversations, and I can assure you we would do so with the same courtesy and respect for our longstanding relationship with the county as we always have.
Thank you for those comments, Chad. I guess I would look to county council to make any additional clarifications relative to section 2.7 of the DA and the applicability of trying to incorporate that as one of the matters of this discussion, as opposed to the overall project approval, just for clarity, if you could.
Well, I guess all I might feel comfortable adding is to say that while I don't want my prior statement to be misconstrued, initially it was not my belief that the two issues were related. However, as a result of Lennar's insistence on putting this carve out into the waiver, I felt that they have become related. What the board chooses to do with it is now, I think, a decision that you can make. Clearly, Lennar isn't prepared to negotiate on that point as we sit here today, and I can appreciate that. That is a significant discussion that likely shouldn't take place in the course of a series of text messages that they're likely exchanging as we're having this conversation. But I do think that as a result, that though they are separate projects, the inclusion of that carve out into the waiver language has necessarily tied these two things together.
Thank you for that clarity. So if this were to be continued, what amount of time, to a specific date, what amount of time would you anticipate it would take to work through those discussions and to come to some resolution that could come back to the board? Do you have an estimate on that?
That's difficult to say. As I noted, we've been engaged in discussions for a period of time, and to Mr. Roberts, to further his statement, he hasn't been directly involved. They've had additional counsel who's been working on that. We perhaps were, in our correspondence, more subtle than we thought, because we felt that we were opening the opportunity to discuss something, have a discussion about reimbursement that might be somewhat short of the 6.7 that they've requested. But our, again, perhaps we were too subtle, but our efforts have been rebuffed and we've received nothing but demands for the full amount. So I would be happy to engage in those discussions. I have a tough time pinning a time frame on it because we've had a series of discussions for almost a year now, and there's been essentially no progress. We've seen no willingness from Lennar for any concession in that, and thus we've reached a point from as staff where we feel that the only way to resolve it is to bring it to the board for discussion. So, I mean, if you want a number, Supervisor Heidel, perhaps 30 days will give us a chance to at least see whether there's a prospect of resolution. But I can't really commit to much.
I
more
understand. I was
certainty.
just looking at an approximate, recognizing all the effort that's gone into it today, but I think our CAO wants to weigh in too.
Well, Dave hit the point I was going to make at the end of his comments. We did discuss this during the negotiations, and and as we said before, it is a negotiation. And at some point, we have to bring something to the board to consider. The applicant was not willing to change it. Doesn't mean they won't be now that they heard the discussion amongst the board, but staff were unable to have it different than what is before you today.
I think for me, I think we're fairly close on this, on moving this project forward potentially. I think the action that we're being asked to consider today is, increasing the cap on this development, which will allow for additional profitability. So with that, I'd like to move that, pardon me.
Mr. Roberts has his hand raised. He may want to weigh in.
Oh, Chad, go ahead.
I can't see him.
I can't.
We cut you off or something?
There he is.
There you go.
No one cut me off, and I just raised my hand, but thank you, Chair Heidel. Not that this makes, I don't know this is going to change anyone's mind, but I do think it's really important to note, this is a question of a CIP reimbursement. This is not a general fund issue. So I know we've had a lot of conversation now about this. I don't think anyone has said that yet. So, I feel like this has kind of morphed into a major issue. And I don't want to say obviously both sides care about it, but from our perspective, this is a somewhat vanilla reimbursement issue based on construction of public improvements within the county's CIP program. It is not a general fund issue. So insofar as that's not been clear in the discussion, I did want to offer that clarification.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Where CIP projects are also related to the impacts of projects. And like I said, with the additional units being considered, the cap being raised, that there is perhaps additional profitability and as well as additional impacts to the area. So with that, because I also think we're fairly close on this item, but I move that we continue this item to resolve the development agreement issue. And as well as I move that we change the multimodal fee to an unrestricted community benefit.
Do you want to put a time specific on the continuing or just indefinite off calendar?
Well, I really think that's, it's to Lennar's benefit to negotiate. I mean, we're ready to hear this item when Lennar's ready to, come to some kind of a negotiated agreement with us, with our county.
So I just to add to that, it's certainly within your purview to continue it to an indeterminate date or to continue it to a specified date. If you do continue to a specified date, it avoids the need to renotice the hearing. Which
Okay,
is
perfect. Okay,
sometimes
great.
beneficial.
Okay.
So
30 days, 60 days?
Do we need to look at the calendar then? Do we?
Yeah, we
That's a
We
good
actually
idea.
pick a date, right?
we would pick a
Okay,
date.
let's do that.
Okay, look at the calendar.
What is staff's recommend? I will defer to staff's recommendation on that, given the workload.
Yeah.
Given some other discussions we're going to have later today, I would ask for up to 60 days.
So
Or we have to pick the date. So within a 60-day time frame versus 30, because 30 only gives us really 2 weeks.
I
to
agree with
get the
that, yeah.
Negotiation done. Maybe end of September.
September 28th? Okay, I amend my motion to continue it to September 28th.
And clarification on that. So that also, the residents in Lamar can actually work on other issues and stuff like that within that 60 days too, correct?
It sounds like they're in those,
Yeah, right.
those just dialogue and discussions.
Yeah, so that's a part of it too.
Certainly, they're entitled to do
Okay,
that.
just want to make clarification on it, that's all.
But I don't think that would
That's not part
impact
of
the
my motion,
development
though.
agreement.
No,
Yeah.
no, it won't. But it
Discussions
still would
should
help.
continue.
Certainly,
until-
absolutely,
Oh, absolutely.
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, so we have motion, and I did want to identify that I did meet with the project proponents and ask several questions because I wanted to understand this project much better as I've read all of the inputs I could from all the public. So I just wanted to disclose that I think they have been very cooperative in providing information. I really appreciate that because the transparency and getting to the details is extremely helpful. So
Yes.
I just wanted to make that statement before we go to roll call. Because we have a motion and a second. So any other board comments anybody would like to make?
Excuse me, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Chad, go ahead.
Chair Hydal, I'm not able to start my video. I have just received direction from my team that we are willing to move forward with the county's original proposed language on section 2.7 of the development agreement.
To be clear, if the intent is to waive the claim, I think it'd probably be best to make that express if that's their intent. And I think it could be done simply by saying that the waiver, whereas it now says does not include the claim for reimbursement, but to expressly state that it does include.
Certainly, we would hope that would enable the board to take action today.
Okay.
So back to the motion
Okay,
maker.
so I will amend my motion then. And Dave, please help me out with this. So I move that we approve the proposed project with the following amendments that we, what language did you use, Dave, on that?
So in section 2.7 of the development agreement, where it reads that the parties agree that this section does not include a waiver of any claims developer may have related to a claim for reimbursement for construction of Carson Crossing Drive. Instead, it would say the parties agree that this section expressly includes a waiver of any claims developer may have related to any claim for reimbursement for construction of Carson Crossing Drive.
Okay.
So change does not to
Expressly includes.
Got
Right.
it.
And that we change the multimodal fee to an unrestricted community benefit. Does that satisfy the?
I'll amend my second. Yes.
Okay, I'm
Mobius,
sorry,
if I-
I'm brain dead. Can you read that again? What are we agreeing to? Because I really want to be clear on this. I'm sorry.
We're agreeing to approve the project. We're agreeing to expressly include the
Waiver of the claim for Carson
the
Crossing.
waiver of the claim for Carson Crossing. So we do not have the county is not on the hook for the 6-point-something million reimbursement. And that we are changing the multimodal fee to an unrestricted community benefit.
And so I think that would be accomplished via essentially removing section 3.2.3, which provides for the multimodal fee of $1,174 per dwelling unit, and instead then increasing the fee referenced in 3.2.1 to $4,174 per dwelling unit.
Right.
Okay.
So it
Thank you.
eliminates 3.2.3 and shifts that money into 3.2.1 for the total number of $4,174, correct? So we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Mr.
I amend
Chair,
my motion. So.
Including the annual adjustment, inflation.
Including annual adjustment. Yep,
Absolutely.
that goes with it. Yep, thank you.
Yep. I agree to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
That section 2.7 is expressly going to exclude them from Salinas on.
We are not on the hook for
Expressly
that,
includes a
yes.
waiver. So they're waiving that right to claim reimbursement.
So they will not be able to sue us for that money. Is that correct?
I think
I just
correct.
want to
That's
make sure
correct.
it's super duper clear.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Rob Peters
Yes,
has-
go ahead. Sorry, Rob.
that's okay. Thank you very much. Rob Peters, Deputy Director. So I wanted to outline a couple things real quick. One is that, and I didn't mean to interrupt the motion, but I wanted to make sure that this got into the record. The recommendation was coming from the Planning Commission was for denial of the project. If the intent of the board is to approve the project, I would ask that they support the request as identified in the Planning Commission's staff report, and I can pull that up. Also subject to the conditions of approval and the findings, which are included as Legistar Item H for findings and Legistar Item I for the conditions of approval, with the revisions as identified in the staff's July 8th memo related to revised project description, section 1.b, condition of approval 7, 9, 12, 36, the addition of condition 86 and 87, and then the revisions to the development agreement that you just expressed.
Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, so amended.
So Kim, would you reread that, please? I mean, thank you, Rob, for that clarification. I think
Yeah.
we're all nodding yes.
So amended.
Standpoint of
Sue?
the motion maker in the second, yeah.
Are you with us?
Yes, yes, yes.
Great. Great.
So with that, I want to call for a roll call vote, please, Kim.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
I'm going to vote no, and I would like the record to reflect that I'm concerned about water and the settlement agreement with the CAP.
And Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you all for your patience in going through that. That's a good discussion. We've ended up with a conclusion on this one, so. With that, do we need to take a break?
Break.
5 minutes?
5-minute
break, so we will come back at 11:45. It's 11:39, so 11:45, 6-minute break. All right, so we are back, and given the time frame and given the constraints of our sheriff to be able to participate in number 32, we're going to take number 32 out of sequence with number 23. Since 23 wasn't a notice specific hearing, we're just going to reverse the order of those. So Kim, if you would read number 32, please, which was on the addendum.
Item 32 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive an update on the 2x2 meeting with the City of Placerville relating to homelessness within city limits, and 2, provide conceptual approval to explore the feasibility of a managed homeless encampment near the Placerville jail facility.
Kim, I think our CAO wants to kick this one off.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. As the board may recall, on July 1st, the City of Placerville submitted a written request asking for a 2x2 discussion regarding some immediate concerns of a homeless encampment within the city limits, and how to try and identify ways to mitigate those issues, primarily related to fire risk. On July 13th, the board appointed Supervisors Heidel and Thomas to that 2x2. The meeting was subsequently held on Friday, August 6th. In attendance at that meeting were staff from the city, including the Chief of Police, my office, Health and Human Services, Environmental Management, as well as the sheriff and representatives from his team. The sheriff presented a concept for consideration that we're asking for conceptual approval today. I will turn it over to him so he can share that thought.
I think I'll just add there were 2 city council members
Yes,
present, as
yes,
well
sir.
as our membership on the 2x2. So yeah, just for clarity, make sure that was in there. Sheriff D'Agostini, please share with us your ideas.
All right, can you hear me, board?
Yes, you're coming through good.
All right, well, thank you for your time, Sheriff John D'Agostini. So I'll back up a little bit more and expound on what CAO Ashton talked about. Sitting in the meeting, listening to all the discussion, and quite honestly, listening to discussion over the last few years over this issue. I'm just going to be quite blunt. It seemed like there was a lot of talking and not much was going to happen again. To the dismay of maybe some of my staff when I opened my mouth with an idea, but I think it has some merit, and I think we could move forward with it. So right now the homeless count, and it's not that we don't use the PIT numbers that the county uses, the point in time count. I want to make that clear. The county's numbers show roughly 600 or so homeless in our community, but those aren't the ones that are getting the attention that we're always dealing with and the communities are dealing with. What we deal with and what our HOT team, our homeless outreach team, deals with, what I will call in the dirt homeless, the ones that are living in the tents next to the freeway, behind businesses, creating all of the filth and the waste and everything else. Those are the ones that I'm dealing with. And of those numbers, as of yesterday morning, those numbers were 93. That consisted of 62 in the city of Placerville and 31 in the county, in the unincorporated areas of the county. About 3 weeks ago, a community member, and I believe she is there in the audience today, and she came into my office requesting a meeting with myself and the HOT team. Her name is Liz Drummond. Sorry, Liz, if I singled you out, but you deserve some recognition here. She came with a plan, and she called it HOSTES, and HOSTES stands for Homeless One-Stop Temporary Emergency Social Services. And there's a lot of words in there that are very meaningful: temporary and emergency and social services. It was a rather robust plan, very pretty big. After discussing some of the issues with the law, one of the major laws is the Boise case out of Boise, Idaho, that basically says if a person can be homeless, and especially on public property, if a jurisdiction does not have someplace else for them to go. So without the existence of a temporary shelter or a homeless camp or something of that nature, you can't kick them out. The law says that they have a right to be there. After looking at her plan and talking to her a little bit more about it and talking with our homeless outreach team, there are parts of it that had merit. But then it came to, okay, if you're going to do something like this, where would you do it? Nobody wants it in their backyard, and I absolutely understand that. But we do have some property, a large parking area on the west side of our jail. That there's already a jail there, obviously. There is some folks that live in a development on the south side of that I'm hoping to work with the city and our hot team to go and visit them and explain to them what's going on and how we will make sure that they don't have homeless in their backyards. So the proposal is a gated temporary emergency shelter. They will live in tents just like they do now, but it will be overseen. We will provide leadership. Our sheriff's office hot team will provide the leadership and oversee it. But it will take cooperation and leadership from everybody else to make this work. And I want to make that very clear. This will fail if everybody doesn't have skin in the game and everybody doesn't take this seriously. We're going to be reaching out to Marshall Medical. We're going to be reaching out to the Upper Room. We're going to be reaching out to the local churches, to the local nonprofits, to some of the local contractors to help. Everybody will have to work together, but I believe that the model will work. They will live there, that the homeless will have their tents there. They will have bathroom facilities, shower facilities. They will, through the Health and Human Services, they will bring programming in there to help with alcohol and drug treatment. They will have, we can work with some of them, their other programs with education and getting them on the right tracks. It's pretty robust, and I'm sure that we will have issues and we will have a lot of learning as we go. I've already talked to the district attorney for the total enforcement side of it, meaning now that we have a place for folks to go, if they don't want to go there, what do? Well, we start total enforcement. We have a place for them to go. If they don't want to go there, then we arrest them for trespassing. Simple as that. Talk to the probation chief, or Chief Richart. He is on board with, a lot of them are on probation or parole or PRCS. I talked to the court, presiding Judge Kingsbury, for some type of a homeless court so we can move people through the system faster and get the court-ordered services that are needed. She seems on board. She wants to talk to some of her judges, but she thinks it's a wonderful idea, much like Veterans Court or drug court. We understand that there could be some civil or legal issues. We will be working with county council. We know that county council is zero risk related. We know that we are going to probably receive some direction from them that will not work, but we will work with them to do what we can to get to where we want to go with this program and hope it be successful. One of the things that I want to stress is the word temporary. While I don't want to make this a permanent housing situation. This is temporary. This is temporary for those that through Health and Human Services and all these other organizations, we can get them and have them one-stop shop in one place to get them out of their homeless situation. And those that don't want to be homeless or don't want to be there and want to remain homeless in our community, they don't have a right to anymore to be on public land. And they will no longer have a right to be, we will encourage folks to charge them with trespassing on private land. So if they don't want to go along with the program and they just have to be homeless, well, then quite honestly, they can go be homeless somewhere else, just not in El Dorado County, because we will provide everything we can for them. This will work in conjunction with the turnkey project. That will still continue because that is part of the transition out of this into a normal productive life. And I'm also going to be presenting this with the city council tonight, along with Chief Wren. They are on board. So the question came down to cost. So there was some numbers, very rough numbers that were thrown around in that meeting in that 2x2 on Friday. And quite honestly, I wish we'd have never opened our mouth and said a number. We've only had since Friday, but the direction I gave to my staff was to come up with the worst case scenario if we had to pay for everything ourselves. Now, keep in mind that the dirt work, we're going to be soliciting contractors in the area to help for fencing, for bathrooms, for lighting. We're going to try and find every free source that we can, because this is a community issue, and I want the community to have some skin in this and everybody work together. So if the numbers that I got, if we were to do it all paid for, are up to $1.8 million. That's way too much. But I feel very confident that we can do it for much less than that, significantly much less than that, moving forward, and especially if we don't get in a serious rush. But we also want to take the emergency nature of it and move forward as well. So that's what I have for you folks.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I'm going to invite Wendy to make her comments. So she was part of the 2x2 as I was, and then we'll open up for a broader discussion. So you kind of get the full context of what was discussed.
Well, thank you very much, Sheriff D'Agostini, for being with us today, and everyone here. It was a very interesting meeting. And as we went into our dialogue, I think we were all just absolutely shocked and surprised by this solution that was proposed by Sheriff D'Agostini. And I appreciate your creative, bold leadership on this, Sheriff. I will have to say some contextual comments. We've made tremendous headway these past 6 to 7 years in terms of appropriate responses to homelessness. Now, that doesn't mean that we've moved the needle much in our community, and I know folks have been frustrated with it with us. However, we've made tremendous progress. We've remade our continuum of care. We've created that foundation, which then aligns us with federal and state resources and opportunities for housing and programs, which will cover part of our homeless neighbors. The folks that will benefit probably mostly from increased housing opportunities and programs are those folks that are willing and able to get a hand up and a handout and fully support that. We are close to developing our strategic plan in terms of the COC, and I know this board is very eager and for that update to come probably within a month or so, I've heard. So very excited to see what that strategic plan is that we've been working on for the last year and a half or so. I know COVID derailed it a bit. These longer term solutions, fully support that we look at a range of housing opportunities that will provide a continuum of support to enable folks to emerge out of homelessness successfully. These longer term solutions, though, that we're talking about that are in development probably won't move the needle a whole lot on the folks that are either through substance abuse issues or mental health issues, or just folks that are that don't want, four walls around them. There's folks in our community that are like that. And meeting this homeless challenge will require a multi-pronged approach that addresses all levels and all segments of that population. And I don't see this measure, this bold idea as competing with our longer term solutions that I know we are just on the edge of achieving. I see this as a first rung as we continue to develop those other tools and options. And yet there's, take a look at Project Room Key. We've talked about that the last couple board meeting. We've had tremendous success. I believe it was like 40% of the individuals that have gone into Project Room Key have moved on to other types of housing, which is a phenomenal success rate. But But there still exists a great need to provide for and manage those individuals that aren't ready for an apartment or a house with 4 walls. It's critical. It's also critical that we no longer enable those individuals to camp wherever they want and utilize candles and campfires that get out of control. I think the fire in Placerville last Monday off of Bedford Avenue was a real wake-up call. That was really scary. And there have been a lot. There have been too many fires that have gotten out of control. We've gotten lucky. And I think we all recognize that we need to address that issue. So this will be a safe place to camp with shower and bathroom facilities that I know we've been hearing about, Jonathan, forever of the great need in our community. And that I am hopeful that we can look at even expanding this use and to align with our strategic plan as that moves forward. I don't see these as being in opposition with each other. And I think I'll be looking to see how we can integrate them into the plan moving forward. So once again, I applaud you for coming up with this bold initiative. Liz, thank you for your creative thought. And I'd like to look at this as a pilot project. Like you say, this is not a forever thing. There is so much still to work out, but I think it's really exciting that we're here at this stage. And that's all I have for right now. So.
Okay. So I too would like to thank Liz for her creative thinking and coming up with this idea. I mean, the one thing we've always struggled with the EDOC COC is where would you put this kind of facility? And we've talked about a navigation center. This to me is an emergency fit for a navigation center, but it's not the navigation center we ultimately want to see. I think we agree that this is a temporary situation. And I think the creativity of putting it next to the jail is outstanding, because the toughest decision you have to face is location. Where can we put it that people will understand that it's properly managed, that it's properly administered, that the services are available, et cetera. And I think it was just a very, very unique idea that I'd never heard of before, but I really like the concept, right? But the devil's in the details. So like Wendy, I think the number one thing that drives this is the fire risks of homeless camps and where we are with our fire season. We need to do something now to try to minimize those fire risks. Fortunately, we do have ARPA funding available, and I think that would be the most immediate way of putting forward the necessary minimum funding to get this started, at least a not to exceed or something. That would require our staff to bring forward a special urgency type of measure to approve those ARPA funds. They're not available to us today. I mean, the money's here, but there's no distribution agreed to by the board as to how they're spent. This would come ahead of everything else that's on that list and be implemented as soon as possible. So I think that's a major benefit. And I too do not see this affecting our EDOC COC strategic planning at all. As I said, it's not the ultimate in terms of a navigation center or anything else. All of those strategic plans now would include this particular temporary type of situation. And then it would be an exit strategy, I'm assuming, associated with this, tied in with the strategic plan. So it does add another element of it, but it doesn't deter anything that's going on there. The other thing I'll mention is I do think we need to get planning and building support as well through some kind of an urgency ordinance, because I think in order to get permits approved and everything else consistent with the requirements we have, we may have to do something in that area in addition to just the funding. But those are things to be determined. I think there's a lot of questions at this point, but all we're talking about is conceptual approval. And I think we've got the right people involved. We've got the right motivation to really come up with some great ideas as to how this really becomes a project that gets completed in a short period of time. And I'll emphasize short. I don't know what the sheriff's expectation is, but I would hope that we could do something like this, certainly within a 3-month period, but maybe that's not realistic, but again, it's an emergency situation. The sooner the better. But as the sheriff has mentioned, everybody is going to have to work together. All the groups, all the county departments. And I know there's some concerns from Health and Human Services as to how they staff it. But again, with those ARPA funds and stuff, maybe we need to allocate some amount of funding for additional contract services to get us started until we can staff up and reach the level. So there's solutions out there. There's a way to get there from here, but it really does require everybody rowing in the same direction. And so again, I'll just emphasize the sheriff's comments on that, but those are my kind of overall considerations. I was very surprised as Supervisor Thomas was, but I like the creativity and I like the direction this is going. So I'll leave it at that from the 2x2
Can I add
comments.
one more thing?
Sure, go ahead.
One thing that was brought out, now certainly nothing is guaranteed, but it does appear that there will be money coming down from the state for encampments. When and where, not exactly sure what that looks like. We don't know, but there exists a potential, that maybe we won't have to fund this for a year. Maybe it will be a stopgap when additional funding comes down the pike that we may qualify for. Once again, certainly not guaranteed, but I just wanted to put that out there that the state is looking at funding mechanisms for managed encampments.
So recognizing this is new to all the other board members, I would certainly encourage any thoughts you have on it. So District 4, please.
Push my button. Thank you, Liz, for coming up with that plan to present to the sheriff. And Sheriff, this is a really, in my mind, pleasant surprise to hear. I've had concerns about doing something like this for a while. There's been talk about it, but I do see how it will help us address the Boise decision that just really has constrained everything that anyone can do. So this gets us around that to work with it. I like that you've made it very, very, very extremely clear that this would be temporary until we get I believe we're headed for a navigation center that's in our strategic plan for the homeless. So, and again, everybody remember, we were pushing really hard to get that strategic plan accelerated last year, and then COVID just was a complete standstill. So we were pushing pretty darn hard. A couple of concerns I have, and I think that today we're just trying to say, yes, let's explore the feasibility of it. But there is a sense of urgency. I get that. How will we make this? And I'm just going to kind of blurt things out. So please don't be offended if I say anything wrong, everybody. But we all remember the Hangtown Haven and how it kind of became an overwhelming magnet. And how is there a way to prevent that from happening? Because I think we want to address our existing homeless, and you gave us a number of 93 folks, I believe. And we don't want to keep creating more and bringing more here. Is there a way that we can, just address our own situation instead of bringing more? And I think if we look at the feasibility, we'll be looking at to make sure that doing something like this is not going to negatively impact our funding, for our ultimate goal of the permanent, navigation center. That's our big goal, and we want to get there. So I just want to make sure that what we do along the way won't impact that. And I don't think it will, but we want to make sure. And I think those are my biggest concerns, really. So not too bad.
Sheriff, would you like to respond?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, this is not going to be a pleasant place to be like Hangtown Haven. This is not their rules. This is our rules. And I absolutely understand we want to take care of our homeless from El Dorado County. And one thing that we have been very successful in, especially our hot team, is those that are not El Dorado County homeless. We have done a very good job of finding them family and support in their own counties, and doing what we call warm handoffs back to family members, back to housing, back to friends where they came from. So we understand that, absolutely, that concern. We don't want to create a bird feeder. We saw what happens when you do that. This is a place for them to sleep. This is where their tent is. This is where they can get the services they need, but with the full intention of getting out of there. So yeah, I absolutely agree with you.
Awesome. I really appreciate that.
I think the difference is this is going to be managed by an organization that's recognized, primarily the Sheriff's Department, working with others, where Hangtown Heaven was kind of managed by the homeless is the way it ended up. And that didn't work out well. So at least as I see it.
Good. I just want to hear it said out loud.
Okay.
Thank you.
District 2, George.
Yeah, I just want to thank the sheriff, for coming up with this, and Liz moving forward with this, because I think this is a great plan. It really is, and I like your tough stance on this, John, very much so, because there's a lot of issues out there, and I want to thank the hot team, because the hot team that we have in this county is totally awesome. They really, really are. And Jeff, thank you for that day when we went and cleaned up that homeless camp down there and stuff and filled a complete bin of trash that was generated by these homeless people. So, and that's very, very critical in our county, especially when you come to these fires like that fire that happened that Wendy talked about. That could have really been bad for our county, especially in the residential area, real close to residential areas and stuff. That's a big concern because when we cleaned up that camp, there was little areas where they burned things like plastic and radios and stuff. It's just unbelievable, some of the things that goes on in these particular areas. And we still have an area that's really a concern that's on our own property. It's just trashed. It's unbelievable when you go into these certain areas and see all this trash that's accumulated by these certain people. And John, this will eliminate a lot of that stuff, especially when you got control over this too. So I want to thank you for you coming up with this. I had a 12-step program. Basically, it's similar to this, but also being able to put people back to work, working with job one or whatever, and train these people and stuff like that so they can get back into the society and in the workplace. So and again, I want to thank you very much for that.
Okay, Sue, do you have comments at this point?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, these people are our people. I think it's a very humane what we're doing here, and I appreciate the work of the sheriff and his department. We've got a long ways to go. Obviously, just to throw people in jail because of mental health or some sort of behavioral health issue, it still is unacceptable to me. We have to find a way to transition all of our homeless somehow. And I know that's not an easy task, but it certainly is humanely what we do need to do. There's a reason why Boise settlement came about. And that is, we need to find a way in our communities to deal with all the people that are having issues. I'm for one, think we should go back to mental health hospitals of taking care of a lot of our people that really don't understand that they need help. I think that's a huge issue. And so, I would just hope that this is a very, very important step. I'm not trying to discount this at all. I think it's a great thing. I really appreciate it, but we've got a lot of work to do in transitioning all of our homeless somehow. And that's not at county level, that's at state level and federal level to get the finances and ability to get everybody out off the streets. And it's a world problem, but certainly I think this is a great first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And relative to the trash and stuff, I just want to mention that Jeff Warren, Environmental Management, was involved with the discussion. And obviously that's another benefit is taking care of that environmental aspect of various body fluids and other things being deposited all over the hillsides that create their own hazards. So this would accomplish that through the restrooms and other facilities that are there. So I think it answers that need as well. And so with that, unless there's any additional, go ahead.
Just piggybacking on your comments, Sue, I appreciate that we are also, the sheriff says, looking into creating a homeless court, which then can help those individuals, seek other forms of treatment and help meet those needs. So I think that is a great addition to this program to help with some of the issues that you're speaking about, Sue.
Yeah, thank you, Winnie, because, we've all been working with mental health and behavioral health and, there's just so many layers there. And it's not just about law enforcement. It is about how and I think I'd like to hear from our department on mental health and especially health and human services, because it's a wider expanse that we need to get to. But thank you. Appreciate that.
So is there any other staff comments? I don't know if our Health and Human Services would like to comment. I want to open up for public hearing, but if Health and Human Services, Don Simone or somebody would like to comment on this in terms of understanding where they're coming from, that would be helpful, or any other staff members.
So Supervisor Heidel, we do have staff from Health and Human Services as well as our district attorney who's on the call. If the board wants to get their input, they are prepared.
I think that would be helpful. So Don Simone, I'm going to turn it over to you. First of all, we do have city representatives as well. We'll take that as part of the public comment portion of it, but Don, please help us understand where you're coming from here.
So good morning, Don Simone, Health and Human Services. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I just got kicked off as Supervisor Parlin was talking and it took me a few minutes to get back on. So I probably missed the last 5 minutes or so. So I apologize if I missed the mark a little bit. based on the 2x2 we had last Friday, and what I kind of heard the sheriff mention this earlier before I was cut off. I don't really have any immediate feedback or input on the project. We've yet to really get into what the program plan looks like, what the goals are, and the associated costs. I heard the sheriff mention 1.8 million. So, but we really haven't kind of dived into that information. And I will say that really, if a camp is launched, that HHSA would look at what services we could provide and at what level. I mean, that's what we're here to do, and we would do that. I will say that, having missed some of the conversation, that, based on our funding being mostly, or for homelessness, all federal and state, we have to meet those requirements. And so I would expect that if a plan is put together that involves use of our social services around either behavioral health, substance use, or homelessness, that, to something Supervisor Heidel alluded to, that we would most likely return to the board and ask for that funding via general fund or ARPA. And whether that was county staff or contracted staff, it would still be the same. So if I was to separate my comments on this particular project, I would caution the board, just separate from this project, that some concerns I have around the agency's current bandwidth and ability to take on additional non-mandated work right now. And if I could just for a second kind of high level explain what I mean by that. So 3 big areas of focus right now for the agency are, the first one is around COVID and the Delta variant. As you probably know, we've got substantial increases in infections with hospitalizations and ICUs on the rise locally. We also have school starting this week, and our public health support for that is pulling a lot of our resources. We expect to be quite involved in contact tracing and case investigation the next 4 weeks around this increase of COVID in the community. Staying with COVID, I would also tell the board that the state has recently given us additional funding around room key. As you know, that is to house the most vulnerable of our homeless residents during COVID, with the expectation that we're probably going to see a rise in infections in our homeless folks. So we are spending a good amount of our time now looking at discussions with additional hotels to cover what we call level 1 and 2 homeless folks who are either under investigation for being COVID positive, or they are COVID positive, because we cannot keep them at our Pollock Pines site, which is a level 3, with the vulnerable folks there. So additional resources going there, as well as you probably know, the county's experiencing COVID outbreak situations in the workplace. In the last couple of weeks, HHSA has got 2 of those outbreaks in its 2 largest facilities with county staff. The second area of focus that we're going to be dealing with right now, as you know, is our behavioral health and our structured budget deficit. We are developing solutions to come to your board in September to talk about that. But we do have significant vacancies with clinicians. And so all hands on deck when it comes to meeting our mandates. And that's going to be a priority. And then finally, and I think you guys alluded to this one, our goal of supporting the COC, finalizing the strategic plan, and then implementing programs around the state and federal funding for homeless. Those are going to be big focuses regardless of what new stuff comes our way. So I just want to keep you updated on that, and we'll do that as we go forward.
Thank you, Don. I've encouraged our district attorney to, if he has any comments at this point. Vern, are you there? I think you are. Vern Pearson, do you have any comments at this point? You are muted. Okay, I guess, yeah, he's not responding. So with that, any other staff comments? I saw Mel Pavolinas enter the picture. Mel, did you have anything you wanted to add at this point? Looks like he's trying to connect. So we've got some bad connectivity problems, it looks like.
Yeah.
So without any further ado then from, unless the board has anything else, I'd like to open it up for public comment. Everybody agreeable? So Kim, if you would please open it up to members who present in the members of the public who are present in the boardroom. And I would give deference to the city staff to comment first if we would do that. And if they happen to be on Zoom and we recognize them, the city staff likewise take their comments first, and then we'll go into more general public comments.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you'll be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. So I'll now take public comment from the boardroom.
Good afternoon, members of the board and staff. Cleve Morris, City Manager of Placerville. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you, Sheriff DeAugustini, for your work on this and what you've done. This is along the lines of some of the things that we have looked at. I'll say our city council will receive this presentation and hopefully approve this conceptually tonight. I can't say that they will, but we hope they will. We have a commitment of 2 of them that were at the 2x2 meeting that we had to move this forward. We're excited to see something happen here. I want to commend the county and Don Simone for his work with the COC and getting the strategic plan completed. We're excited to see what that does and what long-term solutions can do. We really see this as has been mentioned by you, as a temporary transition into what those long-term solutions can provide. And I think it hopefully can do that. I'm sure we'll run into problems along the way that we'll need to correct. All of the questions that you've had are questions that we have regarding, is this simply moving a problem we have on Upper Broadway in Placerville to Placerville Drive in Placerville? We have concerns about that, and we'll be monitoring that closely and working with the sheriff, with the HOT team, with our police department to ensure that that does not happen. Supervisor Parlin, your comment about if we build it, will they come? We recognize how that affected us during the Hangtown Haven project, and we need to come up with solutions of how we avoid that also, because that's a very big concern. We want this to decrease the population, not increase the population of the homeless. So we look forward, staff, our police department is on board, and our staff to work with the sheriff and with the county on coming up with good solutions with this project that can work and move us forward. And we're happy to work with you and have this commitment to move it forward at this point. So thank you.
Thanks, Cleve.
Any other members from the city representatives? Chief Warren, Ren, did you want us to make any comments at this point? You're good?
My boss said it.
You said it all. Thank you, Chief. Okay.
Couldn't have said it any better.
All right.
That's the best comment right there.
So with that, we'll have asked the public members who are here present in the boardroom to come forward then and share their thoughts at this point.
Good morning.
Morning. Well, afternoon already, but yeah.
Yeah, good morning. Oh, it's already afternoon. Right. My gosh, it just roars by. So thank you all for your leadership and patience with all of this process. I'm Frank Porter. I'm a longtime resident of El Dorado County and proudly, and I'm delighted to present testimony this morning. As you all know, workable, effective solutions to address the needs of our homeless residents are very difficult to come by, and given the urgency of the fire, health, and public safety risk for our homeless residents and West Slope residents in particular, and especially the Upper Broadway neighborhood, this proposal for a managed facility to be operated by the sheriff's office will be an improvement over the lack of any kind of emergency shelter or managed safe spot for the homeless on the West Slope. I commend the Board of Supervisors, the Placerville City Council, and the sheriff for working together to come up with a proposal to address this urgent need in a very compressed time frame. You deserve solid credit for pushing forward to seek better solutions to meet the needs of our homeless residents and to reduce the fire, safety, and health risks posed by the current encampments. At the same time, I have a few comments and suggestions. Some cautions. Locating this facility next to the county jail does run the risk of continuing to treat this problem as primarily a law enforcement issue. And as you've heard many times before from law enforcement, we cannot arrest ourselves out of this problem. We cannot, we just, that strategy will not work in and of itself. Often our law enforcement officers are called upon to deal with a wider range of social and economic problems than are really in their range of job responsibilities. And we also know it takes them away from other law enforcement responsibilities. However, the lack of any kind of shelter or navigation center on the West Slope has left law enforcement by default to become the provider of last resort. As we know from the variety of research studies, relying on law enforcement to resolve this problem is a very costly short-term solution. And that's been mentioned here today several times. In the longer term, cities and counties who have been dealing with this issue have found that more cost-effective solutions that rely on a well-coordinated response from social service providers, nonprofit, and faith-based organizations to design and manage these kinds of efforts, while relying on law enforcement to provide law enforcement services. So two things, I urge the Board of Supervisors, and you've talked about them a little today. I hope that you'll, and the sheriff has mentioned them as well. It's very important to ensure that this proposal includes a coordinated set of support services that can rapidly move the homeless residents from homelessness to permanent supportive housing. And the second part is to, and you mentioned it earlier, press forward to establish a comprehensive navigation and emergency shelter as proposed back in April 2020, the joint statement on homelessness. So those are two comments and suggestions. Thank you so much for your time, and I wish you much success.
Thank you, Frank.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Peg Vanderkar. I've been involved in homelessness issues for over 41 years, since before I came to this county 41 years ago. And it's an issue close to my heart. I have four main points I want to make, and I will be brief. First, this proposal by Sheriff Agostini is an amazing, wonderful first rung step. I think I like that term he used. A managed camp near the jail is a good first step. I have some concerns about it looking like outside jail, but what he mentioned as the details really made sense. I would like more details. It's something as opposed to nothing. We have nothing now. Number two, research has shown that whether voluntary or involuntary entry to a shelter or a campground or a transitional facility, say managed campground now, it depends on what's offered, how successful it is for people being able to progress right there. Once they're there, what happens for them, with them, not just always handouts, but for them to be able to do things. Three, we know from research that the best success comes to those with the shortest time homeless. That's sort of obvious. You lose your rental place and you're out on the streets, as opposed to mental illness or addiction. And number four, mental illness help is key with chronic homelessness. If we don't have services for that, then we really don't have any new things to offer. I think it's important to also, I guess maybe there's 5 points. The cost to fund this camp, the million plus, is understandable, but I think it needs to be compared with the reduced cost of what our law enforcement and the rest of the city and county are paying now to service what's going on now. That needs to be a balance. There's a savings there, I believe. And then one last comment that's not part of this is, as some of you know, I have some fond feelings for Hangtown Haven. It was an attractive nuisance. It was too well publicized. So keep this quiet. Keep the success quiet. And it was never only managed by homeless. There was always volunteers and other staff there all the time. So anyway, that being said, I hope this suggestion for the managed camp near the jail is a 24/7 thing where they, in their tents, they have a place to keep their things safely and they can go off to appointments and they can go off to the showers and they can use the restrooms and they can use the dumpster Public comment at 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peg.
Good afternoon, friendly faces I see. This is incredible. It came out of nowhere. I think we're all surprised. I got a phone call from Liz last week proposing a similar program. And when I heard this, I said, I just talked to somebody that had the same thing going on. So congratulations and thank you. And thank you, Sheriff, for stepping up. It was glad to see somebody to actually be able to make something happen. It's been frustrating for us to work in the field when there's just nothing for them and there's no answers. So thank you. I'm looking forward to see where this goes and being participating, cooperating, and working as a team. I do want to address who our homeless are right now because it has changed. The HOT team has done a great job lowering that number over the last several years. Project Room Key has helped, and the COVID unemployment has helped. Regardless of what you think about that as a good program or not, it has given people, some of the higher functioning homeless, the ability to buy RVs and vans and provide rooms. While that all may be temporary and they all may be back homeless when the money runs out and the cars break down, it has taken them out of the camp and solved some of the pressure. But what has that left us? And that has left us the lower functioning homeless. And I think it's probably less than 100. I think Sheriff's number is probably pretty accurate. I'm aware of many of who they are and their stories and their past, and see them often, deal with them. We talk about job training to get them in housing. These people can't function in life. Thinking that you're going to give them a job or job training, or put them in a shelter, in a house and have them function, they're going to be back out on the street within months. These are broken people. Severely, almost all of them have moderate to severe mental health issues. Most of them are if not all of them are victim of trauma, childhood trauma, sexual, physical, emotional, abandonment from parents, broken families. They grew up without role models. Healthy role models, positive role models. They grew up mistrusting adults and authority. So when they become adults, they don't know how to function. They don't know how to have a relationship, a healthy relationship, because they've never seen one modeled. Everyone they've trusted has it abused them or used them. And so they grow up not trusting adults or trusting law enforcement. They get that negative approach. And that's what we've got on the Hill right now. They're not going to be an easy group to move, and I understand the need to do it. And I just caution us or ask us that we need to think about that they aren't the normal homeless. We're dealing with we're dealing with the bottom, right? What's left down there. They laugh and they cry like all of us, but they're without hope. They probably never had hope. They don't know what hope is. And that's what we at the Upper Room do, is want to instill hope in them. And with hope, they can think about what else I can do. Can I improve? Can I become normal? Whatever that is. Can I get the mental health that I need? And so that's the encouragement that I encourage all of us to move to. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
I will limit myself to 5 seconds so we can break for lunch. Jonathan Gainsborough. It is encouraging to see movement and motion towards something that we are, as spoken from the city council dais 3 weeks ago, we are 15 to 20 years behind. What should a navigation center or a temporary transition homeless camp or a hope center or a hand up center, a New Life Center, what percentage of the homeless really want help and would utilize a navigation center? Charlie McDonald first guesstimated to the city council at 20%. Then he revised upwards to 50 or 60%, depending on who is in charge and how it's managed. But here is the question: should the proposed navigation center be run by the county sheriff? 2 years ago at a local town hall at Park Community Church on homelessness, our sheriff spoke disparagingly about the homeless as a blight. As a blight. Hopefully God has changed that, as he's changing all of our hearts and the sheriff's. No human being is more valuable than any other. This is not about us and them. This is about us. God gives different callings and gifts to different people. Law enforcement does certain things well. Healing emotionally broken people, however, scarred, wounded, often mentally ill, homeless, is not their direct calling. So who then should be in charge? We need an experienced executive director, first of all, overseen by a council of 7, perhaps 10 reps from the city, from the county, law enforcement, from housing advocates, from the homeless themselves, and from homeless advocates. We realize we're 15 to 20 years behind. That's not just the city, it's the county as well. These honest words were spoken, they need to be heeded. The Tahoe Coalition has scored 3 motels for its 100 homeless. The Western Slope has 5 times that 100, 500 homeless, yet not one permanent shelter. Our navigation center must succeed, or we all fail as a community. God's word says there is a time to every purpose under heaven. Why rush off into a rash, ready, fire, aim decision? Have we heard from the stakeholders, from the neglected homeless? Have we heard from the homeless advocates? We dare not say the surgery was a success, but the patients died. What kind of a navigation director is needed? We need one who has worked with the homeless and life change centers, experienced working with police, government, county, and city entities. I believe Julia Hackett is a perfect starting point right on site in our county, in our city. Have you ever been to an unsympathetic dentist? Many of us suffer from lifelong dental phobia. Similarly, long-term homeless, barely existing beyond the edges of society, often carry a law enforcement phobia, rational or not. No drowning person will climb into a lifeboat if there are guard dogs barking. We must not set a banquet for those starving to death, to which no one is willing to come. The good book says you will know a tree by its fruit, and godly wisdom is known by its results. Let's put in the right ingredients to produce the right life change results that we all want and the county and every one of us need. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Can't say good morning anymore. Good
No.
afternoon. My name is Jane McGinnis. I wanted to touch on something that Jonathan said. There was an unfortunate problem with a meeting 2 years ago, and I am praying that those days are behind us. But the sheriff said at that meeting, all you're going to do is attract more homeless and exacerbate the problem if you start building homeless shelters or housing for those kinds of things. I use the term bird feeder. If you build a bird feeder in your yard, what happens? All the birds show up, he said. They crap all over your property, all over your bird feeder, everywhere. As long as you have that bird feeder there, that's what they're going to do. The only way to stop all that is get rid of the bird feeder. It's the same with human nature, end quote. That was sadly said in front of a Mountain Democrat reporter and got reported. Having said that, those of you who know me know that I am absolutely for improvement of the homeless, but at the same time with an eye toward potential liability for our city and county. We have to be careful how this is done. Life counseling, addiction programs, self-esteem restoration, job training, transition out. The people who do this are healing and lifting up the broken. What do we know about them? They're flexible, they're patient, they're optimistic, they're forgiving, They're inspirational and they have a shared reality of brokenness. That's why they're effective. What do we know about law enforcement? And we have excellent law enforcement here in El Dorado County. Community service, they're protective of societal norms. They're firm, they're self-certain, and they expect compliance. Are we setting up something by placing it next to the jail, underneath the sheriff, that guarantees no one will willingly come? If I were a civil rights attorney who made a lot of money in my field at this, I would look at a plan like this and say, how disingenuous. It was set up not to succeed, so that no one will come and we can clear the camps and say, we have skirted Martin v. Boise. We have avoided the implication of Martin v. Boise. I'm suggesting that this is a wonderful idea. I actually like the idea that it was next to the county jail, because law enforcement is one of the services that the director of a camp like this makes use of for safety issues and security issues. But I don't think we should turn our sheriff into a nursemaid for the homeless. Let's use some of the brawn he has there to get the camp set up. But let's put it under an executive committee supervising an executive director who then can reach out and pull in the services that are needed to do more than simply put them behind barbed wire. We want to move them forward, because until we have a transitional service, till we have a navigation center, we could be building a small one in this camp. I think the sheriff has put together a wonderful idea, but I think that once he helps us get it moving, that we should all come together and be the oversight for this and let the sheriff step back. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. It's hard to follow Jonathan and Jane. As you know, they've come to the podium many times over the last few years. And when they start quoting scripture, it's hard for me to come up and equal that. But my point, it was about 7 or 8 years ago, I thought about putting a homeless area next to the county jail. Oh, surprise. That's what we're talking about. But let's be specific on this item. I believe one was to receive the report, and then the other one was to approve of the feasibility. With that comes the feasibility then of whether it works or doesn't work. That's not here today. So I want to clarify that as a public comment to Jane and Jonathan's comments, which are all valid. I love the fact that the sheriff is showing the type of leadership that I know he has in the past when a big item comes up, and this is one of them. I love the fact that you here at the Board of Supervisors are hearing this presentation through the 2x2, and that hopefully you're going to take some positive action and then go to lunch, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Seeing no further public comment in the boardroom, I'll start it with Zoom. Now taking public comment from Julie Robinson.
Hello, board. I have a child who suffers from traumatic adverse childhood experiences from not having a home. Her trauma leaves her with an irrational fear of the police. Their flashing lights make her panic. We are ignoring the variable of trauma. I think we need to focus more on trauma. If we fail to acknowledge the role of trauma, this will fail. Emotional and psychological trauma is the result of extraordinary stressful events that shatter your sense of security, making you feel helpless in a dangerous world. Psychological trauma can leave you struggling with upsetting emotions, memories, and anxiety that won't go away. It can leave you also feeling numb, disconnected, and unable to trust other people. Traumatic experiences often involve a threat to life or safety, but any situation that leaves you feeling overwhelmed and isolated can result in trauma, even if it doesn't involve physical harm. It's not the objective circumstance that determine an event as traumatic, but rather your subjective emotional experience of the event. The more frightened and helpless you feel, the more likely you are to be traumatized. According to one study, a literature review found consistent and well-documented evidence of high levels of multiple forms of traumatic stress within individuals and families who are homeless. The presence of stress is to be expected in this population. That it rises to the levels of trauma might come as a surprise, but researchers have documented that the rates of traumatic stress are extremely high and may even be normative among those experiencing homelessness. This reality, about more than the absence of physical shelter, is a stress-filled, dehumanizing, dangerous circumstance. Trauma-informed care is what's needed. A camp run by EDSO next to the jail would be the opposite of that. The obliviousness of their needs and their suffering disgusts me. This does not feel like a fair alternative per the Boise ruling. Rather, it feels right out of the far-right thinking of Sheriff Mack and the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. It feels like the sheriff could be criticized for plotting. How can I use that homeless money to my advantage? How can I increase my budget, my power, and ignore a federal law and get rid of those filthy people? And that's not right. These are Americans. These are free people, patriots, citizens of our country. Really? This is how we treat American citizens? I'm flabbergasted at the inhumanity of this idea of forcing traumatized people to be locked up in a camp next to the jail run by the police. Rather, they'll respond better to social workers and not to authoritative power. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Now taking public comment from Colleen Hearn.
Hello there. First and foremost, that's hard to follow. So thank you to the sheriff for your ongoing efforts, as well as Supervisor Turnbull for addressing our concerns as concerned citizens of Cameron Park. I'm a founder of that community group, and we support the efforts of the sheriff to seek viable solutions. The sheriff has always worked for viable solutions in our community and worked side by side with the community. The sheriff has done an exceptional job with the HOT team, and we trust their expertise and compassion. Excuse me. As a citizen, I appreciate the sheriff's work. It might be a little bit premature, but I would like to offer my commitment to obtain community volunteers to support your efforts where applicable. I wasn't really prepared to respond, but we shouldn't always assume that the police are lacking compassion because of their duty to serve and protect. I've been around law enforcement my entire life. I was a military police canine officer, and the only experience I've had with I've been lucky to have the only experience I have with law enforcement is showing compassion and doing things that the rest of us wouldn't be willing to do. So I think that taking into consideration that they are taking the steps forward to offer solutions should be considered, as opposed to automatically assuming that they're going to treat these people like criminals. I commend you for coming forward and seeking solutions for our homeless neighbors and our community members, and actually taking into consideration that there's a lot of work that needs to be done and taking a step forward. So that being said, Sheriff DeAugustini, you have the support of my group. And I hope that the board can take this into consideration, that there are citizens out here who want to solve the problem. And we trust the sheriff, his compassion, and his expertise. And I hope you do as well. He's demonstrated it, and the team has earned it, especially the HOT team. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
Now taking public comment from Dawn Wolfson.
Hi, Dawn Wolfson from Cameron Park, and honestly, I don't quite know what to think. We obviously need something, and this is a start. I've met some of the HOT team people, and I was really impressed by them, especially one gentleman who was very kind to me on a day when nobody else was. I am concerned about the sheriff's department running this next to the jail for some of the reasons that are stated, which is, who's going to want to go there? Do we have to force them? And does this really get us around the Boise decision? I didn't quite get the rationale for that, but it's something, it's a first step, and we absolutely positively need something. I believe after listening to everybody, support the person who says, let the sheriff's department start this and then turn it over to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Sorry, there's no additional public comment.
Okay, so I'll offer any staff response at all to any of the public comments. Sheriff, CAO, anybody want to respond from a staff perspective? Okay, then we'll bring it back to the board for any additional comments or actions.
Yes.
I'd like to add that
Yes.
comments from Jonathan and Julie Robinson and the other ones that had the comments that they had, I agree with them. I do, but after hearing for so many years of nobody doing nothing, well, I don't say nothing. A lot of people are doing a lot of good things, but to come up with this, with a plan of having a shelter, it's just a lot of rhetoric, and something has to be done. But what I absolutely do agree with them on is that is why when I say we need the help and the support and the involvement of everybody. So I would encourage you, rather than saying we don't want the sheriff to run this, please call Health and Human Services and call the other nonprofits and tell them to get engaged so that we don't have to run this. We'll get it started. Like I said, it's temporary. We hope it's temporary, but it's going to take the engagement, the strong leadership and commitment, extreme commitment from these other organizations to come together to help these homeless folks, to be engaged with them so that we're not engaged with them all the time. That's what I'm getting at. But this is a start. And it does get around the Boise decision, and that we do have a place for them now. So please reach out to those other organizations and ask them to please staff it, have people there. The mental health, Supervisor Novosel, you're absolutely right. We don't have the mental health beds in this state to be able to deal with the amount that we have. And somebody said that I forget what the comment was, that we're not, I wrote it down here. I'm sorry, I lost my note, that we shouldn't be doing this. You're absolutely right. But by default, law enforcement across this nation have become the mental health social workers in the field. That's just reality. It is what it is. So let's fix it. Let's get their engagement. Let's plead with them to be part of this solution and part of this program so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Sheriff. Yep, back to the board.
It's hard to follow those comments, Sheriff D'Agostini. I completely agree with what you said, that this is going to be a strong community effort. If this is going to work, it's going to have to take all of the community partners. I love that you said the faith community, the local, nonprofits, Marshall Hospital, all of our community partners that are already working in this arena need to come together in this moment in time to make this bold solution work. And, like you talked about Health and Human Services, this wasn't even on their radar last Friday. And so I think we need to be cognizant of that. They will certainly be, a part of this, but it's going to take a really strong community response for this to work. And I'd also like to respond to one of the last speakers that talked about the compassion of our law enforcement. I think that's one of the things that sets us apart in El Dorado County, is that we really do have true community policing, folks that really care about our community. And that's certainly evidence of the HOT team. And I certainly have evidence of that of the Placerville Police Department. And we've not mentioned them enough today. But the Placerville Police Department has been, on the front lines of this issue as well, and have approached it with great human compassion. And so I think we all need to recognize this. So with that kind of approach, as well as our community's care, I firmly believe that we can make this work. The devil's in the details, so let's get on with it. So with that, I move conceptual approval to explore both the appropriate funding sources and the feasibility of a managed homeless encampment near the Placerville Jail, and bring this item back to the board for action on August 31st.
Before we move forward with that, I'd like to give the CAO an opportunity to comment.
Pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to make one comment on the role of Health and Human Services in this. And, you know, I respect the sheriff for bringing this idea forward. I'm going to disagree with him a little bit about calling Health and Human Services right now. And it's the way the funding works from the state and federal government. Health and Human Services does not have funding to do encampments. That they have millions of dollars for homelessness, not for encampments. So if we were to open an encampment like this, that falls on, well, before ARPA, it fell on the general fund. And the board knows our general fund dollars are very limited. And for roads, all these, for deputies, a lot of different things. In my opinion, the ARPA money is what is allowing this to potentially happen. Because that way you can hire mental health clinicians and not worry how they bill their money and get audited and have to pay back general fund dollars to it. That is what's new, that has created, from the funding perspective, created this opportunity. And in my opinion, it's worth exploring. I just want to make that clear, that Health and Human Services needs to continue working on their strategic plan for homelessness, because that's all the millions of dollars that Supervisor Thomas, you mentioned, we've spent 6 years building the foundation to get, and we can't lose sight of that. But this could be an option to address an immediate public, the way I see it, a public safety need, specifically fire threats to our community.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment on that? With that said, and the numbers of where the homeless are and where they're really been the biggest impacts, please consider in the conversation, the city also got ARPA money too, and not just the county. So I know we have different funding streams and all that, but you know, it was said everybody should have some skin in the game. So I would like to explore that.
And that's exactly why I put in my motion to explore appropriate funding sources too. Yeah.
Well, and Supervisor Parlin, you just reinforced a comment I made in the 2x2, that all ARPA funding sources, both city and county, need to be contributed to this. Now, how that's split, we'll have to figure that out.
Right. Sure.
But in this, at least in my conversations with the city manager, he was open to that.
Absolutely. I just wanted it said here publicly on the dais.
And having said that, I'd like to add too that, Don, while I agree with you, HHSA does not get money for the camp. I get that, but they get money for mental health treatment. They get money for drug and alcohol treatment. They get money for transition. They get money for all those other things. So all I'm asking is the money that they get for that, rather than going out in the field and reaching out for those people or having those people come to them, come to the camp and provide those services there. That is a legitimate use of those dollars.
So can I speak? Sheriff, with all due respect, that is partially correct. There are requirements around serious mental illness versus mild to moderate. There are requirements that we have above and beyond just moving staff from one program to another. And as I said earlier, we are interested in being a major part of this, but we have requirements that also have to be satisfied. If I don't satisfy those and I have audit findings, I've got to return to the board and ask for general fund money to pay back because of decisions I've made. So we are on board. It just is more complicated because we're not made up of general fund and we don't have that discretion.
Well, and that's where the ARPA money comes into play.
Correct.
And that's what makes it possible.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's the funding stream that wasn't there before. That's an enabler, in my opinion. So I think we have a motion.
We do. And as far as the August 31st date, I checked with, Don and Ashton and I had a conversation this morning that is an appropriate time frame, because recognizing that time is of the essence, especially to meet this current need, wanted to put a time limit on it.
I'll second the motion just to get it to the board's decision making, because I think you've got the right parameters defined, at least to my satisfaction.
Yeah, and to clarify, Supervisor Thomas, I did say that was inappropriate because the emergency situation, it is very aggressive.
It is aggressive, no doubt about it.
And
This
staff,
whole thing's aggressive.
and staff will be pulled off from multiple departments off of other priorities right now to meet that, and we will. But just need the board to
Understand,
recognize
there will be a consequence of that somewhere down the road, but understand that. So Kim, if you would please read the motion back so everybody has a clear understanding of that.
Sure. A motion was made by Supervisor Thomas, seconded by Supervisor Hydal to approve the matter and provide conceptual approval to explore appropriate funding sources and the feasibility of a managed homeless encampment near the Placerville Jail Facility and direct staff to return to the board on August 31st, 2021.
Excellent. So
Perfect.
with that, I'm going to ask for roll call, please.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you all. So now we need to discuss lunch and our 1 PM open forum and the fact that we skipped over the 10:30 time allocation. And so what sequence would you propose, Don?
Well, I'm not going to get in the way of your guys' lunch. I'll let you guys figure that out and then I'll discuss the item order.
Okay, so half an hour, is that
Yeah. 30
okay for
minutes,
lunch?
that sounds good.
Okay, so lunch will take up until 1:30, but what are we going to do at 1:30 then?
Suggest we do open forum, and then we do the item 24, which is the 1 o'clock time certain.
Okay.
And the mosquito item, which was 10:30, we will push that to probably, if 24 takes an hour, probably about 3 o'clock.
Okay, so we do the 2 PM time allocation.
We'll try to fit them in if we can, or they'll get delayed to later in the day. But I don't believe there's as much public interest in those as there is the mosquito item.
Okay, so we will be back at 1:30. We're recessed until 1:30. Thank you all.
Hello?
So Sue, you weren't hearing what we were saying, is that correct?
That's correct. I just
Okay, all
started.
right.
Yep, no one was hearing it.
Please
Thank you.
restart, Ken, I'm sorry.
Take two. I'm Ken Zire, I live in Shingle Springs. I want to bring your attention to a book called When Politicians Panic by John Tamney. When Politicians Panic tells the tragic story of how, in response to a spreading virus, global politicians mindlessly pursued economic desperation, starvation, and death as the cure. If you think that sounds over the top, you need to read the book because you have to look at what it created in the third world countries that didn't have access to Zoom and couldn't do their job and so on and so on. My comments here relate to limited government, really. And that would have solved a lot of the problems which came last year. The state civil government, that is limited in authority. God establishes the parameters. The state transgressed its lawful boundaries by locking up citizens last year without trial. The state is transgressing their lawful limits by dictating prescriptive cures. It does this because they do not consider that they are responsible, that is accountable to God. They have set themselves in opposition to Christ Jesus, who has been given all authority. 200 years ago, government was small and the average citizens were not that concerned or intruded upon by government. Today, government is intrusive and arrogant. Citizens are worried every day they'll be crushed. The only news is what's going on in Washington, as if they are the only ones who matter. They've forgotten that they are accountable to God and their authority is limited. Psalm 2:1 states, verse 1 states that why did the nations rage and the people plot a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and his anointed, that is against the Christ, saying, let us break their bonds in pieces and cast their cords from us. That's basically casting aside the limits. God, in whom dwells all the rule and authority, has set limits to what man can rightly do, but as seen, man continues to go beyond these into tyranny and never-ending avenues of control over citizens. We rarely hear the term civil servant, rather we hear the term politicians frequently, daily. The only rightful exercise of authority is the punishment of evil by civil authority and as the rewarder of good. That's in Romans 13:1. That defines authority. That's why we pay our taxes. Government is not supposed to be the place where people take their shopping lists. And I forget the Latin term, but there's a term that says the government basically makes you do what they want because they can beat you up if you don't do that. People say that big government is needed to make things go and smooth things out. Others say that government causes most of the problems. If you take the opinion that we need to get into every little thing whenever anybody has a problem, for example, homelessness or education or whatever, you miss the point. The point is government is supposed to be limited. It doesn't have a non-ending ability to go into every area of government, but as long as it can tax unlimited. Is that it? Okay, that's it. I will cut my comment there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Please come forward.
Good afternoon. I got two subject matters I'm gonna try to fit in here.
Would you please identify yourself voluntarily?
Yes, I will. Mike Deanda, Business Union Rep for Operating Engineers, Trades and Crafts Unit. Get my clock started here. A couple of weeks ago, I spoke to you guys about the critical staffing levels in the public safety dispatchers. There's been some new developments. You've lost another public safety dispatcher to the city of Folsom. And your deputies who were volunteering to fill in for these overtime hours used to volunteer, they're now being mandated. It's my understanding they're being mandated to the level where they're being pulled off of patrol from the streets and leaving less patrol officers out there to fill in the hours that are needed for the public safety dispatchers. You know, the solution there is it's a real easy fix and it's economics. And I know you probably hear that all the time, but it really is for this position. And I know in your package there, I do have your package proposal that states the economics #1 there. And it really needs to get closer to medium. to satisfy some of the other departments, but mainly for the public safety dispatchers. So really, I believe that is the fix for that position, but I just wanted you to know the new developments there, that the deputies are being now mandated at times and pulled off the streets of patrolling. And I also have some safety dispatchers here representing that department and have a speaker that's going to speak to that. I'd like to shift over to the custodial staff, and also in that package proposal, the custodial staff is also here. You can see your employees. I was told that the reason for them being laid off with the proposal is to save money, that the level of service will increase. I've been given documents that I cannot see where there's going to be a saving of money, other than maybe the frequency of the cleaning is going to be less per building or per area. And as far as level of service being increased, I have not got any indicators from your negotiating team at what the specifics are. Also, I'd like to talk to that package proposal we feel is an unfair labor charge, being that in order for us to take the economics, we have to agree to the layoffs. And we feel that is called conditional bargaining. We informed Jack Hughes of that, and I'm sure he's informed you of that. And also, he has told several times that he felt, and the board felt, that that number 4 proposal with the layoffs was going to push us into impasse. And I'm actually shocked to hear that, because I believe it gives the optics of bad faith bargaining. It's almost like we know that was destined to fail, because you guys have to agree to laying off a staff in order to take the economics. Hence, I feel that the optics shows that's bad faith bargaining, and that there's an unfair labor charge there under conditional bargaining. So I just really want you to understand we are that we're still in the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Hello, my name is Krista Grassi, and I'm here to circle back to a topic that we spoke on when we first started coming to these Board of Supervisor meetings earlier this year. Forced vaccinations, and mobile medical units, and HEMA camps. No one seemed to take us seriously when we talked about AB 262, AB 389, and CMS-9115-F. Together, these give the local public health officer full discretion and power to issue orders to other governmental entities with his or her jurisdiction to take any action the local health officer deems necessary. Complete disregard for any constitutional rights. Seems crazy. Look at what's happening. Counties throughout the state of California are mandating vaccines or masking and testing, including our own county. Businesses that will require vaccinations once FDA approved. New York cutting people out of society who aren't vaccinated. Tennessee, executive order issued just last week that spells out exactly what we have been saying is coming. The National Guard is given the authority to set up temporary emergency healthcare facilities, concentration camps, transport people in unmarked vehicles, mobile medical units, and quarantine without consent, and authority for inspection of their actions and facilities are suspended as long as the emergency exists. The EO doesn't state it so plainly, but if you read the order, it does exactly that. Then there's green zones, which are part of the shielding approach stated on the CDC's website. High-risk individuals will be temporarily relocated to safe or green zones established at the household, neighborhood, camp sector, or community level, depending on the context and setting. They would have minimal contact with family members and other low-risk residents. You need to reevaluate those you appoint, such as the public health officer. Nancy Williams has made it clear that she sides with the CDC and abides by their rules. This would be which CDC, or both? In case not everyone is aware, we actually have 2. One that operates as part of Health and Human Services. Second, the Congress created CDC Foundation that operates as a nonprofit and is able to skirt around any government oversight and restrictions. When people quote the CDC and use their data, they are using information from an organization that is in effect laundering money and is not unbiased, one that has an agenda. Now, while I do have complete faith in our local law enforcement and sheriff, I prefer not to put all my eggs in one basket. We can't count on one man or department. We need to make sure all bases are covered. The BOS needs to make it clear to the public that these actions will not be tolerated. We need the public to be aware of what is heading our way and to be non-compliant. I'm going to quote a post by Chris Ann Hall. Peaceful non-compliance is not civil disobedience. The people are not the disobedient ones. Peaceful noncompliance is when the people enforce the Constitution, the supreme law of the land, because those in government are being disobedient to rights of the people. According to a Harvard study looking at over 100 years of history, peaceful noncompliance is the most successful and most powerful way to control government. Peaceful noncompliance is over 2.5 times more likely to succeed than violent protest and only requires less than 3.5% of the population to succeed. So everyone needs to say, we will not comply. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. It is my right and duty to demand that all government officials uphold their oaths to the constitutions and abide by all constitutionally imposed mandates of their oaths. Whenever constitutional violations are committed by public officers, there are constitutional remedies available to the people. Such remedies make those who violate their oaths accountable and liable for their unconstitutional actions conducted in perjury of their oaths. I'm speaking specifically about the actions contained in these 2 affidavits of truth addressed to IT Director Tanya DiGiorno and CAO Don Ashton. When public officers take oaths that are ignorant of the constitutional positions to which they are bound by their oaths and then fail to abide by them in the performance of their official duties, this suggests that they may have had no intention of ever honoring their oaths, and their signatures upon the oath documents constitute fraud. Fraud vitiates everything. On May 6th, Ms. DiGiorno was contacted by Recorder Clerk Janelle Horn to remedy my inability to email a member of her staff. At that time, it was discovered that not even Ms. DiGiorno could email me due to the fact that Don Ashton had conspired with others in 2018 to implement an unlawful edict restricting my ability to communicate electronically with most EDC staff, including Don's admin, Clay Russell. Following our excerpts from the communications with Janelle Horn, quote, "From what I understand, there were several emails that were inappropriate. I didn't get the whole story, but Don felt the emails received could be filtered through the department heads and forwarded to the appropriate staff. Tanya wasn't aware until I brought it up. It was Don who mentioned it and also said that other department heads have requested it as well. Tanya was not part of the conversation until I had sent her the request to allow Katrina to have access. She said it was put in place before she came. I had reached out to Don to see if we could take you off the restriction to all county staff, and he said multiple department heads had requested him restrict access. He said that I would need to reach out to all of the department heads individually and ask them if they wanted to allow access. So basically, he isn't going to allow it without everyone's permission." End quote. When I was finally able to correspond directly with Tanya, I provided her with the facts explaining the unlawful blocks ordered by Sheriff DeAugustini and CAO Don Ashton on my ability to correspond electronically with most EDC staff. Tanya's unwillingness to respond to my demand to immediately remedy the IT block and the request for public information indicates her contempt for my rights, EDC core values, and her oaths of office. Don Ashton's fraudulent accusations about inappropriate emails are libelous, slanderous, defamatory, and retaliatory in nature for my exposure of his role in government corruption, his blatant violation of my First Amendment rights, and filtering of my communications was an egregious violation of legal, moral, and ethical standards of his office, one of the highest paid positions in the county. For you to resort to such repugnant behavior and then fraudulently induce Janelle Horn to do your dirty work for you by suggesting she canvass department heads on your behalf in order to obtain their permission for me to access public services is beyond reprehensible.
Please wrap it up, Melody.
In closing, all public officers within whatever level of government and whatever their private vocations are trustees of the people and accordingly labor under every prohibition imposed imposed by law relative to the making of personal financial gain from a discharge of their trusts. The fiduciary responsibilities of a public officer cannot be less than those of a private individual. In addition to aiding and abetting government corruption, Don failed his fiduciary responsibilities, his duty as CAO, and in so doing, he harmed me and all El Dorado County residents. If you have any questions or comments, please make them now while I'm up here at the podium. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, enter these documents into the public record and note that all of the Board of Supervisors are complicit for their role.
Thank you, Melody. No, please just walk up. Just come forward and please voluntarily identify yourself.
Hi, I am a nervous public speaker. Stephen McGrady, El Dorado County's Assistant Senior Custodian. I'd like to speak about the layoff of the custodians. And I would love to come up here and talk about how it's affecting us individually, but I won't. I'll just talk about how it would benefit the county to keep us. I believe that we are far more dedicated than a subcontracted company, and our personability is much better than theirs. And I would ask for the county to work with us in cutting costs or doing whatever needs to be done to keep us on board instead of subcontracting us out. And nervous public speaker. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Stephen.
Hi, my name is Shannon Starr, and I'm a Public Safety Dispatch Supervisor at the Sheriff's Office. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm up here because I want to make sure you're aware of the crisis that we're having at the Sheriff's Office and the Dispatch Center. We answer over almost 200,000 calls a year. We answer non-emergency and 911. And our current trained staffing, usable staff, is 50%. So currently, I have 7 dispatchers and 4 supervisors that can work the floor. And it's not enough to even have the minimum staffing to answer those calls. So we are paying overtime at time and a half to deputies to come in and help us. And when deputies aren't available, we are taking them off the street from patrol and using them in dispatch because 911 has to be answered. If someone's house is burning, if someone's being robbed, someone has to answer that phone. And we have lost 4 dispatchers in 2 years to the city of Folsom because we've become a training ground for Folsom. They make over $11 an hour more than us, and something needs to be done or we're going to lose even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. I guess we have one more in the board chambers.
Good afternoon, board and chair. Jonathan Gainsborough, a servant, an unworthy servant of the Lord Jesus Christ. For which of us could be worthy? The city council 3 weeks ago stated from the dais, we realize we are 15 to 20 years behind on the homelessness issue. The county is also 15 or 20 years behind on the homelessness crisis. The sheriff's numbers are wrong by about a 300% factor. And that would only be half of the point in time count in 2019, which by the method that it was done, cut the numbers of homeless veterans and homeless other categories almost in half. But I want to say on the bright side, I commend you all for the 5-0 unanimous vote in concept to approve of looking at funding with the ARPA, with the American Rescue Plan Act, and other funding. You could raise $1 million from the citizens just from a fundraising to help the homeless. Actually, you could raise 2 or 3 million just asking them to be involved because they have been wanting to be involved much more than is what's been happening for years. I gave out a 4-page packet with the exact wording from the homeless town hall 2 years ago, almost short of 1 month at the Park Community Church, with the words of the sheriff. The sheriff does not need to be in charge of this homeless camp, but what we need is his involvement, because that was sorely missing in the Hangtown Haven, as spoken by some of my friends and your fellow human beings who were there on site when troublemakers did appear. So law enforcement is definitely needed, but not as the lead, not in the language of speaking about us and them. No human being is more important or valuable. No human being is less valuable or important. They are we, as a subjective predicative nominative, but they're not going to change toys are we. Toys are us, but they are us. We are them. So the council of 10, or at least 7, that is needed at this transitional emergency homeless life change center, shall we call it something positive? A non-incarceration, or shall we call it a life center? A hope center, a restoration center, a turnaround. The 7 elements of a directive council would be representatives from city, from county, from law enforcement, from housing advocates, from the homeless themselves, homeless advocates, and an area pastor. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The road to hell is paved by wrong actions and intentions that were never fulfilled. I was homeless, Jesus said, and you provided a shelter for me, or you did it not.
Please wrap it up, Jonathan.
In as much as you did it or didn't do it to the least of these, my brethren, you did or did it not unto me. God bless you for doing the right thing and moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Please, yeah. Zoom
Now-
participants are.
Now
filling it.
taking public comment from 390. Please unmute yourself.
Ken, you're still muted. Unmute, please.
Perfect. Hi, this is Ken Greenwood, District 2, speaking from far away at a fire camp, supporting CAL FIRE in their suppression efforts. But Tuesday, it's 1 o'clock. Oh, well, it's 1:55, but I extended my lunch. Anyway, I'm calling. I sent you all an email with some questions regarding the response to my previous email and planning staff's response to that email. And then I'm asking back, and this is regarding the Snows Road WTF. And I'm wondering, I've been asking the question, is this thing final? Is this thing working? Is this thing, why are they not in compliance with their use permit conditions of approval since way back in February? Why was there a generator up there? Why was there temporary power poles? And none of which was permitted. The only thing we can assume is that they've been operating. Why have they been operating without a final approval from planning department, building department, and who knows else? Okay. Why has it taken 6+ months to even really start this? How, is it right now? No, it's not. The road is not paved all the way. They have removed the generator some time ago. They have removed the temporary power poles. But the roadway and the drainage for next winter is not in place. Last winter, they sent walls of mud down the adjacent, I believe it's Cloud's Rest or one of the other As I recall, any special use permit is supposed to have on-site drainage and retention of stormwater. I don't see that was happening. I've sent you pictures of the mud pit that was created last year and undoubtedly will be created again, especially with the additional paved area contributing to downstream runoff. Has staff inquired or investigated why or if this WTF has been operating? If so, since when and why? If no, when and why? I mean, these are simple questions, and I really, really would like an answer. And I'm also thinking that the other AT&T facilities countywide that were approved back then may or may not be in compliance with not only their conditions of approval, but also the mitigation monitoring and the requirements under CEQA to
Public comment at 3 minutes.
eliminate. Thank you. Eliminate impacts to insignificance. I demand an answer. It is time. You need to know what's going on. Planning staff needs to know what's going on and why. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Lee Tannenbaum.
Honorable Supervisors, I'm Lee Tannenbaum, the CEO of Cybell Holdings. Following up on my email to the board last week regarding background checks and ownership. Here are some statistics. Over 1,000 days, 0 cannabis CCUPs have been issued. Over 2 years, the time that we have been working with the county to get our CCUP. Weeks to months, time to get cannabis CCUPs in most other counties in this state. 2 to 3 months, time to get a cannabis license from the state of California. Over 18 months, time to get a background interim check from the county, and an unknown amount of time to get live scan, but greater than 18 months to date. 2 weeks, that's how long it takes to get a background check from the state. I've heard more times than I care to just wait and that the system works. I've been waiting for 2 years and this broken system does not work. It's broken. The final issue for us to get our CCUP is the one we discussed at this board meeting 2 weeks ago. Background checks and ownership definitions that do not work for companies with investors. And just to recap, the current code defines an owner as anyone who can profit from the proceeds of a cannabis business. So husbands, wives, kids, cousins, aunts, uncles, parents, siblings, etc. Where does it end? It's not manageable for EDSO and it's not manageable for companies due just to the sheer volume. As an example, our company has 10 million shares of stock. Even at 1,000 shares per investor, that's 10,000 background checks that have to be done by EDSO. That doesn't include their spouses or their families. The effect this has is twofold. One is the current code gives EDSO control over who can invest in our company. The other is at $600 a person to get an interim background check, as well as the time it takes EDSO to process. It's currently going to take months of time and tens of thousands of dollars just for our company with its current investors. The process is untenable long-term for any company and for EDSO. Lastly, the current county definition states that any change of ownership immediately terminates the existing CCUP and the process must be completely redone. This is a poison pill in the code for companies like ours, and it completely disallows any shares of stock to be bought or sold once the CCUP has been issued. This again is based on county ownership definitions. I've reached out to planning in the last 2 weeks, my supervisor, the entire board, EDSO, and I'm trying to find a solution. I have heard exactly nothing back from anyone. When will the issue be resolved? And why is it that no one can or will provide me with an update? I'd really like to have an open and honest discussion with county council, me, and the sheriff to try to find a workable solution that keeps all parties happy. And if not, then please change
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lee.
Now taking public from Frank V. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, board.
Hi, Frank.
Hi, this is Frank Burden from Shingle Springs. I'm calling about connectivity. I live on the south side of Highway 50 on the south side of the hill. I do not get any cell reception here. I have an AT&T landline and I also have AT&T dial-up internet. I was having problems for 3 weeks with my landline as well as with AT&T. And again, I don't have wireless access where I live. I called it into AT&T. They had a repairman that's scheduled to come out and they did not show up. It was rescheduled. They did not show up again. Now keep in mind, I pay $220 a month for AT&T internet landline and HughesNet because AT&T internet is so unreliable. On the 24th of this month, I was visiting friends and I had a stroke. I was fortunate I was with friends and not here. Had that happened while I was here, the consequences could have been very grave because I would not have been able to call out. It's very important to get 5G towers out in rural areas. It's a matter of life and death for people like me. I know there's some opposition to that. I don't quite understand it, but after my experience, I asked the board to do anything that they can to approve, help approve, and get these towers in place. This is a serious situation for rural lifestyle people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Frank.
Now taking public comment from Amber Rose.
Hello.
Go ahead, Amber.
Hi. My name's Amber Lopez. I'm a custodian at South Lake Tahoe. And I just wanted to briefly say, my background a little bit here. I was hired here April 2020 from a temporary cleaning company to assist the other 2 custodians. Then I applied and I became permanent with El Dorado County in August 2020. Ever since I heard about this possible layoff, it's made it very difficult for me personally, feeling like it's March 2020 all over again, having to lose my full-time job and looking for another. But since I've been hired here, I've got to know Chico and Cliv, and the 3 of us have continued working full-time during this pandemic. We put ourselves at risk of sickness, and even time to time we cross paths with some mentally unstable people that come out in the public areas. We have worked several months without an on-site custodial supervisor and have put in other extra tasks, such as waxing floors, for example. We have built strong communication with every supervisor from every department here at South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado County. Whatever they need, we take care of it. We have never received any complaints on cleaning and work. Some of these supervisors have sent our union rep Mike personal letters regarding our work to forward to you. I'm happy here with my job, and I plead that you don't take it from me, because my job is to make sure all the county workers here have a safe, clean environment to work in so they can do their jobs, because we need them. So please consider what I've said, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Amber.
Now taking public comment from Keely Link.
Good afternoon, board. It's Keely Link. I haven't talked to you guys in a while, and I really wanted to get back in and let you guys know how important it is that we have the COVID updates regularly. I know that you guys did end the emergency, and that's wonderful, but there's still so much going on in our county, and it's constantly changing. And it's really important that we don't just, talk at public comment is great, but we can't hear your response or your feedback. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is my son just went back to public school, And we got a message to the parents in ParentSquare stating that the kids will have access to vaccines. There was no elaboration on that. What access, is it going to be there daily? Is there going to be pop-up type vaccination centers or pop-up events? I have no idea. But I really am concerned about them getting informed consent, because as you know, in previous meetings, Nancy Williams has even stated that there is no vaccine insert for these vaccines because they're still under trial. And so how can these kids be informed? And just it being at school and their teachers telling them, you should go get your vaccine today. It's going to put these kids at a disadvantage because they trust their school, they trust their authority, they trust, that the teachers will have a better understanding than they would or could possibly. And, Lander County, Nevada had done a great resolution on informed consent, where actually before a vaccine is given, they actually have to give the current VAERS data. And I think that would be really powerful. I mean, I'm not trying to say don't take the vaccine, but the kids need to know that they aren't without risk. I mean, we've had 15,741 total adverse events, according to Children's Health Defense just last week, with, let's see, there was 2,323 reports of anaphylaxis, 406 reports of myocarditis, and 77 reports of blood clotting. And this is just in the 12 to 17-year-old category. And, the harms is, the harm from COVID to kids from 12 to 17, I don't think it is anywhere near what this vaccine is for them. So it's important that they know the risks. So I appreciate it if you guys could think about getting Nancy Williams back on. Even if Nancy Williams is unavailable, we could just do a COVID update with just you. I'd be happy for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Keely.
Now taking public comment from Laura.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Laura Leitner from Myers. Isn't repeating history fun? Do you know what indicator was used to test the population for compliance? Toilet paper. The mad rush for toilet paper. At what point do we say shenanigans to the flagrant abuse of power before us? I'm here speaking on behalf of my friends, my family, and my community. I belong to no PAC, group, or political party. The people have long forgotten that it is our responsibility to assert our rights protected by the Constitution. We became entertained and complacent. We forgot that every time in history a government has promised safety in exchange for expanded powers, it has ended in the death and the enslavement of the people. This is not a left versus right political or a health issue. This is a war between good and evil. We fight for the future of humanity and the future of our children. Everything that is happening violates our human rights and our Constitution. It's time to take a stand and protect our county. We have the law of the land, the Constitution, on our side. The Ninth Amendment states, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. And the 10th does not supersede the 9th. I quote, no one is bound to obey an unconstitutional law, and no courts are bound to enforce it. The general rule is that an unconstitutional statute, whether federal or state, though having the form and the name of law, is in reality no law, but is wholly void and ineffective for any purpose, since unconstitutionality dates from the time of its enactment and not merely from the date of the decision, so branding it. An unconstitutional law in legal contemplation is as inoperative as if it had never been passed. That's from the 16th American Jurisprudence 2D. I also quote from the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. We the people do not consent. Compliance to tyranny is feeding the alligator, hoping it eats you last. You cannot help the snake and not expect to get bitten. The people are coming together, and we will be with you as you stand with us against tyranny. All of our voices will be heard across the world. United, we are unstoppable. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I would just offer the opportunity for staff to respond to anything that the public may have made comment on for clarification purposes. Not seeing any, then I think we're ready now to move to item 24. So Kim, if you would please read item 24.
Item 24 is a hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of the Montano del El Dorado Phase 1 and 2 Master Plan Project. Forwarding the Planning Commission's recommendation to the board. 1, adopt a resolution to certify EIR for the Montano de El Dorado Phase 1 and 2 Master Plan Project. 2, adopt the mitigation monitoring reporting program and statement of overriding consideration. 3, approve rezone and adopt an ordinance based on the findings as presented by staff. 4, approve plan development based on the findings as presented by staff with modified conditions and approval of COAs and hearing exhibits. 5, approve tentative parcel map based on the findings as presented by staff with modified COAs and hearing exhibits. And 6, approve conditional use permit based on the findings as presented by staff with the modified COAs.
I hereby open the public hearing. So thank you, Kim. I'm not sure which staff member is going to lead. Rob, are you going to kind of lead us in, or Bree, or who's got this one?
This is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So again, for this presentation, we have a presentation on Legistar, and Ramel Pavlinas will be giving that presentation to you here shortly.
Hi, this is Mel Pavlinas. Can you all hear me?
Yes, you're fine, Mel. Go ahead.
Hi. So I'm going to go ahead and share my a PowerPoint presentation. It was a late upload from yesterday, so I apologize for that. Let me get that going here. All right, can you all see this
yes.
PowerPoint? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you again for this opportunity to present this project. This is the Montano del Dorado Phase 1, Phase 2 Master Plan Project. So this item was previously heard by the Plan Commission back on the 25th of March. Here are the recommendations by the board, by the Plan Commission to your board: certification of the project EIR and other CEQA actions, rezoning of the property from regional commercial design review to regional commercial plan development combining zone, approval of PD 15-004 as official development plan for the project, approval of tentative parcel map PD P15-006, and approval of CUP S17-0015. So the commission, along with their recommended action, there were some edits that were forwarded for your board's consideration. Some of these edits that were and amendments that were considered at the PC were minor edits, clarification, and comments that edits that were found to be not significant, but it was all deliberated during an 8-hour Planning Commission meeting back on the 25th of March. So these conditions that were revised involves DOT's conditions regarding frontage and road improvements, timing, planning conditions of approval regarding noise, building height reduction, and relocation of trash enclosures, some mitigation measures that involves the rock blasting, and revised project exhibits, including the site plan and landscaping plan. And by the way, these edits were all incorporated as part of the Legistar documentation. They are attachment EF, attachment G, H, and I. So those are all uploaded to your Legistar for this item today. I want to point that out for you. So diving into the project more in detail, here's an aerial photo of the project. The property itself that's being proposed to be developed is the one in yellow. Phase 1, which already exists. If you've been there before, there's several buildings there right now, and that's in this arrow right here, Phase 1. Phase 2 is the undeveloped portion of the property with the bigger triangular piece that remains undeveloped. So Phase 1, as I mentioned, is already developed. There's already 5 commercial buildings there on 4 separate parcels. The entire property that's for phase 1 and phase 2 is about 20 acres in size. Phase 1 has those, as I mentioned, the 5 commercial buildings, about 40,000 square feet of floor area, on-site parking, on-site lighting, landscaping, and signage. So the next phase of this development is consisting of 9 commercial buildings, 11 parcels, about 16.1 acres parcel, which the part that's undeveloped. There will be about 8,000 square feet of commercial. Excuse me. It'll consist of 100-room. It has a 100-room boutique hotel. It has a community pavilion, on-site parking, lighting, landscaping, and signage similar to phase 1. And I'm gonna get to the next slide here that shows the project itself. So here's the site plan. By orientation, north is on the left side of the page here, and of course south is to the right side. Latrobe Road fronts the property on the west side. There's a subdivision on the east side right here. Phase 1 is this grayed out area, and the phase 2, of course, that's proposed to be developed, is the darkened area. Of note, the pavilion is right here. Access off of Latrobe Road is signalized right here. Several buildings, about 9 buildings total. The hotel is right there, and I'll show some more of those elevations for your reference. And here it is, simple elevation showing the layout of the buildings. Again, these are the buildings that are designed matching the existing phase 1 design. So it's mirroring each other, although a bit more developed, a bit more buildings, and a bit busier in terms of activities on the phase 2. This is a elevation of the proposed hotel. It's a 100-room hotel, about close to, I forget, I can't read the exact height of it, the building, but it's shown there as far as the actual building. My eyesight isn't that good anymore, but this is the building. This is the hotel as depicted for the project. I mentioned earlier, in the middle of that site plan is the pavilion area, and there are proposed events that's itemized as part of the PD and as part of the SUP for this project. Various events and during the entire year that would take place. Here's a conceptual design of the pavilion. So just a quick summary of the Plan Commission recommendation for the board to consider today is to adopt resolution 098-2021 to certify the EAR for the Montano project, and along with the project mitigation monitoring reporting program, as well as the statement of overriding considerations in compliance with CEQA. Second is to adopt rezone Z15-002 to rezone the property to regional commercial community design review to PD to regional commercial plan development combining zone. Approval of plan development PD 15-004 as official development plan for the Montano phase 1, phase 2 master plan, as subject to the conditions of approval as revised, and also revised exhibits as provided to your board today. Approval of parcel map P 15-0006, and approval of CUP-S15-001 5 for the special events and office uses as revised in the conditions of approval, and as well as the exhibits that have been forwarded to your board by the Plan Commission today. Along with myself here, Rob Peters, our Deputy Director, is on the line. Tiffany Schmidt, our Director, also on the line. The applicants are also available for any questions that you may have for them. We also have our CEQA consultant, Pat Angel, with Ascent Environmental, who can provide some input if there's any questions regarding CEQA for the project. That's all that I have for a brief presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from board members or comments?
Yeah, I've got a question. This particular project, way back when, it was the height requirement. That was one of the big issues and stuff. And they did everything they could to bring the standards down so it was adequate what people wanted in the area. So it's a great thing is what they've done. They have really pushed the issue to make sure they satisfy the residents in that particular area. One of the other concerns I have is White Rock Road, especially when you're talking about the issue of turning into Target down there. And to me, it's kind of a big deal because the traffic backs up along White Rock Road. With this thing going to be in with 526 parking spaces and this pavilion going on and stuff, it's going to be, traffic is going to impact a lot on White Rock Road. So I was wondering if it's possible. I don't know if we could do this or not, but is it any way that we could do this, Rob? I mean, you're here, or Raphael can answer that question. We could put a stoplight, especially in that area down there with a stop sign where you turn into Target. Is it possibility to try to eliminate a lot of the traffic that's going on?
Supervisor, this is Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. I'd have to review the traffic study. I don't know if the applicant's traffic engineer is on the line and would probably have the information readily available. But I'd have to quickly take a look at the traffic study and see what the mitigation for the impacts on the traffic were before I can answer that. So if you could give me a moment, I will hopefully maybe get that information back to you.
Okay, appreciate it very much, Raphael.
Anything else, George?
That's pretty much it right now, but I think they have done everything they can to satisfy the residents around that particular area. So I think it's a great project. So
That's good to hear.
yeah.
That's great.
Yep. Any other board comments or questions from anybody? Lori, sorry.
Lori's got it, yeah.
District 4. District 4.
Hey, that's good to hear, George, because I was going to ask about that with the height and the elevations. I knew that was a concern. So it's good to hear that that's been addressed. I just had a couple kind of minor, but maybe not. I don't know. I know that the parking at the first phase, by the Relish Burger and stuff, that gets referenced quite often from people in conversation at how tiny those parking spots are and how congested the parking is in that area. And I confess, I do not enjoy going there myself because of the parking is just too tight. And so I couldn't tell by looking at the diagrams to see, I'm just kind of hoping we're not duplicating that same congested parking in the phase 2. And I don't know, I mean, I'm sure that it probably meets numbers and standards and all that, but I hear complaints about it often. It'd be nice if folks had an enjoyable experience where they don't leave cursing about the parking, quite honestly. It's just, that whole experience. So I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know if we can require anything. I'm just talking about the experience there. I actually just avoid that place. I don't like it. So that's just an observation, but I do have, my biggest concern honestly is the amphitheater. And the reason why is I, currently am getting complaints from other parts of the county about concert music.
Can't imagine where.
Supervisor Thomas knows all about this. But I just want to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for what could become a nuisance. And so I did see, I think if I remember, again, another project with a ton of documents here. I think one of the alternate, whatever, in the EIR, there was one that had no amphitheater. And I was looking at the location of the amphitheater in relation to the homes along the back or the east side wall. And I'm just concerned that we're going to set ourselves up for complaints. And it's really hard once you go down that path to reel it back in. And I did see that in the mitigation measures, I think it said that they're going to have the first 2 events be within the time frame that cuts off at 7 p.m. and then go from there, and then rely on sound studies. I have to say that sound studies are awesome. However, I think we're learning over and over again that what a piece of paper says about how sound travels. And, you know, I totally appreciate our acoustic professionals, but sound is tricky. And I'm just wondering if we might want to get in front of this a little more, consider, you know, if we want to keep the amphitheater, maybe just keep it to cut off at 7 p.m. I think that would get rid of a lot of potential complaints from neighbors, but I could see where we're setting ourselves up for problems, and our code enforcement, quite honestly, is already overwhelmed by similar sound event type complaints. There's one project in particular in my district, the code enforcement has literally spent hundreds of hours on it. My office has spent close to that, and we're not getting anywhere coming up with a solution, because once you go down that path, it's really difficult to reel it back in because the numbers are hard to prove. So I would really want to be cautious on setting this up for conflict with the neighbors. That's my biggest concern, I think, of all of this. And I'm going to move over to traffic really quick. Raphael, if you're still there, my understanding is White Rock Road. I just love saying that one.
That's okay.
is ultimately supposed to be expanded to 4 lanes there, because currently at the, what is it? Latrobe Road, I think it is, in White Rock, it's 4 lanes and it goes down to 2, and then it goes back out to 4 when you get to Silva Valley. And so we've kind of got a bottleneck there. And this project will probably, you know, bring more traffic, no doubt. And I thought that the 4 lanes should have been completed by now, maybe, which would help alleviate some of that bottleneck perhaps. Or if there's one of those middle, I call them suicide lanes. I know that's not the right word, but those middle turn lanes in the middle, maybe that would help the mobile home park. I don't know. But just to know when White Rock Road will be built out ultimately, I did it right. Just had to slow down. Might be helpful too. So, but yeah, great project. Looking forward to it. Just maybe if we can make some tiny tweaks, it'd be great. Thanks.
You know, one of the questions I want to ask, you're on, see, my button's pushed. So
yeah, we gave you your time first. You're supposed to wait your next turn.
I know, but I just wanted to add to Lori's thing about sound ordinance. I think we have a sound ordinance in our county. I think it's 90 decibels at 100 feet. If I'm not, am I right on that, Rob? Do you know? Can you clarify that?
This is Rob Peters, Deputy Director. I can pull up the table, but it also depends on transportation versus non-transportation. There's a couple tables in there.
Yeah, I just was curious about that. That's
So where are you headed with that? Because I'm telling you right now, if you're living this potentially every day at 9 or 10 p.m., even though it's below a standard that's on a piece of paper, it can be very annoying. So we need to be really careful that we're not setting ourselves up with conflicts with the neighbors.
Totally
It's all I'm saying is let's get in front of it and try, you know, instead of trying to fix it later, it's hard to reel in later. And especially it's a CUP is my understanding. So CUPs, it just sucks up a lot of staff time to try to correct it later. So it's really, I just don't want to put a huge burden on code enforcement on another one of these sound issues.
So let's let staff catch up with their responses perhaps. I see Raphael is back. So Raphael, can you talk a little bit more about the traffic plan, the study that was done?
Yes, and I might punt to Matt Weir, who did the traffic study for the development, but staff did confirm that the impacts that are going to occur for White Rock don't fall under or at level of service F prior to the 10-year. And within the 10-year, there is a project to perform that widening. It's in our general plan, it's also part of the JPA, which we anticipate will be the project that probably does those improvements. Currently, right now, we are looking at what right of way we need from the existing properties that are out there. So that's currently where we're at right now. In terms of the level of services, Matt Weir can probably give a better interpretation of what was in the traffic study as to what it is currently existing and at project build out. I'm sorry, not project build out, project completion. And if he's on the line, I don't know if I see
Raphael,
him.
I'd rather defer until Vinyl has a chance to speak, and we'll tie Matt in. I'm just looking for staff responses initially. And
Got
then
it.
We'll get to that next step if you're okay with that.
That's fine by me.
Okay, would you explain what is planned though for the mobile home park entry? I mean, I've had discussions and unfortunately there's not a really good solution there, particularly when you go to 4 lanes, but can you provide any information on what's planned for the mobile home park situation?
Well, as part of the 4-lane configuration, it will have a two-way left turn lane, or sometimes what they call a suicide lane in the middle. So it will be providing that additional capacity or storage for people to go essentially into, so that they can make their lefts into both the mobile home park or into Target. And so with the additional capacity on White Rock, it is going to be providing better level of services and synchronization, coordination throughout White Rock. Now, in terms of what the level of service is at that intersection, we typically don't look at improvements for driveways for private parties. That is 9 times out of 10 their responsibility, unless it is going to be an impact that is going to flow into our main line, into our thoroughfare, which we did not see that in the traffic study with this project. So now for the driveway that the project is proposing, that is on Latrobe, we did feel that it would be a need to provide better circulation as well as reduce the number of conflicts coming in and out of the project. And so then that was a need and a requirement of the project applicant. But as to the implications of an intersection at that location, because the traffic analysis didn't show an impact on our roadway, and I'd have to get more information, more data from the public in terms of what kind of backups are going inside of the motorhome park or in the Target side to find out more whether if additional implications are needed for that location.
Thank you, Raphael. So I think that got us caught up with staff, and I know Supervisor Thomas has some comment or questions.
This is Rob.
Progress.
This is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. I was hoping to speak quickly to the noise concerns that Supervisor Parlin brought up. That was definitely something that was reviewed and discussed at length with the Planning Commission. One of the revised conditions of approval number 53, which is on page 35 of 37 in attachment F, includes a variety of mitigations and conditions related to the noise, including a 2-year review. Well, I'll start from the very top. So it requires an incorporated amplified sound system so that there's no variation in the sound equipment when different folks are utilizing it. So that creates some consistency across the amplification of the sound. It requires a 2-year review by the Planning and Building Department and payment of time and materials related to that. And that review includes written documentation for the testing, comments and complaints, and descriptions of the events. That 2-year review can be resulting in modifications and or removal of the special events. The noise, I know that we talk about noise studies a lot and having them in advance of our authorization of special use permits. But this requires that they do the sound testing at both the source and at the property line of the most affected neighbors. And it includes a description of the type of sound level meter that would be needed and how it could be calibrated. And then it goes further to discuss that only that amplified music would only be between the 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. until such time as it's demonstrated with those measurements that through the first 2 daytime events that the amplified music can meet the requirements of the county's sign ordinance. So it's a pretty long, over a page long condition of approval that was added by the Planning Commission in an effort to try to address the concerns that have been expressed. And so that is a more robust condition than we have seen historically, and an effort to try to get that monitoring and ensure that we're not creating a nuisance for the neighbors.
Thank you, Rob. Wendy.
Oh, hey, just a few comments on the project. I thank my fellow commissioners or supervisors for the dialogue. I appreciate that most of the development of this project is away from the neighborhood. I think that's thoughtfully designed, and appreciate that consideration for the surrounding homeowners. I also appreciate that they're going to use private security for special events rather than, that's where the impact should lie, not on public law enforcement. And so I greatly appreciate that. And, good questions about the sound noise. That's always an issue. So appreciate hearing more about that, Rob. Thank you. So that's it for now.
All right. Sue, do you have any comments or questions at this point?
Not really. It sounds like to me from all the review I've been doing is that it's been really well vetted through the community, and I really appreciate the staff reports and all the information. I did note that CEQA did cover an acoustic testing for the sound testing, but I do appreciate Supervisor Harlan's concerns, because we all know that, that you're right. Once you get the issue going, it's difficult to bring it back. But I do feel that I'm very excited to see another project for a hotel coming before us. That's very exciting, and I agree with Supervisor Wendy that that it's nice that they've taken into consideration the closeness or buffer, you might say, of the neighborhood. So I appreciate all that. Thank you.
Very good. And I would just like to acknowledge on this one as well that I did talk with the proponent, and I did talk with staff extensively about several issues, including the noise and what what I think the Board of Supervisors needs to have presented in terms of some changes and the ability to measure noise, et cetera. That's really a different subject, but it plays into this from the standpoint of, we know that we have issues with conditional use permits and enforcement of appropriate noise levels, which means we have to be able to measure them. And whether that's done by a contract service that comes out on call to do it, or how we do that, that needs to be a separate discussion, because we know it's widespread across the county. This project, I believe, went through a thorough grounding with the Planning Commission. I listened to most of the comments. There was a lot of discussion, and to the proponents' credit, they stepped up and made changes on the spot. So that's just the tower height and stuff. To echo kind of Supervisor Turnbow's comments, they've been very accommodating in terms of trying to make the adjustments to get the compatibility with the community. And I think there's an ongoing commitment there too. So I think that's important to know that it isn't just, okay, we get the project approved and then the project sold off to somebody else and whatever happens, happens. I don't believe that's going to be the case in this situation. I think we're going to see this project developed, and I think we're going to see it properly managed. And I think, from that perspective, there's some real good public benefits, and certainly our commercial economic benefits as well. So I look at this as a very positive project. And I think that it's been, like I said, well grounded in terms of making sure we had the right conditions in place. And there's always going to be traffic issues and noise issues, but I think they can be accommodated by other actions that would deal with the countywide issues that we have. So I will leave it at that. And I will just ask Vinyl then and his team to go ahead and make their statements at this point. If you want to introduce Matt and have him comment on the traffic study, your choice, that's fine. But Vinyl, please.
Well, thank you very much. I went ahead and kind of wrote down a couple of thoughts that we have going into this meeting this morning, and I'd just like to read them off to you. They make a couple of good points. My name is Vinyl Perkins. I'm the development manager and representing applicant for the Montano de El Dorado Phase 2 Master Plan application. 5 months ago, in March 2021, I made a presentation to the Planning Commission detailing the plaza its strategic regional location, and the impact and the draw that we're attempting to create for shoppers, not only in the county, but out of county customers that we have the opportunity to harness. We discussed the importance of reversing what we call sales tax leakage, and why now is the time for this master plan, the Spring Hill Suites Hotel, and the amenities that come with this project. At this point, we're 7 years into this application that I thought would last no longer than 18 months. During that time, we voluntarily launched a full-blown EIR under the guidance and control of El Dorado County. We hired numerous professional consulting organizations to study the project's economic and environmental impacts, to include cultural, biological, archaeological, noise, site, as in sightline, traffic, night skies, circulation, fiscal impact analysis within the county and the area, and much more. We even performed 2 mutually exclusive studies that did not read into each other to analyze the feasibility of this hotel, and possibly even a third hotel in El Dorado Hills, but specifically for this location. All of which, on both of these studies that were mutually exclusive, came back independently, and the positive conclusions were almost identical. Over the years, I've personally presented the project to numerous APAC meetings, conducted outreach presentations at the Holiday Inn and at the El Dorado Hills Fire Department, which we, at that time, we called it was the EIR scoping and project presentation to the community. I've been in touch with neighborhood residents, and I personally met with 4 of 5 planning commissioners to discuss the project in detail. I really wanted that 5th planning commissioner, because she was in Tahoe and I wanted an excuse to go up there. But nonetheless, my only regret is that within the last 30 days, I wanted to see the folks up at Creekside Greens. I was in touch with the neighbors behind us, behind the plaza, at the fence line, at our property line. But on the 3rd of July, my mother fell and she had a life-threatening injury. And over the last month, I've been transporting myself back and forth to Oregon. So I've lost a lot of time. The good news is she's out of the woods and she's home. Regarding the Planning Commission hearing last March, I'd just like to say a couple things. It was a 4-to-1 yes vote. And I believe I took every concern levied upon us at that time and returned it to our team, who is online now with you, to address anything that you'd like. And I addressed them and I ordered them to fix all of these concerns that each of these supervisors had to the best of our ability. My goal was to take and to live by the one planning commissioner's vote against the project and fix those issues that caused that decision. During that planning commission meeting, we were granted the opportunity to move forward, but it was my team's responsibility to hear the planner's comments for the sole purpose of continuing to make the project even better. Even after today's vote, we continue this quest for excellence. If we are granted your vote to proceed, we see this as the beginning of this project, not the end. Just as we felt at the Planning Commission, we will learn from your comments and continue to strive for a better project all the way to pouring foundations and beyond. In 2006 and 2007, we built phase 1 of Montano de El Dorado. Over the years, we've learned what was wonderful about it, but we've also learned what wasn't wonderful about it. And what needs to be better in both the coming construction phase and new expansion and the operational phase. We have 14 years of experience in the existing phase 1 to make phase 2 better, and even go back to phase 1 and make that better. One of those would be, per the comments I just heard a little while ago regarding the parking. Okay, we have things in mind that we're going to do while we're building phase 2 that is going to alleviate that parking and reduce the compact spots and angle the parking, so we're going to have better circulation. We're already looking at upgrading phase 1. All to this end, in order to save time and coming off an 8-hour planning commission hearing, we will leave it to the supervisors, planners, and the open forum to discuss the aspects of this project and for your decision. In closing, I need to reiterate and make this comment clearly. I'd like to give thanks for the years of work and dedication to this project from senior planner Mel Pavolinas, who has been very, very strict, very good, very professional, and my friend. And more recently, Tom Purcell. I'd like to give thanks to Rafael Martinez, Natalie Porter, and Dave Spiegelberg, all within the Department of Transportation. All of these individuals are extremely professional, and although tough on conditions and detail, they are solution-oriented, and they serve the county well. If you have any questions, my team and I are here to answer your questions.
So do you want more definition on the traffic circulation? Oh, that kind of came up. Is there anything there that Matt Weir could answer that Raphael didn't address?
It'd be nice to hear that from Raphael, but I just wanted to make a comment to Vinyl really quick is, I just couldn't work it in to meet with you last week. And I felt that the documents in the item are pretty self-explanatory, and hearing your comments here today, I really appreciate your sensitivities to the impacts of your project and to the neighbors. And it sounds like you're gonna step up and take care of all of those and address them. So I just want to say thank you, because a lot of times we don't hear that. And I really appreciate your concerns. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I'd also like to state that that Planning Commissioner Williams brought up a lot of good points. And the only difference between he and the other votes that said yes was he wanted to satisfy and solve those issues at that level so he could come to you with me as a positive vote. But I admit that I pushed this forward, trying to fall forward instead of back. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Vinyl. Okay, so I think we'll bring it, well, I guess we can open it up at this point for public comment before we bring it back to the board. So Kim, if you would please open it up. I don't see anybody. Well, maybe we have one or two people in the room. Yeah, open well, we
No.
already opened the public hearing. That was just the front.
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, and you'll be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Supervisors, Laurel Brembum, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. I'm very excited to hear the enthusiasm for this project. I feel like I really didn't need to even get up and testify in support of it, because I'm hearing such positive comments from you as a board. But I did have to get up and comment because I heard something that made me equally excited. And that is when Vinyl said that your staff was results oriented. And that is such an amazing thing to hear, because I know that there's been a huge effort from the CAO's part and a paradigm shift in getting all of our staff, I keep saying ours and never yours, but all of your staff to find a way to yes, instead of coming out of the gate with a no. So it's, well.
You'll have your turn, Joe. Let her finish.
Then there's that.
Yes.
So I am here in support of the project, but I was really thrilled to hear that comment from Vinyl. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel.
Hello.
Hi, Dave. Please voluntarily identify yourself. This mask is getting
You
red.
really want that? Because I'm not a happy camper.
Okay.
Okay, Gay Willard, and I live in that mobile home park where this, all this traffic is going to impact us. We can't get out half the time anyway. I love this, this thing that you guys are going to put up there. I really, really like it. But if you're going to do a traffic study, impact report, or whatever you call that thing, at least study it when there's traffic. Try going there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning. If you're going to get out of there with any ease at all, you have to get out of there before 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it's terrible. Either that or close that back entrance to Target off, because that is where the problem lies. Quite frankly, I mean, it's terrible. Do I got more time? Nah, I can't be nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Gay.
My name's Joe Horn. I'm the county auditor. We need another hotel in El Dorado Hills. The hotel will bring in TOT. The people that stay at the hotel will go to town center and relish burger, and they'll eat dinner and pay sales tax. And I'm not an expert on decibels, and well, I'm not an expert on much, but I'm not an expert on how high a sound wall should be or any of that. But I hope your board can find a way to approve this project in this hotel. I'm all for reasonable steps to mitigate noise and control noise, etc. But we really need another hotel in El Dorado Hills. The hotels in Folsom are flourishing, and the restaurants near the hotels are flourishing, and the city of Folsom's getting a sales tax. I want us to get the sales tax so that the money will be spent on services up here rather than services in Folsom.
Thank you, Joe.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants, please hit *9 if you wish to speak. There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'll just offer staff any comments or responses they want to make to any of the public comments. Not seeing any, then back to the board. Yeah, go ahead.
Just one final comment. Just want to reiterate everyone's comments here that it's a beautiful project. So appreciate the economic benefit that this is going to bring to our county. And I share the excitement about the hotel, which is, sorely needed, and just appreciate this investment in El Dorado County.
So besides that, I think I'd like to make a motion that we approve this project.
Excellent. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Roll call vote, please, Kim.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent.
Good.
Excellent.
Very good.
Thank you so much, Vinyl.
Good discussion. Thank you, Vinyl.
very much.
Thank you.
For working so hard at
Yeah.
this. It's a great project.
Especially working hard with the citizens around there, the people who live around in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll make you proud.
Okay, so I think we want to go to 23 now. All right, so Kim, if you would read our 10:30 a.m. time allocation, number 23.
So much for agenda. Item 23 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board take the following actions related to the Mosquito Road Bridge at South Fork American River Project. 1, receive a presentation regarding the project's progression. 2, award request for a proposal. And 3, authorize the Director of Transportation to further negotiate a contract for the project and return to the board for contract approval.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Once again, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. I'm very excited to bring this board item before you here today. Going along the theme of improvements in the county and our infrastructure and the great opportunities that our department has done in receiving grants and in particularly for the Mosquito Bridge project. So with that said, I'm going to hand it over to Matt Smeltzer, Deputy Director overseeing the project, to give you the update on the board item.
Good afternoon, Board. Matt Smeltzer, and then we have a slide presentation that I'll just walk us through the project, where we're at, and our request today and why we're here. So I'll go ahead and share my screen with that presentation. And go on the slideshow. Okay, so here we are, project update. And again, we're asking for the approval of the award, the proposal that we were given for construction management support. So our agenda basically is going to take a look ahead and where we're at and how we're going to get there, and any current upcoming items and what to expect. So this is a little schedule that tells us where we're at today and where a little bit of where we've been in the last year. You might remember we had the construction funding programmed, even though it is difficult times right now. We're very fortunate to get this 100% funded project. We've finalized all design and permits. We have, with your approval, have a high cost agreement executed with HBP headquarters. We've completed an RFP for the construction management support we need. We often refer to it as CM. And now we're here today asking for your approval to award that proposal. And then we'll go into negotiations with the consultant. We have an audit to get through with Caltrans for all their pay rates. And by December, we anticipate getting the construction funding authorized. We've already submitted the request. And then we anticipate construction beginning. We bid it this next winter, and hopefully we start construction in the spring of 22. That's our plan. And this is going to include some really, I hope you find them interesting and fascinating pictures of similar construction on these types of projects. And that'll help explain why we are in need of special construction support services. So in getting ready for construction, we've got the final bid package ready. It's been reviewed multiple times. We're doing our final review on it to get it ready to go to council. We've got our permits, mitigation, and funding authorizations all lined up. We're building the construction team. We intend to do some public outreach before we go out to construction. And we will be coordinating with emergency service people also. And of course, getting board authorization before we even go out to bid on this project. And we will be returning to you for approval of this consultant construction management contract also. Today is just to approve the award of it. So one of our plans was to utilize county staff as much as possible on this project. We do have a lot of staff here in DOT that has really good construction experience and knowledge. One of our engineers, Brian Franklin, actually worked on one of these types of bridges in the past, and there's actually a photo of it in our slideshow. That was Confusion Hill over the Eel River. So we look to build a team that has consultants with the extra structural specialists and inspectors that we need for this type of construction that have that experience. And it's somebody who can be augmented with county staff as needed also. There are some pictures of how complex these projects are. It's called a balanced cantilever segmental construction. The picture on the right is what we call the pier, and that's a pier table. There's a heck of a lot of reinforcement and pre-stressed high strength steel that goes into these structures. And as you can see, as it's constructed, they call it cantilever and balance because the cantilever is off these pier tables and then meets halfway in the middle, which you can imagine that's an incredible engineering construction feat. The little graph here shown overlaid is some of the deflection calculations that's needed to do that properly. It's a very complex process. There we go. So the construction team we selected through the RFP process, we had 3 highly qualified proposals from some very big engineering firms to help us with this project. The scoring team was made up of 5 people, one of them an engineer from another agency. And it was unanimous that Jacobs Engineering was the most qualified for this project and selected through that process. They have extensive segmental bridge experience in both design and construction. Again, some of these bridges in the photos are ones they worked on. That includes the Benicia Martinez Bridge and the Folsom Lake Crossing Bridge that were both this type of construction. They have a strong supporting team within their agency and their sub-consultants that will be helping us. And they have experience of working well with county staff. It's not always easy to work with consultants with a blended staff like we have. Consultants are often surprised at how highly skilled some of our people are and how active they do get in project delivery here in DOT. So some of the things also in this contract, because it is so specialized, these skills, some of these people on the consultant team are having to travel from out of town to be here. One of them is a specialist who's worked on very many segmental bridges. He's one of the expert inspectors in the industry, and he's coming from New Mexico. So we will have other direct costs related to that travel to get him here and work on this project. Luckily, the rest of that team is all local, so it'll only be one of the people in their firm that we have to provide the travel expenses for. It's not uncommon in these types of projects and these size of projects. And there's a real pretty view looking from one box over to the other, and all checking their dimensions closely to make sure it lines up.
Yeah, thank you.
There's going to be lots of checking and checking and checking.
That's a fundamental requirement. It has to
there's a lot of theoretical calculations are done to where the next position once it's cast should be. And then those are checked with actual dimensions. And it's monitored closely because concrete continues to cure, creep, and move as it ages. And they've mastered this quite a bit over the last 40 years of this type of construction. So we hope to get the consultant contract after we get through the negotiations back to you this fall for approval. That would be Jacobs. We also will have another contract with Quincy Engineering. They were the design engineer on the project, and we will need their support during the construction, also as a quality control, quality assurance on everything constructed out there. We intend to advertise, like I said, the winter of this year. And here's just kind of a little summary about the project. You may already know the capital cost of the construction, we anticipate it to be $62 million. The construction management cost for this project is estimated at $8.5 million. The Jacobs contract is going to be $4.6 million. We estimate when we're done, by the time we're done negotiating, almost half of that contract is optional tasks that we can use our highly qualified staff in, but if they're not available, we have other projects come up. If we get a grant for the pedestrian overcrossing, say, or other projects that come up in construction, we made sure that there's enough optional tasks that if the consultant needs to fill in for our staff, we've budgeted and provided that in the contract to make sure we're never shorthanded on this project. Start next spring, estimate it'll take 2 to 3 years. Anticipate a lot of heavy equipment and trucks in the area. I wanted to bring up some of these things of what you'll expect to see. And in our environmental document and our specs, we're providing the contractor with road closures of up to 10 weeks per year that will be necessary to get this construction done, mostly to tie in the ends of the bridge to the existing road. And those periods are pretty consistent with what we do today when the Mosquito Bridge has to be shut down for maintenance purposes every year. Again, we'll be doing some public outreach on our website, news media. We'll be working with Carla, of course, and we'll have roadway message boards as we get closer to the construction date. And there's the map of that access when we have to close this area. It's all the switchbacks equal about 1.3 miles to get across the river there and the little bridge. And the new bridge will be reducing that by a mile and only be 0.3 miles. But we will have to close that down at each end of the new bridge at some time, and people will have to use the alternative route of Rock Creek Road during that time. And that's concludes the presentation. And I'm glad to answer any questions?
Thank you, Matt.
Can I say something?
Yep.
I think this thing has been long overdue. You know, I've driven that road and let me tell you, driven dualies as much as I had, when you got an inch on each side and you barely squeeze through that. I think this is going to be a great asset for those people who live out there. And not only that, it's a safety issue too, especially if they have one of those horrific fires and stuff where they can at least get out of there safely. So anyway, I think it's great. Thanks, Matt, for all your presentation and looking forward to having this thing done.
Thank you. District 3.
Push the button.
She had her button pushed. She had her button pushed. I saw it.
You did. Matt, I just wanted to commend you for an excellent presentation. It was just really helpful to see the photos for us non-engineers to understand what it's going to take and what it looks like. And it just really, really helpful. And that opening aerial view of the bridge is just absolutely frightening, of the road switchbacks around. So just thank you for helping us understand what this remarkable bridge entails and look forward to this moving forward.
And I just want to really quick, Shelley and I often send people to that webpage that you have dedicated to the project. And I just want to say how much I appreciate you keeping that graphic of "We Are Here" updated so folks know where we are in the process. So, and will this presentation be directly linked so they don't have to go out to Legistar? Will it be linked on that webpage so we can, I think you're doing that kind of stuff too, right?
Yes, yeah, we can put this on
Awesome.
our project website too. We've been putting almost every presentation.
Yeah,
on.
that's just really helpful. So when people have questions, we don't have to go dig it out or bug you. We know it's on that webpage. So thank you for doing that. And I'm just going to say it again because this project's going to be so huge in our county. And if anybody's out there that likes to do this kind of stuff, but you know, I would love it when this project's done, because it's going to be 2 years or 2 or 3 years, is to have one of those where somebody goes out and takes a snapshot like twice a day or something. And then when it's put together at the end, we see someone build a bridge in like a minute or whatever it is.
Time lapse.
I am so looking forward to that. So you know, if there's if you have someone in mind to hire, or if there's someone in the community that lives right there that might want to just take those photos for us every gosh darn day, that'd be awesome. I'd love to go do it, but I'll be in the way and I don't want to get in the way of the construction. So just saying.
We'll make sure we get lots of photos. We also purchased the drone about a year or two ago. We've been using it to do different mapping and photos of our projects, aerial photos of our projects and mapping. And we intend to get good use out of that drone.
Oh,
and
that's gonna be
magnificent with this project.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Great, thanks.
Supervisor Novosel, your comments, if any?
No, just going to say it looks great and very excited that we have infrastructure improvements moving forward. Thank you.
Right.
Absolutely. And so I would just like to comment on kind of piggybacking on Supervisor Turnbow's comment. It's way overdue, but I want to just say 99.9% of this funding comes from the Highway Bridge Program funds. That's the enabler, right? We got to find the funding sources, whether it's federal money, state money, grant monies of some kind. That's the enabler to get these things done, because it's not going to come out of our general fund, not these kind of projects. But this is probably one of, if not the most high-tech engineering project that I know of that's been done in El Dorado County. Getting away with suspension bridges, which have been the standard for ages and ages, to this kind of construction is just incredible. So hats off to the engineering team and everybody that was involved with it. This is going to be a major improvement for El Dorado County to put this roadway in and solve a lot of the problems leading into the Mosquito area. We know there's other problems, but at least this bridge is going to help solve one of the major ones, which is access and also emergency egress. When it comes down to it, it's going to aid that part of it, at least at the bridge. So thanks to staff for all their hard work on this one. And with that, not seeing any other board comments, Kim, would you please open it up for public comment?
Now taking public comment on item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you'll be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing there's no public comment from the boardroom, public comment from Zoom is Woody Deloria. Now taking public comment from Woody Delora.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Chair Hydall, this is Woodrow Deloria with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. And I just want to thank and applaud Matt Smeltzer and Rafael Martinez on moving this project forward. It was mentioned by Chair Hydall, but this is fully funded with HBP, with Highway Bridge Program funding, which is astonishing. It's likely one of the largest capital projects to be delivered in El Dorado County for quite some time. And just Matt and Rafael deserve a great deal of thanks for the work they've done on this project. You know, while it doesn't, essentially getting this funding funded through the HBP frees up all of the other transportation money for other priorities. So thank you to your board for your leadership on this, and thanks to Matt and Rafael. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Woody.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'm assuming staff doesn't want to make any comments on that. So back to the board, decision time.
I would love to move this item.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. So we will now go to our 2 p.m. time allocation, number 25. Kim, if you would read that.
Number 25 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending County Code Chapter Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee to reflect changes approved as part of the 2020 major update to the Traffic Impact Fee Program. And 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to August 31st, 2021 for final passage. Supervisor Hydall, will you please open the hearing?
I hereby open the public hearing. Raphael, you going to do the lead in, or Natalie, or who's going to take this one?
I'm gonna hand it straight over to Natalie.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Natalie Porter with the Department of Transportation. This one should be pretty short. This is just to introduce the ordinance that you guys had, that the board had authorized us to do back in June. That was changing the name of the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fee Program to the Traffic Impact Fee Program. And it also then incorporates the changes that we made to the reductions and appeals portion of the ordinance, which the board acted on also in June. So that's pretty much it. This is just the ordinance update as was directed by the board.
Okay, any board questions at this point? Seems pretty straightforward. Replace Tim with
Easy
Tiff and
cheesy.
move on. Other minor corrections, right? Wording and stuff, getting rid of organizations that have disappeared, but
This
other
is
than
probably
that,
your
pretty
favorite item, Natalie, ever, huh?
Yes.
All right, and Sue, did you have anything? I didn't want to leave you out.
No, thank you, but no.
Okay, very good. So at this point, we'll open it up for public comment on item number 25. So Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Is there any public comment from the boardroom? Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There appears to be no public comment.
All right, thank you. I hereby close the public hearing.
Move the item.
Second.
All right, a roll call, please.
The Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Well done, Natalie.
Thank you.
I'm glad you didn't let Raphael talk to it. It went really good. Okay, Kim, that moves us to item number 26. If you would read that, please.
Item 26 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, submitting for approval to amend recorded subdivision map G-9 Lot 7 to reduce a non-buildable setback from 20 feet to 10 feet along the two frontages. Staff recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, find parcel map amendment amending subdivision map is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA. And 2, approve the parcel map amendment. Supervisor Heidel, could you open the public hearing?
I open the public hearing at this point.
Hi, good afternoon, Mel Pablolinas. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, Mel, you're coming through fine. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much. This is a simple request that your board has seen before. It's a request by Mr. Veerkamp to Doug Veerkamp to amend a recorded map. In particular, there's a setback that's being proposed to be reduced from 20 feet to 10 feet. The property is located in the Burnett Business Park in Cameron Park. The property is approximately 1.85 acres in size. I do want to share just a quick exhibits that are shown part of your registrar documentation. If you see that, property in question is right here in blue. The Burnett Business Park is entirety right here, south of Drew Rock Road. Highway 50 is on the north side. You can't see it here. Shingle Line Mountain Road borders the Burnett Business Park on the west side. And the property is bordered on the east side by Product Drive right here. And then Tradeway, I believe, or Trade Drive borders the property on the south side. Here's some aerial photo of the site. Again, the business park is shown right here. Pretty developed. Property currently is undeveloped. And parcel map right here. Again, the property is right there. Number 2. General plan is commercial. Zoning is general commercial, and the property based on the site plan that was provided to us, this is the property right here, and the 20-foot setback is this dashed line right there. Again, it was established by the recorded subdivision map from the 90s or 80s. I don't recall the exact date. And by virtue of our ordinance, the way to modify that is to undo or go back to your board to request for the modification. In this case, the setback would go down from 20 feet to 10 feet, which is the darker line right there. That 10-foot setback would actually match the zoning setback, so everything would be aligned with the setback with the zoning setback as established. So it's a pretty a simple request. It is exempt from CEQA as detailed in the staff report provided by staff. And with that, staff recommends the following: that the board find the proposed map amendment to be exempt from CEQA under 15305 minor alteration section of CEQA guidelines, and approve parcel map amendment PC21-0001. Based on the findings and conditions of approval as detailed in the staff report. That's all that we have. My colleagues, Rob Peters is on the line if you have any questions, as well as my staff planner, Bianca Dinkler, if you have any questions for staff. Thank you.
Board questions for staff? Any? Sue, none? Okay.
Just a comment.
Yes, please.
Always appreciate Veerkamp's rock walls. They're some of the best around, and happy that you're having to expand, and just want to acknowledge and appreciate Veerkamp's engineering contributions to our county.
Okay, with that, I think we have all the board comments. So Kim, if you'd open up for public comment at this point, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Bobby Lebec with Lebec Engineering representing the applicant. We also have Doug Veerkamp here in case you have any questions. This setback reduction matches commercial zoning setback, and there are no buildings proposed. It's just an expansion of Veerkamp's construction yard, and you're not allowed to put a retaining wall over 30 inches high in a front setback. And because the property was sloping down and had to be leveled out to be a construction yard, the rockery wall needed to be over 30 inches high. So that's the purpose for it. With that, I can answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Bobby?
No.
Okay. Seeing none, thank you.
If there's no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There appears to be no additional public comment.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing part of this item, and we'll move on, bringing it back to the board.
Super District 2?
District 2, you want it?
I'll approve the project. Let's.
You wanna move it?
Yeah,
Make a
let's
motion.
move it.
Make a motion.
Make a motion that we approve this project.
I'll second that. There you
All
go.
right. Roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
That was easy.
Thank you. Yeah.
There you go, Doug.
Save the best stuff for last.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
idea. So I think we're going to talk about closed session items that we need to go and complete. There is nothing department matters on the agenda, right? So we don't have anything there to cover.
We still have the two items that were
We have
pulled
the
off.
two
consent.
items.
That's right. The two items pulled. So thank you for that reminder.
Oh, yeah.
So Kim, I think
Who
there
did
were
that?
items 5 and 9.
Yes.
Would you please, let's start with 5. Read item 5.
Sure. Item 5 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board order the auditor controller to disperse 153,408.32 to the El Dorado Hills Community Service District from its Parks and Recreation Development Impact Mitigation Fee account.
So let me jump in. Supervisor Turnbull pulled this item. I believe his question, at least one question is probably best directed at the CSD. Kim, extension 233 on Zoom is Kevin Lowen. If you could allow him to be able to speak and answer any
Panelists,
questions.
yeah. Elevate him to panelists. If we can.
233.
It's just a phone. Yeah, okay. It's not Zoom, okay.
Thank you, Kim.
Looks like it's muted. There you go. Kevin?
Yes.
All right, we can hear you. Thank you.
Right.
So did you hear the question, Kevin?
No, we haven't asked
Oh,
it
yeah.
yet.
Okay, all right, I'm going to ask the question yet.
Ask the question.
Okay. give me a break. Gosh, you're way ahead. You want to get out of here quick, don't you?
We got it. I'm trying to keep it moving here.
The only question I have on this, Kevin, I thought the developer, Parker Development, was supposed to pay for the park in the specific plan as the developer agreement. Is that true or not true?
In the development agreement, I believe so. If I just have a moment, I think you're referring to, there's about $3.5 million in a separate side agreement, which got the 12.5 acres over at Bass Lake.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yes.
To the CSD? Yes, there's $3.5 million that will be used to construct the park. The challenge that we have right now would be to parse out the 12.5 acres for design of over 200 acres. So right now we're using park impact fees for overall design. The $3.5 million won't even be close to enough just to do that 12.5 acres because that's going to be a major, well, we hope a major entrance. So just because of that, it might be signalized. And just what we're programming, we expect it to be probably closer to 5 million just on that 12.5 acres.
One question, another question is the developer responsible for that? I mean, isn't that part of the agreement they were, to pay for that particular park or not? Or is it just the $3.5 million is all?
Yeah, the agreement that was set up about, oh gosh, we should get it over to you. It's about 2 years old now, I think. It establishes an approximate 3.5 million out of the CFD, which is 1992-1, I think. My apologies. Yes, so they're on the hook for paying for part of it, but it's only that amount. If you go way back in time, I guess it's the development agreement, it spoke to a certain value and it had an escalator in there that was tied to an engineering cost index, I believe, a construction cost index, CCI, instead of like a cost of living index. And as that was extrapolated forward at the time of this agreement 2 years ago, what was come up with and agreed upon by all parties was $3.5 million. I say all parties. I think if the county wasn't a party to it, they're definitely the main spoke where we worked out an agreement with Parker Development.
Okay. Is there any possibility you can?
I think county council can weigh in.
He's already got it. He's already on it. So, okay, that's all I asked, Kevin. Thank you.
Absolutely.
David, can you share what happened with the development agreement?
Yes, Kevin's recollection is correct as far as the amounts that were initially allocated within the Community Facilities District account for construction of that park at the Village J Lot H site. As I believe it was a condition of approval that you had imposed on, I think it was the Village J7 map, where you require the developer to enter into an agreement. And so I'm looking at it right now, and I apologize, I didn't know this was the issue that was being discussed. So I'm kind of going a little bit off of recollection and quick review, but as Kevin had indicated, the parties that being the CSD, the county, and Parker Development agreed that up to $3.5 million will be made available out of that CFD account in order to reimburse the CSD for the construction of the Village J Park improvements that were identified in the agreement. So I think that was the gist.
That's what I was asking.
And I remember the auditor controller verifying that amount of money and other things. So I think he was directly involved with that determination of what the appropriate amount of funding was. So,
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other board questions or comments on this item?
No.
Seeing none. I guess we can go ahead and take action on this if you're ready.
Public
George.
comment.
Excuse me, public comment. Public comment. Public comment.
Now,
Please.
now taking public comment on item number 5. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You'll be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There appears to be no public comment in the boardroom. And now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, now back to the board.
I'll make it a motion that we approve this.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. So Kim, if you would read number 9 now, I think that was the other item that was pulled.
Yeah.
Item 9 comes from the Director of Human Resources recommending the board, 1, approve and adopt revisions to Board of Supervisors Policy E13, COVID-19 Prevention Program, and 2, grant the Director of Human Resources the authority to 1, make changes necessary to update hyperlinks, B, make revisions to memos that are referenced in this policy, and C, make changes to the policy that are either non-substantive or necessary to accord with changes to relevant statutes or regulations.
Sue, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I pulled this item because I did have a question. I realized that staff was bringing this to us because of the change in Cal OSHA. And there's a lot of verbiage that pertains to Cal OSHA's role of employer and employee relationships. And that's all well and good. And I appreciated all the changes, but looking over the red line area, I did see some areas of concern. And for me, that was the removal of the terms of what the public is expected when they come to our facilities at this point. There's some reference to the California Department of Health and their guidelines, but at this point, in particular, with what's going on with the Delta variant and all, I think it's still important that we are very clear in what we do expect the public to act like and to present when coming into our employees' workspaces. I think it's frankly a matter of health and safety for our employees. And so I would ask that we review real quickly some of the verbiage, and in particular, section 4A-B, which has to do with the face masks. And if you look down there, face coverings, it's the very first A sentence says, the county shall post signage to inform the staff, and they redlined, and the public, that the county requires the use of face coverings at the county works sites and facilities for employees that are not fully vaccinated. Again, I just think it's important that we're very clear to the public what our expectations are. These do follow the state guidelines. These are, you know, something that we've been doing in the past, and we've been very clear that we're, you know, that we are following those guidelines. And there's just a couple more, and I kind of went over this with our HR and with county council, just to make sure that it made sense. But again, I think that some of the strikeouts were because of the idea that we were following Cal OSHA in their employee-employer relationship. And again, I think it's important. So just a couple, there was that one. So that's in 4A, and then in section 4B, AB, sorry, if you go down there, it's page 2 of the actual prevention program that we're going to be passing here. But in B, again, the county shall provide clean and undamaged face coverings to all county employees, and they've struck out non-employees, which I think is fine. But on request, the county shall require that such face coverings are worn indoors by employees, and they've struck out and non-employees who are not fully vaccinated at the work sites, with the exception of the situations we've all been known to, such as health issues and all that. But again, it's just those 2 lines in there. I'd like to see if we keep those in and not redline them out, because they are important. That's it.
Thank you, Sue. I'm not sure who wants to, Steve, maybe Joey, both, whatever.
Good afternoon, Steve Mansell from County Counsel's Office. I worked with Joey on these revisions. Just by way of background on these changes, these are to reflect, as Supervisor Novosel suggested, the new language that has been put forth by Cal OSHA that came out in mid-June. Part of the reason for these particular changes is that the nature of the face coverings requirements were changing at the time. When the original regulations and our original policy were issued, there was pretty much universal indoor masking, and the rules were everyone had to do it. So differentiating between employees and non-employees was unnecessary at that time. In mid-June, the rules changed such that fully vaccinated individuals would not need to mask indoors, so long as they either provided proof of vaccination or self-attested to vaccination. However, the nature of that self-attestation was different for employees and for members of the public. Simple signage was sufficient for members of the public. For employees, it had to be something a little bit more affirmative. So in this case, what we've done is we've separated out, at least with regards to the signage requirement, the signage for county staff, and then we've added subsection C here, dealing with signage relating to members of the public that would accord with what the CDPH requires. So that's just the explanation for why that change is in there. Certainly, if the board wanted to keep the original language, which would be a little bit more stringent, you certainly have the power to do so. We can't go below these regulations, but we can certainly go above and beyond those regulations. So that would, that's certainly board discretion.
So I just to clarify, I'm not asking for a change in direction here. What I'm just asking for is when you have it in subsection C, It's just very minor. It just says, we're going to follow the directions of the California Health Department. What I'm asking for is that we just have that clarified when people come into our facilities, because everybody's so different anymore. I just want to make sure everyone's clear on what our direction is. And at this point, it is that they need to wear face coverings if they're not vaccinated. And that's just a simple sign. And you stated in C, but it's not clear. It's not specific. And I just think that needs to stay in for clarity. And that's it. It's not to change anything.
Joey, do you have any comments on that from your perspective?
I don't. Joey Carrasco, HR Director. I don't really have anything to add. We do have the signage up now for the public, and they are more on the honor system. Clearly says that they're supposed to wear a mask if they're not fully vaccinated. We're not enforcing that in any way, of course, but that is the standard now. So I'm just fine with making those changes to the policy.
Okay.
I'm not clear on what is being asked to be changed on this, on C. It says that we will post signage, and we are. So what needs to be changed?
So what I'm asking for is that on A and B, C just says that, yeah, there'll be signage. It doesn't say what the signage is. A and B specifically say that, that we would post signage saying specifically that if you're unvaccinated, that you need to wear a mask. That's all. It's just, again, it's not a change in policy. It's just for clarity.
I do have a question, and that's still just on the honor system for the public.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, great.
So I guess my question's a little broader, recognizing the governor and CDPH are likely to change things again. And I'm hearing August 23rd. Are we going to be coming back and looking at this again in very short term? I suspect we are, but maybe not.
Well, we do have a catch-all here.
Okay.
Under subdivision, subsection D, basically that if the CDPH issues orders that are more stringent than was currently required, obviously we're going to comply with those. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to change the policy. But if Cal OSHA then responds with more aggressive measures, kind of taking back the loosening up that they had previously done, then we may be back here. That is correct.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the public aspect of it more so than the employee aspect of it, that if they really do require physical vaccination cards, passports, whatever you want to call it, and I don't know if that's in the realm of possibility or not. I suspect it is, given all the banter back and forth. Then how would we possibly enforce that? I guess that's the question that arises, is what do we do?
That's John. That's why I didn't even want to go there. I don't
well, I know, but we're going to be there in a couple of weeks. So I'd rather voice it now.
Well, but I guess to get to my point is that has nothing to do with today's notification here.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I didn't want to go there. I'm just trying to clarify the wording so everybody understands where we're at today. When that changes, absolutely. The guys can answer this, but I'm saying sure we'd have to have that discussion again.
And I guess the other thing I'd like clarification on is when we have an outbreak in one of our facilities, and we're required to go to that next step of looking at quarantines and all of the contact information, et cetera. Are we by this then requiring testing be done on a regular basis? And can you just tell me what the assumptions are with that? Because I've heard again from the state something slightly different, which might require more regular testing. And at some point, we're going to be encouraging employees to leave because they're not going to want to comply with some of this stuff. So the staffing issue, I think, is looming out there. We just haven't seen it yet, but I think it could be significant. So your thoughts on that, Joey?
Sure. So as it stands now, the previous order that's been in place for several months now, in the event of an outbreak, which is 3 or more positive workplace exposures within a 14-day period, employees are required to submit to weekly testing until a period of 14 days passes where there's no positive tests in that facility. In the meantime, everyone in that facility needs to wear masks regardless of vaccination status. So we're still working under that. We have 3 active outbreaks now in the county, and we're testing them tested them today. And we're going to continue to test folks there every week until the outbreak is done. There's no more positive cases. Folks who are fully vaccinated do not need to test currently in those situations. There's a new order that we're going to be discussing separately here soon from late July, which goes even further with certain facilities. One is correctional facilities, hospital, skilled nursing facilities. Employees who work there have to show actual proof of being vaccinated. And that's I think what you're thinking about,
Yep,
Supervisor.
yep,
It goes
the
into
next-
effect August 23rd, where they have to show proof, and there's different ways they can do that. And if they don't, then they'll be subjected to either once or twice per week testing, depending on what category of facility they work in. So things are tightening up quite a bit.
I hate to ask these questions, but if they decline to be tested, then what's the pursuing action?
If the employee declines to be tested or
Yep.
show their vaccination card,
Yep.
very good question. And we're going to be addressing that with you a
Okay.
little bit later.
Because again, I'm concerned about the staffing, because there are very, very strong opinions on some of this stuff.
There are.
The big government overreach aspect of it really concerns me personally, and I don't want to lose good staff just because of these kinds of things, but I guess we'll have that conversation subsequently, but it'll be on top of us very quickly. The 23rd isn't that far off. So, but anyway, I appreciate that commentary because there's more to come, unfortunately.
Well, thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
All right, any other board comments? Sue, did you have anything else?
No, that's it. I just wanted to clear up the verbiage on that. So appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so Kim, at this point, I think we can open up for public comment and
Now taking public comment on item number 9. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There is no public comment in the boardroom. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. And there's no additional public comment.
all right, very good. Thank you, gentlemen. And back to the board then.
I'd like to move this item, please.
Yes, you move the item?
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
I'll second. So can we have a roll call, please, Kim?
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
I just want to clarify, I'm moving the item with those 2 changes. I'm sorry. I don't know if I did clarify that with the changes in A and B.
Okay, and then was that a yes?
Yes.
Yes, that's an aye. Yep.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very clear to you, gentlemen. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Was that, I'm sorry, was that clear to everyone who voted? I just,
No.
okay. 'cause
Oh, okay,
Maybe-
sorry.
maybe we need to do this over.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize,
I agreed with the
Supervisor.
original motion just to approve it. So.
Yeah, no, I apologize. That's why before I voted, I wanted to clarify that.
Want to leave
That
those other 2 sections in so that it's more clear to the public. Is that correct?
Just the 2 strikeouts. I'd like to ask that, I ask that they be removed. I mean, that they stay in, excuse me, not be removed.
I'll
Is
second that.
that clear?
As amended, as the motion is amended. So
Yeah, thank you.
any other questions before we vote again?
So it would be Supervisor Novacell first, Supervisor Hydal second, to approve the matter with additional changes in section 4, capital B, lowercase a, include, add the public, and in 4, capital B, lowercase b, include the language non-employees.
Actually, I think those were A's. Sorry about that.
Okay.
They changed from B's to A's. Sorry. So it is now, with the changes, it's now section 4A, small, capital A, small a, and small b. Sorry.
Right.
Is that
Sorry
clear?
about that, Supervisor Parlin. I that's why I stopped.
Right.
Point of
Realized.
clarification.
Yeah.
On A sub A, If we keep in and the public, we should probably change at the very end of that for employees who are not fully vaccinated to for individuals who are not fully
Okay.
vaccinated.
Yeah, that makes more
For
sense.
employees and individuals who are not, yeah, right. Yep.
Are we going beyond though what the minimum requirements are right now by making these changes? Because that's what I thought you guys said that as currently drafted, that what's currently here without any changes covers the minimum requirements right now.
It
And
does.
with everything
Yes.
changing so much, I really don't want to go any different than the minimum.
It's Lori, it's the same. Again, I was just clarifying it because it's in C. It just, this now clarifies. What they were doing was going off Cal OSHA's verbiage, which it didn't include the public because Cal OSHA doesn't talk about the public. So it was just employer, employee. That's where the change was. That's my understanding. I hope that's clear.
Well, there is one potential substantive difference that would occur if this change is made. This would, because A specifically states that we will inform the public that employees and individuals who are not fully vaccinated must wear face coverings. Should CDPH orders change such that members of the public do not need to be vaccinated in order to not wear face masks. If they eliminated the general public requirement, if we changed this language, it would still be, we would need to amend the policy in order to implement that, because now we would be saying affirmatively that members of the public who are not fully vaccinated must wear face coverings.
That is the order right now.
Correct, but if CBPH were to change it in the future,
Well, we said we were going to come back if that happens, right?
yes.
We need to
Yeah,
make it.
so it's not a change it's not a substantive change in this. It's if there would be a substantive change later, which we already agreed we'd have to bring back. Correct?
I have a point of clarification too. So
Sure.
right now, our signs already say that out there, that if an individual is coming into our county facilities, if they're not vaccinated, they need to wear masks. So it's bringing that in alignment with our existing signs.
That's right.
Right.
And based on the honor system.
That's right.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't understand why we need to make the changes though, if we're already have it.
Because they were making the changes to take it out, to take that verbiage out.
Just to
It was
clarify
already
it.
there. It was just to clarify that that is still our policy.
This goes beyond the minimum. It's implied, but this makes it clear to the public is the way I read it, but.
Yeah, I think, okay.
All right, so I amended, I'm sorry about that, but I did amend the vote. Do we need to do that vote over again then?
Yeah, we do, and I amended
Okay.
the second. So with
Okay.
that, Kim, please roll call.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, very good. Thank you. So I think that cleans up everything on the regular agenda. So we will have our closed session, but before we get to that, I'm going to suggest we do to and froms. And so why don't we start in the middle and work our way out? So I'm going to go to District 3.
Oh, sure. Let me find
You got it? Are you ready or not?
it somewhere in all my papers here.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, yes, I do. Okay. Really enjoyed National Night Out, seeing our sheriff's department, and I also went around the city of Placerville and we were up in Camino, and always appreciate the time to celebrate our amazing law enforcement. Had a Marshall coin challenge at Boger, and with everything heating up again, it was really nice to celebrate our healthcare workers for all of their efforts on behalf of our community. Really enjoyed the grand opening at Hands for Hope. They have a brand new youth center here in Placerville, which is incredible. Hands for Hope is an incredible organization that encourages and empowers and inspires youth to recognize community need, to see it, and then to develop projects as well as a funding source to meet those needs. And it's just an incredible program, and really nice for them to have a home base here in the Placerville area, that now they can support their clubs at not only our high schools, but our middle schools here in Placerville. So really happy with that. Had a great meeting with Caltrans, CHP, our county DOT, and El Dorado County Transportation Commission. First of all, to get the latest update on the Camino Safety Project, as well as those agencies agencies' plans for harvest traffic, because it's hard to believe that it's around the corner. And I just wanted to get all those agencies to the table to make sure that we were all talking and we all understood what was going to happen this year with harvest season, especially given the communal safety project, because that is a different entity this year. So had a very productive, coordinated meeting. And then I met with the Harvest Traffic Committee of the Apple Hill growers and coordinated all those plans. So I think we're going to, so far so good. I mean, it hasn't started yet, but everyone is communicating really well. And just so you know, and the public knows, there will only be 3 main access points to Apple Hill, 4 really, and that'll be Schnell School Road, Point View Drive, and then certainly Cedar Grove. And then if Cedar Grove is backed up on the main line, then we're going to be encouraging folks to go up to Ridgeway up in Pollock and hit the Apple Hill area that way. And we're working with Caltrans to message all that. There'll be message reader boards. We're even talking about the message board over El Dorado Hills. So coordinating that, our staff is coordinating that with Caltrans. So, and we will be carefully monitoring that too. Had a great meeting with Supervisor Hydall and Bill Roby to understand the foundation's process with the housing study. And we're very encouraged that Bill was so impressed with the comprehensiveness of our housing element that he's really using that as a jumping off point to not reinvent the wheel with this housing study, to work from that framework and also see how he can be helpful in implementing our housing element, working with staff and the community to be helpful in that process. So really look forward to that moving forward. And let's see. Oh, and then just important for folks to know, had a SAGHOG innovation meeting, committee meeting yesterday, and we talked about the federal infrastructure bill. And we heard from our federal lobbyist, and it was helpful to understand that the bill that is, being considered at the federal level, that they said it really is quite a good bill for our transportation needs. It will go to the House next. The wide consensus will be that it will pass. There may be some maneuvering back there, but it's looking like it may pass the House as well. What's important to understand that the House is looking to insert earmarks, but it looks like that might not happen. There are no earmarks in it from the Senate, which is good news. There's $266 billion for transportation. And I was really happy to hear there are lots of set-asides for rural regions. There's funding for bridges, grants for resiliency, $7.5 billion for Tiger projects, and then $5 billion for mega projects. And this is interesting. That's $100 to $500 million for, that's projects, $5 billion for projects that are between $100 million and $500 million. And those are through appropriations, once again, not earmarks. So I like that. There's also a lot of money for broadband funding and water resources. So just a highlight on the federal transportation bill. And I was happy to hear that it had really positive thoughts about it. So that's all I have for today.
All right, very good. So with that, let's go to District 2.
Okay, attended a few taxpayers meetings, which was really instrumental, especially during Pearson was there, anyway, and that went on. And then we attended a LAFCO meeting, I substituted for, Wendy. It was very interesting. That's all I can say. I can't say anything more. There was a lot going on. Had a lot right along with Brian Mullins, and that was really good. We were looking at different issues and stuff and roads and repairing and stuff they were doing. Had a great meeting with Tom McClintock and Sierra Pacific at the mill in Lincoln. And anyway, it's just amazing all the things that they do, and especially the cogeneration plant that they have built there that supplies 17,000 residents, in that particular area in Lincoln, which was amazing. I told Todd he could take that cogen plant, load it up in his car and bring it back here. That's what I wanted to do. So anyway, we were joking and talking about that. It was pretty funny. Also had a great meeting with Carolyn Brooks, and I'm trying to work with Carolyn. We want to put a coffee shop in the library. It would be a great thing, especially where county employees could go and visit, but also the public too, especially if you come in and and read some books, and people are on computers and
You
stuff.
said the library. We have
That
several
library,
libraries.
that library there was the start, just the one here. And so anyway, that was really good. I had a meeting with Janelle Horn I was talking about, she was doing a lot of weddings and stuff, and the area up on top of the hill where the oaks are, I would like to see what we could do about maybe, planting with sod or something like that. I know it's going to be required a little bit more maintenance, with the sprinkler system stuff, but I'd like to beautify that, that particular area. And I have something in mind if that does happen, but I don't want to express on it right now. Don knows about it, but I don't want to let anybody else know right now. Also, I had the El Dorado Hills luncheon with Tom McClintock. That was very special. Some of the stuff that he was talking about. Had a great meeting with Lennar and the Heritage people. We had them in my office and we hashed out a lot of things. And they agreed on some things that they wouldn't want to do that would help the residents in that area. And we're still working on it. So hopefully we can get this settled maybe Thursday at the CSD meeting. Also had a town hall meeting with them at Heritage too. And Joe was part of that too. So anyway, it was a great thing. So anyway, working forward with a lot of different things and meeting with a lot of constituents. So anyway.
Very good. District 4, Lori.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, at the Cemetery Advisory Committee meeting, we had a quorum. So we got to start looking at our bylaws and approve all our minutes. So good stuff going on with the cemeteries. I know it sounds funny, but I love our cemeteries. They're so historical. Let's see, taxpayers, already talked about that. At the So Far Collaborative Steering Committee meeting last week, I advised the group that the county is in the process of hiring a consultant to focus our energies towards some kind of a biomass cogeneration, whatever it's going to be. And they were very excited and actually were like, well, can we get that person to come talk to us? And I go, well, first we got to hire them. So, but I think that that's been the piece that's been missing is the point person. So people are very excited to see that happen. So thank you, board, for supporting that. That was great. And then I went out to Rescue for National Night Out, and it was, of course, fun to see everyone again. And guys, some of these people we haven't seen in over a year. It's just wow. But there was a fire simulator demonstration that I didn't know if all of you have seen yet through the fire safe councils and stuff, but it's really cool. It'll on the simulator, it starts a fire and shows you where it would go with the patterns and the winds and all that. So it's a great tool that they're using for planning and for looking at where to put fuel breaks and that kind of stuff. So I did say to Marshall Cox, who did the demo for us that day, maybe he might want to come do a presentation someday to the board. They use it throughout the county, is my understanding. Then I popped up to Garden Valley for their National Night Out. And I wanted to let everybody know, the Georgetown Library had a booth up there, and we're doing a lot of great activities with the kids and stuff. And they wanted me to share with the board how much they appreciate the changing in staffing that we've done in the libraries, and that they can now provide services. It's not just the 0 to 5 anymore. It's we're trying to come up with a more positive name. So they're going cradles to rockers maybe, or I don't know, something. But so anyway, but they just wanted to extend their appreciation for that change that we made at the libraries, and they are really serving the public out there, which I love our little libraries. And then I joined Supervisor Turnbull to that meeting out at Sierra Pacific. We had a lot of regional partners out there, Placer County, Nevada County, RCRC representative, we're out all there. And I'm in the process of setting up a follow-up meeting to look at potential, again, we all seem to want to get the same thing going on out there, is our forest management, the economic development that goes with it. And yeah, it might not be a net, positive driver. However, it's proactive. And in the long run, it's just so much cheaper to get in front of these things and do your forest management and all that to protect our communities and our watershed. So I was really happy to be able to make it to that meeting. And then, what was another thing? Saw you, Wendy, out at the at Rainbow Orchards. That was really fun. Despite the smoke, they had a fun event out at Rainbow for the, it was called the 20-Mile Taste. It was a fundraiser for Egg in the Classroom. And again, got to meet more people. And it's also our, I forgot about it, our El Dorado County Water Agency is a sponsor. of Ag in the Classroom. So that was fun. I took some photos to share with the general manager over there. So he knows that they've got their classroom kit set up to take into the classroom with the teachers and stuff. So that was all good.
It's a great program.
Yes,
Yes.
very much so. So that's about it.
Okay, District 5, Sue.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. So Tahoe Transportation District, we had our meeting last week, and we are having a lot of conversations regionally about what to do about transportation around the lake. It's been an ongoing conversation, but we're getting a lot of traction now since TRPA has formed a bi-state transportation committee, and they're working with the two legislatures, in particular Nevada legislature, to try to work on how we find a way to get funding for our region to create a 24-hour-a-day transit around the lake. It's been an ongoing issue, and there's just not one easy answer because of trying to work with two different states that have different ideas of what that might look like. So that's always interesting. And then that was great about the redistricting town hall. That was nice to have that conversation about things. I think it's drawn up a lot of interest, and I'm curious to see more comments as we continue down the redistricting trail. And then I just wanted to kind of give you guys a heads up that I think it's tomorrow, the CSAC has invited me to a White House Intergovernmental Affairs briefing where they're going to talk about this recently approved, brand new approved, the infrastructure bill. And in particular, I think we're all going to be very interested in what we can do with broadband, this funding that is going to be out there. It's a huge amount of money. I think there's some issues that we already have that study that I think is really, really helpful in getting us into possibly jumping on this bandwagon of getting our broadband and other infrastructure issues through this new fund. So very, very hopeful for that. And then on Thursday, it's the CSAC Executive Committee meeting. It's supposed to be held in Sacramento, and they just informed us because of all of the outbreaks they've had that they're going to pretty much do everything through Zoom. So if anyone else is interested, I can get one more person on there to listen if you want to listen in. But always great with our executive committee. As you know, I represent the rural caucus, and so it'll be interesting conversation of where we're going rurally with wildfires, with infrastructure, broadband, all that. That's the kind of great conversations we have for the day there. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Wednesday, July 28th, Wendy and I met with some HR staff and the CAO to talk with Bill Snodgrass about some of the retiree benefits. That seemed to be one of the things that we'd had a kind of a communication gap between retirees and HR. And I think it was reassuring to know that nothing had really changed over the last 3 years or so. And I think that communication path is reestablished and firm. And I got a letter of thanks from Bill as a county retiree to basically encourage us to continue to keep those paths open. I think that was extremely helpful. Same day, my planning commissioner, John Vania, and I met with the El Dorado Hills Fire Department staff down at Station 85 to talk about various things, including inspections for vegetation management, egress from certain projects are being proposed, and how do we make sure, at least on a temporary basis, that when construction is going on, people have a way to get out in early phases, et cetera. So it's similar to what we talked about a little bit with the heritage and some of the roadways you put in temporary basis, but then they have to be firmed up. And then there were some discussions about the planning and building department interaction as well. And I think we have some actions there. So later that day was a LAFCO meeting, as George mentioned. A lot of things going on in LAFCO. I'm not going to get into those either.
I didn't want to even talk about it.
Then on the 29th, I had my monthly meeting with County Council. I really appreciate those discussions. We still have an open item on performance evaluation now that our CAO has made comment on that, and I've received it. I think, David, the next thing is I need to get your goals, and then we can go ahead and get things finalized and agendized for a closed session discussion to be determined at the appropriate time. But I didn't want to lose track of that, so thank you. Monday, the 2nd, El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting was held that evening. We had Chief Ron Phillips from the El Dorado Hills Fire Department there, He was our guest speaker. He talked about vegetation management, the abatements locally, and then the inspections program, defensible space inspections, which include supporting the county in some of those things. And as I'm understanding, we've got a really good program going on now because the fire departments are supporting us to a great degree in doing those inspections that the county had difficulty getting staffing for and getting done. So I think they're progressing, it's getting better, and we're in that transition phase. So more to happen there. On Wednesday, the 4th, it was mentioned, we had the El Dorado Hills Chamber Luncheon. Congressman McClintock was the guest speaker, but a lot of good conversation. The same day, Wendy and I met with Bill Roby to talk about the El Dorado County housing element and got some things straightened away there. Very helpful. I also had my one-on-one with Tiffany to talk about things going on in planning and building and staffing and other things. And then the redistricting public meeting, which we know is a special meeting that we were all in attendance for. Thursday, August the 5th, we had transit meeting and the Transportation Commission meetings. So both of those occurred with good discussion, good dialogue, particularly when it comes to the Highway 50 Placerville alternatives that are being discussed and a pilot program that's being promoted. And I would just encourage people to go to the Transportation Commission website and look for some information on that if you're curious, because I do think that pilot program is going to be extremely helpful to define how on at least the near term possible improvements can be made in the circulation. And it was very pleasing to hear that Caltrans is a major participant in that because it definitely takes their weigh in and support to make those things happen. So that was good. Friday, the 6th, I attended the EDOC COC meeting as much as I could. And again, there's discussions going on there with the strategic plan and trying to get that advanced to the point that we can bring it forward and start implementing some of the parts of that. We also had a mobile home park follow-up meeting with our mobile home park group, Bill Roby and all of the panelists that were involved in the original. We had the 2x2 with the Placerville members and various members of our staff, et cetera. And then last thing on Friday, National Night Out. And I went to the one in El Dorado Hills. It's the first time they've held one at the El Dorado Hills, co-sponsored by the EDC CSD and also Sheriff D'Agostini and all of his personnel. I want to thank them for the major turnout that happened there with respect to all the vehicles, with respect to robots that went out and planted watermelons that blew up and really brought some attention to things. And then they had their their mobile command center also there for walking through.
Isn't that fabulous?
It is an
I know, it's
incredible piece of
incredible.
equipment. So kudos to all of the effort of our sheriff's department to bring those things forward and show the public, what we have available to us. And it was just all a great event. Unfortunately, with all the smoke in the air, I don't think it was as well attended as it would have been if we didn't have the air warnings, hazardous, air conditions and stuff. A lot of people, I think, stayed home just because of that. But for those that did attend, I think everybody had a good time and it was a great event. And then finally, yesterday, I had my one-on-one with CAO, and I also had the one-on-one with planning and building, which I always find very informative and helpful to keep track of what's happening and what to anticipate. So those are my comments. And with that, I'll look to our CAO for anything he may have to add.
Nothing to add. I'm still catching up. So thank you for allowing me some time off. Very much
Chair,
appreciated.
I would be remiss if because you guys kept talking about Caltrans this and that, and I forgot just to let you know that Caltrans did finish their quick fix out at the confluence with the parallel parkings restriped. I think the signage may have gone up today, but it's supposed to go up anytime. And then CHP can enforce the parallel parking. So so far, cross your fingers. I think it is helping a wee bit. And then we'll go from there. But I forgot to mention that because I really appreciate them stepping up to do something quickly. That's always a challenge, and they did it. So thank you.
Yeah, now our partnership with Caltrans seems to be improving all the time, and that's a big help. And I think Woody Doria, the Transportation Commission, for being a part of that, our DOT staff, the Transit Authority to a certain perspective, but all of those things where we all contribute together and work together to find solutions. It's the best way to go.
Yep.
So
Caltrans has been incredibly
kudos to
responsive.
Caltrans and their
Absolutely.
staff.
That's why I wanted to go back to, oh yeah, that's
Right.
important.
Yeah, one more thing I want to add. I want everybody to come and join me on Legends Night on Saturday night.
Oh, yeah.
Got the wedge car out of the weeds since 1993 was the last time I'd driven that car. So anyway, we worked really hard this week. We got a couple issues and stuff, and hopefully we'll be there Saturday night. So come and join me.
Fairgrounds, right?
Yep, Fairgrounds.
Fairgrounds. All right, outstanding. So with that, I think we're ready to ask for public comment on the closed session item. So The board will now recess into closed session. Here, items 27 through 29 is specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. So Kim, if you would open up for public comment for our closed session items.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 27 through 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There is no public participation from the boardroom. Now taking participation from our Zoom participants. And there's no public comment.
So David, would you anticipate any report outs? Or so we'll probably just adjourn in closed session and conclude it then. We'll just note the time of adjournment. So thank you, Kim, and everyone else for all the help today. And with that, we will recess into closed session.
Yeah, good day.